Welcome back, COD fam. It's week 2 of our qualifiers, and today we're on upset watch.
That's right. 3 of our top 4 teams will try to defend their spots in the standings. New York, Texas, and Toronto.
Meanwhile, Carolina, Seattle, and Miami have a chance to make a big statement with their new rosters.
Plus, did somebody say champs? We might be in for a special announcement today.
It's all coming up right now on the Call of Duty League.
Oh my god, Hydra.
They got obliterated this round.
How does he even make that happen?
These guys are going to war!
I'm going out.
Welcome back to the league. Joe deceives. LA Thieves giving Vegas Legion the first ever 50-point club appearance. I don't remember seeing this in the last few years. Welcome back, everybody. Pucking alongside Rosalie and Nameless. Allie, how big of a deal is it to hold an opponent to less than 50 points in hardpoint?
It's a really big deal, especially the fact that Vegas Legion, I'm pretty sure that franchise has been on the end of maybe the only 4 or 5 that we've seen in the past couple of years.
Nameless, what was more shocking, the 50-point club or the fact that it was Vegas being put in it?
Yeah, the fact that it was Vegas being put in it. You know, you talk about their map pool as well. You think they'd be good at a map like that. Nero has had some crazy performances in the past. We love Purge, and they got smoked, and they end up losing that series 3-2, which is just a result you don't expect.
It is week 2 of our qualifiers for stage 3, and tonight we have 6 more teams in action. Let's take a look at your overall standings, your big 4 out in front, and we see 3 of them in games tonight. On the other side, Allie, Surge, Miami, Royal Ravens, all still in that dogfight for a top 8 spot.
Yeah, they're all within each other, right? And even then, you look outside of that bubble, you got LAG sitting at 90. They could get jumped by either Seattle Surge or Miami Heretics today, and Minnesota Rock are only leading by about 20 points, so we should see a shakeup in our top 8.
And of course, this is just week 2 of our stage 3 qualifiers. At the end of week 5, we are heading up north to Toronto, Nameless. This is going to be a blast. Major 3, always a good one up there in Toronto.
It's going to be a blast, man. The venue's electric. It's going to be great weather. Toronto's a great city. The 6, I cannot wait. Silent after that one.
I think Toronto Ultra, yeah, Drake sucks. Let's move on. Someone had to say it. Let's move on here because we got to talk about a face that was removed from the CDL last week. And less than 7 days later, he is back in a starting lineup. Asim, welcome back to the big league. Nameless, this guy has been all over the planet.
Yeah.
Every part of every team, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, he's had success here or there, winning an event, you know, with Slasher alongside and Spartan. You know, you think his career was going to be on an upward trajectory, finds himself back down in challengers, gets opportunities left and right. Now it's time to make the most of it. This might be the best opportunity that he's had in the CDL. Vegas are a very good team, and he is a gap filler. He can come in and he can fill exactly what they need, and he has takeover games. So I think for Asim, he's extremely happy with how all this played out.
And for Asim to get a spot, of course, Purge had to go somewhere. He just went down to Challengers and had an epic matchup against Awakening yesterday. Shout out to him. But Asim on the starting lineup for Vegas this week. And of course, this Vegas squad is coming off of a loss. They lost that game 5, including that rough hardpoint loss against LA Thieves.
Yeah, this was just a tough matchup. It was an LA Thieves are coming off of a roster change, and sometimes you talk about the honeymoon periods, and not only a new player spotting in on the map, but also it was a new map in general. Vegas Legion does crawl their way back into it, though. They do force that game number 5, but unfortunately, it was just a little bit too late in that 6-star map number 5 S&D.
NYSL, how do you feel about this move?
Yeah, I mean, I think Asim's great. I think he's a gap filler. I think he'll do what they need him to do. But, you know, there's always growing pains with a roster change. And I will say with this Las Vegas team, they were 18-9 across the 2 respawns throughout Stage 2. One of the best respawn teams that we had in the league. The issues that they had were coming through the search and destroys, 4-8 in that game mode, and losing Series because of it, like the last one that they just lost. And you could see they were looking for like a slaying upgrade, which you will get. But once again, the respawn was already looking good, so I guess I'm a bit concerned.
I mean, yeah, it was a little bit of a shock already. The fact that Purge had to get dropped out. I actually got to see him in the Challengers League. Me and Miles were casting over yesterday. He is absolutely slamming them down there in the Challenger scene. But they just wanted a little bit more consistency, right? And that's what you do when you bring in a player like Asim. Honestly, I'm happy for him. Questionable move, but I'm excited to see him back in the league.
And good luck, Asim, in your first matchup because you are facing off against one of the big 4. You're taking on OpTic Texas. That battle against Shotzi goes down tomorrow at 4:30. Can Vegas pull off the upset with this new squad?
I will say, bringing in Asim, it does raise their ceiling a little bit because he can have takeover maps. Now, does it change their consistency? Maybe, but for OpTic Texas, they did have a tough loss to FaZe, Ali. Some close maps.
I mean, unfortunately, it's just the Wolves is kind of their boogeyman throughout the entirety of this year because Atlanta FaZe has simply just been that team that OpTic Texas hasn't been able to get any sort of ground on. Every single time we see these teams match up, we are able to take away. They were finally able to take a respawn and maybe add 6-star now to their map pool when it comes to against Atlanta FaZe. But even then, when it comes to every other team in the league, OpTic Texas, I mean, they are simply the second best. They are slamming everybody.
Look at these numbers, 13-1 against teams in the bottom 8. So if you're not in the big 4, OpTic is almost guaranteed a dub with a 72.2% map win rate.
Yeah, these guys are unbelievable. They have unbelievable players as well, and they still have something to prove. I think the series versus Atlanta FaZe proves that, right? Dashy was going nuts with the narratives that were around him. He had an amazing series. It came down to the wire, and what people need to remember is they were testing out maps. Like Highrise map 2 and 3, those aren't great maps for them, and they were still extremely close. So OpTic in a good spot.
All right, Ali, let's talk a little bit about OpTic's competition today because they are playing against Seattle Surge, who has made some roster moves in their own right. Is this potentially a trap game for OpTic?
No, I'm going to go with it. It's definitely not a trap game. Seattle Surge are coming off a win, though, which, I mean, is more than you could have asked for them since the start of this season. And it was against Carolina Royal Ravens. It wasn't a game 5. They went the complete distance. But the biggest takeaway from that series was the fact that they were able to take a hard point. The problem is, though, is it was off of a very rare Hugh performance as he took over in that map number 1 and in the map number 5, 6-star going 11-5. So he's enjoying those new maps, but unfortunately, they're going up against an OpTic Texas that also very much are enjoying the new additions to the map pool.
As for Surge numbers, we looked them up and NYSL against the top 4. It has not been a fun ride for Seattle. 0-7 out of your 24 maps. You've won 3 of them.
Yeah, it hasn't been good. I mean, 3-17 in Respawn in general, and then also like 4-4 in Search and Destroy has been their best game mode. That's what they're looking to dominate, right? We saw that in the ability in their last years. 0-4 is unbelievable at Search. His situational play, his aggression, it works well with that roster. So they can just come in and steal a Respawn in these series, they have a chance.
Looking forward to seeing what 0-4 can bring for Seattle in this matchup. And of course, we got to turn our eyes to Miami because they are taking on our third top dog, Toronto Ultra versus Miami Heretics, and close out the night. In Miami, they're looking stronger than ever. After adding Real to the lineup, I really like the pace that this team is showing. They played against Boston, very tough. What do you expect to see from them as they match up against Toronto, though,
I'm expecting some stronger Respawn. They've kind of lost their way. That was kind of their opening strength when we first started the season, the pace they set. But even against the Boston Breach, I mean, that was a 250 to 170 hard point. They got 3-0 bopped to the map number 3, but they were able to steal the Vista. So again, we come off this break, we have some new maps added, and that gives some of these bottom teams a little bit of breathing room. They push that game number 5, and they're able to take the Search and Destroy. So, I mean, they can catch them off guard in this series today. Again, I'm talking about Search Destroys because that's where they've been struggling anyway.
Yeah, I like this Heretics team, and I love Real. Bro, this kid is a monster. Like, even in the interview we talked to him, he's like, yeah, I've just been waiting. I'm ready to come in, fill gaps, and, you know, be a slayer. They let me do what I want. And he was making intellectual plays on the map on every rotation, on every cut. A big reason why they won that Vista hardpoint. And the Search and Destroy was even cleaner. So, versus Toronto, they actually do have a big opportunity.
I do want to say, as impressive as those stats are, those were against the 12th best team in the league in Boston Breach. So keep that as a grain of salt as we take a look at your 3 matches on the day. Carolina Royal Ravens versus New York Subliners. OpTic Surge, Ultra versus Heretics. Nameless, which one is going to be closest?
Carolina versus the New York Subliners. They've had bangers in the past. Carolina plays well against them. I'm excited to get it going.
It's going to be great, and it's coming up first after this break. Don't go anywhere. This is the CDL.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad up calling card you can use in-game.
Believe it or not, you're about to see one of the better matchups in competitive Call of Duty. Here in the CDL, the Royal Ravens haven't found a lot of match success, but when they do, it's in specific matchups, like against teams like the NYSL. Why were the Ravens able to go up 2-0 and even lead in that control before the reverse sweep kicked in?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, you have to talk about the players on this team in this conversation, right? You talk about TJ, Clay, Fellow. These are players that have had to go against a lot of these top teams a multitude of times throughout the entirety of their career. And then you're talking about Gwyn, who's trying to be a front runner for Rookie of the Year. He has been so incredibly consistent in the response for this team, seemingly dragging them through series sometimes. I will say, though, on the unfortunate side of things, he only has a 0.7 right now in Search and Destroy. So maybe if they can get that transfer over into that game mode, they'll have an easier time earlier in these sets.
Yeah, you know, for Carolina and them, it's just been their search and destroy. But, you know, in this matchup, there's some similar maps that they like to play. I think that's why it's been close. You know, sub-base, Carolina are very good at. New York also enjoy playing that, have 7 reps on the season. You talk about the control as well. Carolina cool with playing them on Highrise, which we will see featured in this series. So I think in this matchup, like stylistically, it matches up really well. And that's why they were able to beat them at Major 1. But once again, for Carolina, they lost 2 search and destroys in their last series. That cannot be the case. They have to figure that out going forward. Getting out-blooded. They're actually 10th in the league in opening duels, and it reflected in the game 5 where they lost 6-3 in that specific stat. And for the Monster Energy pregame, Gwyn is the X factor. Gwyn takes over, they win. Just look at Gwyn.
Like I said, he had a .77 in search and destroy, but respectfully, all of his teammates have been struggling in that game mode. They're on a 3-map losing streak. Like Ann said, they're 12th in conversion percentage right now. And then the worst at defense, which should be easier with a team like this in search and destroy. I'm looking at Clay and I'm looking at Fellow, the veterans, to make these play calls and not let everybody get too antsy when it comes to the clock running down in these rounds.
And if you picked the underdog today, I just got good news because we went to Twitter and saw from the coach, Brian Saint, saying first match of the year with everyone in the same location for an online qualifier. This is something Clay didn't have with Vegas last year.
Yeah.
He now has it. This is what he's been asking for all year. You got to come up with some goods tonight.
Oh, absolutely. I'm expecting a serious battle, maybe even a game 5, but I still don't know if they have enough to take on New York Subliners.
Yeah, that's right, Nameless. Let's be realistic here. If you're talking stats, there are a few teams better than the New York Subliners. The returning champions from 2023 have had their ups and downs, and after a rough land in stage 1, this is looking like a team contending for the top spot once again.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they obviously had a tough go-around up against OpTic Texas, but this is a championship team. Figured out a lot of their issues throughout the last split. They're search and destroy top tier, probably the best in the world currently. And, you know, they have players who can take over series. But what I worry about them is the map pool changing. Invasion's no longer part of the map pool. That's when we saw featured in almost all their series where they were dominating. So I'm curious to see them in this one. They got Rio for the first time in S&D as well. We've always seen them bringing out new tricks. They're going to need it.
Who's the player to watch on this team right now, Allie?
It depends on which way you're asking that question. The player to watch that's doing bad that needs to step up, or the players that have been absolutely frying. Because on that side of things, I have to look at Hydra and Kismet. They have been on a complete other level since that stage 2, specifically in the search and destroy, and that's where it's going to help them in this matchup. When it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, that X Factor, it's going to be in Hydra. 1.22 right now when it comes to search and destroy. He is the best player in the game.
Let's take a look at our Monster Energy pregame here, Nameless. And actually, let's just jump right in because the players are ready. Subbase, Rio, Highrise, Rio, Karachi, Nameless, you're going first. Who has the edge looking at these maps?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the maps, I would say New York on the tail end when we get to maps 4 and 5. But for the most part, I think Carolina's pretty happy about this. I think this can go the distance.
All right, it's time to lock in our official Scuff Pick'ems. Get yours in right now, chat, as I have to represent New York always. They clutched up last time, and they're the kings of clutch against Clayster. I'm going New York Subliners once again.
It's funny that you bring up clutch because they're 7-1 in the last 30 days. So you really just did that off the dome. I'm going to also go with the New York Subliners.
Fact.
Yeah,
make it 3 for 3.
I have a pretty big lead, so I'm going to go Carolina.
Sure. Okay.
And Fike out there is cheering already. We got fans here in Columbus supporting Carolina. Let us know who you got as we send it over to our casters, Merc and Maven.
Listen, props to Nameless because, you know, the safe way. You know, you got the lead. You just pick with these guys. You keep the lead no matter what, but he's taking a risk. We'll see what he's able to do, see if they can get the win. But let's talk about this team a little bit because for Carolina, you know, we saw the stat with them able to – sorry, producer, you're still in my ear. Sorry, there we go. Okay, we're good. I was like trying to talk about it. I cannot think straight at all, but now we get into it. But you saw how they're all 4 playing in the same spot for the first time, right? What did we see though 20 minutes ago? It's like that the GIF or a picture of the guy like looking in like a server room, like with his hands up in the air, trying to figure it out. I guess a power outage to move all their setups around and figure that out right before this. So Carolina, I'm not sure how much warm up they got. They were getting the setups ready to go.
Yeah, I don't know how power works, honestly. I don't have a clue. So yeah, they got that all figured out, but they're playing Subbase Hardpoint. One of their best maps, one of their go-to maps on the year. New York, they've opted to play this one time and time again, have had some close losses. But for NYSL, it feels like this always kind of pops up, and that's kind of talked about. I think the reason why this matchup is always so close is just kind of the maps that they want to play. I would love to see New York in a match like this start to test the map pool a bit, play some of the newer maps, but they're going for dubs.
Looking to keep accruing those points. So still hunting for a major win. One of those top 4 teams always going to be in the conversation, but So far it's been Ultra, so far it's been FaZe. We'll see if maybe this is going to be the qualifier on Major where New York really start to click, because, you know, there were a lot of improvements from what, stage 1 over to stage 2. Trying to see if you can keep those improvements going if you're New York.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know, obviously, yeah, you start off 1-0. You're able to take down a roster team that made some changes, but now you're facing a team that has given you some troubles at times. It's always a close match. Obviously, eliminated them at Major 1. But throughout Major 2 qualifiers, they were able to win that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but Carolina's always played them tough.
Yeah, it's interesting because I guess I feel like this shouldn't be one where they play them very tough, because New York should be like that nightmare matchup for them where they're a little ahead in respawns, but they're just a far better search team, and Carolina can't get a search win. But for whatever reason, they've been able to go toe-to-toe, able to battle. We'll see if we have a map 5 in the mix. We'll see how the game 2 goes down, but for now, we'll focus. Still here on the map 1 is Hydra hitting with the pistol, keeping it rolling on 2 in a row, and a 20-point advantage right now for NYSL. What do you see on the mini-map, Joe?
Well, yeah, you're going to see what Fellow and Gwyn going to spawn out. Clay and TJ trying to hold the line here at P3, and they're doing a very good job. It comes down to a 1v1. Sky's going to have to reposition. Fellow middle of the map recognizes the spawns, able to find the first. So now you're just waiting on Skies. Well, he's just waiting for his teammates, but a big moment there for Carolina to slow the game down and cash in here at P3.
Oh, Gwen on your screen now. Definitely in the conversation, rookie of the year, and you can see why with shots like that, picking him off the heady, pre-aim there for the next fight, but not quite able to take it. Clay's turn. Ready, lurking, not as ready as I thought. Sib and Hydra just come open him up. Nobody in the point for now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Gwyn gets that first kill, and you're thinking maybe they're just going to hold the rest of this time. They still can, but it looks like Sib's going to find the final one. But this kind of works out with 15 seconds left. You see the spawns. Carolina's going to take that all day. Flip it with 10 seconds left. A free rotation over to P4. Let's do it.
I think yes, but also, I mean, there was like 20 seconds before that where they didn't really get any time, but now can you make them pay? You would have loved to get maybe a little more time before they got flipped out, but now, yeah, you're not wrong. The flip comes in, now they have a chance to punish them, but you have a 2-man push starting to develop. The safe spawn comes in for Fellow, as he'll be there to supplement the hold in the point from Gwen. As the crossfire is through, layer by layer, you're looking for the opening. Fellow is going to get picked, safe spawn still there, TJ is in. Now the pressure finally starts to get to Gwen. Good job using cover, taking a fight.
And this is the issue, right? When you have these longer pushes across the map, a couple of players go down, and then you're just a little bit staggered. So 2 players go forward, they get picked apart, and now New York, yeah, you kind of push that P3 a little bit too long. You find the break. It is a full 60 for Carolina at this P4. But you rotate over towards P5. Yes, Skies and Hydra in position.
Yeah, I think you nailed it there. The last point, maybe some frustrating moments, but yeah, with 10 to 15 left, you flip out, and then you do what you needed to. You put them on clamps, you get all that time, you push out a solid lead now as our next hard point gets ready to go. It'll be NYSL's turn to try and answer. Taking a look across the slang. Nothing standing out that much except you got a little bit of an edge probably if you're NYSL by a couple of kills and you're down in the game so far, but not much of a gap.
Yeah, now can NYSL get back into this at this P5? You had that early rotation, a nice setup. But Clay, he's just playing his life, able to find one. Him and Gwyn they're just kind of finding the players in the power position, getting them out of the hill and just playing their life. They do a good job. And now they are on the hill. So you get sort of that flip there towards P4, and now you get a break here at P5. The game potentially crack it open, but Skies and Kismet, they're getting dirty, able to get right back into the hill.
Yeah, you just want to try to keep building on this lead if you're Ravens. You know the search and destroy woes. A map 1 victory would be massive for this team. They have some advantages maybe early in this series, but it gets scarier as we go. And with this time, you bring it within 50. Sib lines up 2 on the other side. So Felony and TJ, they're in the rotation 2 next, but Sib making a big play to slow them down. And Sky says, nice job, big guy, and nades him.
It happens. It happens. But much needed P5 from NYSL. They were down 50, now within 10. They also have spawns for P2. Well, kind of as Hydra's going to spawn here, his teammate in Kismet. But controlling the middle of the map are the subliners, finding a lot of the kills. Kismet, he's on 3 in a row, looking for number 4. But both teams just vying for control. You can see Kid just making sure nothing spawns up behind him. He's going to back on up as Sib and Hydra get on the hill.
Yeah, as you said, Kid still kind of working on that streak for now. We'll see if he's able to get through. It's Hydra, though, that's dancing inside of the point. The awareness is on, the comms are in, and Gwen is dropped. Nice plays there from Hydra.
Somebody gets through, though. Looks like TJ. Okay, he's going to get spotted. TJ, I think, able to spot Skies for a second, kind of climbing on up there. Just tries to push through. Maybe to sneak towards P2. Clay with a nice little slide. And hits the Renetti. This will make things messy for now.
No, Clay played a couple big moments because Hydra started to work on his spree. Kismet was on 4 in a row. Clay kills both of them and then slides in with the pistol. So nice little sequence there from Clay. Not going to lead to any time, but maybe making sure no added utility coming in the way of streaks. To Hydra we go. He will get dropped. Kismet now with the follow-up in 3M. Clay can't quite get out the window. And this has been, when was the last time the Ravens really got a point?
Yeah, P5 for a few seconds, and then you had that break right on back. It's really since the P4, it has been all NYSL, 3 hills in a row. Finally, they're going to get on here. 20 seconds left, but you can see Clay and Fellow, they're playing safe for that P3 rotation. So a great job from NYSL to extend this lead, but Carolina in a desperate moment finds some time and win the rotation.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so good, what feels like just a moment ago, but after the perfect hold, not a whole lot to write home about. Thankfully, that hold, though, is why they're in the game. But yeah, you need to kind of stop the bleeding a little bit. If you are Royal Ravens, Subliners have started to get going, starting to run away with this. You have the setup now. If you're Royal Ravens, it's your chance to pounce. To listen in now with Carolina, we go.
Tunnel save weak. I'm leaving you. Push it. They want top stone, 2 top 10. Top 10 and top stone. Got one. Left side, top 10, left side, he's back out. Catwalk, one on me, one on. I have your shot, Top to top and gives. In 10. I got one, 2 top, another one, Paco. Paco's the 3, he's weak. I need a top. Low, 1 shot. Oh, yep, saw you. 1 shot low. Absolutely, laying down. In tunnel. Save it. Post up on 1 shot, laying down, 1 shot. 1 bullet, left side stacks, 1 bullet. Hit the stacks. I'm nading it. One to the left too, yo. I'm trying to get our left. In 1 top. Gives me 1 shot, I don't have left. 1 top, Kismet weak. Kismet there, got him. Another one's still in tunnel, no? Yeah, still tunnel somewhere. We'll come left with you, come on. Yeah, we should go left. I just like, tunnel. 2 minute goal, dead, 1 more, in the room. 1 top, got it. You said 1 computers, right? No, that was Hydra, Okay. We killed top third, kids. I'm 1 shot, I can't challenge him. I'm P5 right now? Yeah, I'm looking at your P2 window. He's top third weak. Kismet, 1 shot, that P2 window, I think. Yo, 1 back left. P2 window, her trips. He's at the back left fucking, top P2 weak. Yeah, I'm gonna hit mid alley. There's 2 left. Okay. Guys reloading, 1 shot. And Kismet's there, deep mid alley, 1 shot. He's on the box, you can rip him. He's close on me. I got another one's guys loading somewhere. Yep. I'm coming front. He's got Tom. He's like front side Tom. Guys floating somewhere. I hear you front side Tom. I'm challenging. Yo, top 3. Kismet, bro. I got guys. How do we get Tom? 1 top 3rd. Yeah, 1. It's spawn front. Save front. We can time 1 bullet time, yo. 1 bullet time. 1 bullet time. I spawned in the back. I just 1 bullet time. I got the 1 shot. Top 3. Top 3 spawn. Kill me. Top 3. Kismet. On your guys' side. Top 3. Right above you guys. I heard you. I'm rolling. Top 3 got me. Child P5 with me. Hurry up. Make sure. Sib was behind us. I don't know where he's going. Top 10. Caesar. I'm 1 shot. I'm nading it. Dead. Nice, good job. I need a top. Absolutely here, bro. Your P2 pushed out? Pinch. Your P2 pushed out? Yeah, I killed the kid off hold. Hey, these tunnel guys, what the fuck? Tunnel.
You heard the comms from Fellow there. Chow P5 would be hurry up. Him and Gwen able to get the opening kill, set up for this next hard point. I mean, beginning to listen, it's like a perfect 60. After that, maybe some frustrating moments as they weren't quite able to get the break, but they're right back in this game.
Yeah, they were close, right? It's just TJ could never find Hydra on the hill, but I mean, pretty solid comms there from Carolina. As they were constantly calling out names, and then Clay now able to earn that 6 free. So a cruise missile to work with, and P5 was very difficult for them to break on through. But this time it is them set up, as you had NYSL set up at P4. Saw Clay get that player off scrap time, but this is almost a tie game. And while Clay got a cruise, so did Kiz.
1 cruise in, Gwen on 4, basically a tie game. Clay's cruise now thrown into the fray. What can he find? Trying to curl it in, not going to hit. Hydra able to avoid that for now as the seconds keep on going now for Royal Ravens. Next hard point though, ready to pop. First team there, NYSL, 3 on the outside, looking to cut him down, and Gwen's able to get 2. It's a trophy that'll take out TJ, but will Gwen's double with the Renetti be enough to get them set up? Same spot we saw Hydra in last time through, making plays. Gwen wanting to be the hero, but it's Kismet getting him out of it.
Yeah, but at least hit the cruise if you are Gwen. So a cruise on him to work with extra utility, and then off spawn, you're able to find 3. So this cruise is going to hit Skies off the hill. And well, he's just going to try to find a couple off spawn, able to find one, gives them numbers. Skies gets spotted by Clay. And it's just all this middle of the map slaying right now for Carolina, setting up for this P2. As all these trades going down, you see number 6 and Sib just trying to lock down the middle of the map in New York, just trying desperately to get them off the hill.
227, 217, 10 points separate these squads, 10 left on the hard point. You see the lock popping up on the map, bottom left is Clay. A tough gunfight there, maybe losing aim assist with the railing, and Hydra able to make him pay with the wall bang. But now let's focus on this next hard point. Set up inside. It's Fellow. TJ locating the kills. Clay with the third. 15 to go now for the victory, and spawning out is NYSL. You've got to go. You continue to cause pains if you're Royal Ravens for this NYSL side as they frantically try to scramble across. To Clayster's POV we go as he's trying to hold with the angle. 5 to go for the W. The kills are there. Quick with another double. Shut down. All 4 wiped. And those are the final couple of ticks as it's 3 to Fellow to close it out. And once again, Royal Ravens creating problems.
It's a sub base, man. It is their home. It really is. They are 5-2. Well, now 6-2 on the year. They were able to beat Seattle. It's always these close 20-point games. Just feels the way this map is, but they live in this chaos. These chaotic sub base moments. You get a couple of streaks. I don't know if they were the best streaks with the cruises to use on that P1, but it does not matter for Carolina. You get outslayed, you're able to find that victory.
A monster map there from Gwen as he puts up 30 plus, almost 6K damage. I mean, damage just by far leading the way on his particular side. But Gwen, we know he's been able to do that in the respawns. He's been so great for them. You heard Ali, though, mention kind of that 0.7 in search and destroy, maybe even where it's been a little bit lackluster. We'll see if he can carry this momentum over into the map, too. But you're talking about one of the best search teams in the game on the other side of it. But before we get to the search, let's look through some of the highlights here.
Yeah, I mean, it was just sort of a nice early start here for Carolina. You know, they did set up at P3, and then at P4, they were kind of gifted by New York. They hit it so late. They flipped the spawns out right around this moment. Get that early pressure, and that's kind of it. And then this just turns into a full 60, and then New York goes on their run for the next 3 hills or so. Carolina able to respond, but it was just sort of this back and forth battle.
Yeah, because they held them to right around like 100-ish for 3-4 hard points, as you said. Like, I thought it was just going to get away from completely. Maybe the frustrations were going to start to overwhelm them. New York was really going to get deep in their bag and start to dominate it, but not going to be the case. A couple of full 60s, the difference for them. And there were a few times where like they'd have 2 dead kind of set up around the point. Had a couple players have to step it up with multi-kills. It felt like Gwen was bailing them out. Clay a couple of times. There's some big individual moments as we take a look at the overall game flow, but all sorts of lead changes, kind of tight from the get-go.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, back and forth battle. And then both P5s, I think teams did an excellent job just really when they early set up. That's where you can see that lead come in towards the back half of the map for Carolina. Then those cruises come through, just keep New York off of P1, win that rotation towards P2, and then it's just that 4-man hit that New York not able to find any success on.
Well, the fact is, I mean, you're going to need to win that map 1. You're going to need to win some of these respawns if you're going to win this series, because unless something... Listen, how big of a deal... Okay, when you talk about, like, the online part of it, I mean, it's become pretty standard, right, that you have... I mean, it was like team houses for a while. Then, you know, sort of how your team buildings, right, where you're going to play, like different sort of setups. It's been pretty standard now for a while. They haven't had that. Is there a way that maybe it helps them a bit in search or just overall?
I mean, I think, you know, obviously when you're in the same room, it's all about an intensity and comms thing, right? Sure. We've talked about like warming up, but also warming up sort of your communication. That has to be on point. And when you're all sort of in the same room, I think there's a little bit more motivation there, especially early on, to sort of lock in a bit more with that. So I think it's a good thing for them, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I know. Like, it was more of a thing. You know, I started commentating back in the Halo days. It was more of a thing, sort of the teammate screen watching back then with like longer respawn timers, like a little bit in COD, but not quite as much. You're in the action so fast. You're all sitting there like watching your teammate screen, so not really as huge of a part of it. But yeah, maybe just. That'll help them just with the passion and stuff. You got some players that have been competing forever. Just get them in the room, get them fired up. We know the kind of the fire plug that Clay can be, especially.
Yeah, I mean that's it. Yeah, for Carolina, and then on the New York side, I don't know if sub base is it. Like They've played a lot of it. But it just feels like maybe they want that map in the back pocket for some deep tournament runs, right? But FaZe is going to veto it. Maybe Ultra and OpTic play it a little bit more and more. But you see the S&D records right there. It has been so one-sided. 21-8 for the subliners.
Well, it is interesting when you think about it, because if you're one of the top 4 teams, and right now, after Major 1, team to beat Ultra, right? Team to beat now is FaZe. Something is going to matter in that.
That's what I'm saying. I'd love to see them play like Vista.
Yeah, it's not going to matter in that matchup whatsoever. That will be banned 100%. But all right, into the search to destroy we go. Trying to see if maybe Royal Ravens can get a search to destroy when the struggles have...
They're going to continue. No.
Well, we led right into that. All right. Deep kill. Basically, immediately, his TJ ripped out of this one. 4v3 advantage for NYSL. And yikes. We'll see if Gwen, Felony, maybe can bail them out of a rough opening round.
I don't even know what he blew up to. He's using like the lobby by the stairs. But you get the bomb down. You're down a man. 2 versus 3. Now, this is the first time both of these teams are playing this 0-0 for both of them throughout the year. Usually, Invasion is the go-to.
Vending machines have come alive if they're attacking.
Well, those are Transformers. That would be horrifying. As Gwen trying to get this retake. It's doable now. It's a 1 versus 2, and they do it. The team kill doesn't matter. Fellow and Gwen clutch up in the 2 versus 3.
Listen, you look back to the search to destroy the major between these two teams, back to the invasion. Felony was that guy. He had so many moments. I know you ended up losing that in round 11, but he had the ace. He had so many bright individual spots. This guy was the playmaker. Here, a lot more of it going to go to Gwen, but the fact I mean, it's a 2v4. Well, 3v4. I mean, the 2v4 is pretty quick, right? The trade comes in almost right after, but still unbelievable stuff. And TJ's probably, oh, thanks, boys. Or Clay. He's like, thanks, guys.
Yeah, sets up Gwen. We just talked about it, right? Fantastic in the respawn, struggling a bit in search to destroy. Maybe needs a map like Rio where you can get loose a little bit. And even when the clock is against them with 20 seconds, plays can still be made.
Yeah, it's not like a high-rise or something where sometimes you just feel like you're on a leash if you have a rival in hand. Like, yes, here you definitely have some more playmaking ability, and we'll see what he continued to do. But yeah, I asked if he would carry the momentum over. It seems like the answer is a resounding yes in this round 1. Now they get the quick plant done. Felony backing all the way up, and he's going to get some info. We'll see if New York's able to isolate him early or how long you're able to dance, or they're just going to ignore him, leave him back there. That looks to be the call. Screw it.
I mean, it's the right call as well. So there we go. They're going to just start the retake. Now it's down to Gwen. Get some awkward timing with a headbutt, but all down to Fellow. He was left alone on an island. Has some room to work with. Got 1 player weak, 15 seconds left. Really just needs to find a player on the defuse.
Just not able to win the next fight. I thought maybe because it was such a fast plant, ends up being time, works against him, and maybe you just have to win. One more crazy one if you're a Fellow. But no, I think the big thing is just, yeah, I kind of said, are they going to isolate him or ignore him? It was before I finished talking, they had already ignored him. It was no hesitation.
Yeah, quick decision there from the subliners in for Fellow. Yeah, he's just hoping maybe to find one in the spawn, but he gets the info. The problem is New York just let him be, so he gets set up, and he almost has that second kill.
It's tough. It's like, how else do you play that? It's like you have to back up. You know you're going to get 2, 3-on-1 child. But then if they ignore you quickly, it's like, okay, I'm probably going to have to clutch up. Well, you hope your team gets a couple more, yeah.
Yeah, that's a 1v2. That's probably a little bit more doable.
Yeah. Now tied up 1-1. Yeah, well, Gwen with 3. The first, Kismet, now it was his turn. He's got 3.
And this is how Rio goes. We're just changing up the pace, seeing if one team's going to make a move. 4-man pushes, retakes. But it's a slow offense here for the subliners. Almost able to get Fellow. He's going to back on up.
He was unbullet, I think. He got smoked.
And it's just a stalemate right now. Here we go. Maybe the first push. Gwen and Hydra squaring off. And on the other side, Fellow survives and gets a first blood.
TJ, who originally had to back down from the nade damage, is now just getting lost in the sauce. But he's got the help there from Clay. Clay, though, traded out quickly over to Felony. Bunch of tags him with the pistol, but not quite the kill. Loses him for a second, but he's so weak. The hip fire finishes it. Now Sib, last alive, 1 versus 2, just under 30 on the clock. Bombs down. You're top mid. You're just hunting. What kind of timing do you get? Ends up being brilliant. Wins the first fight. Way to get back to full HP. 1 versus 1. TJ. Sib. Been able to get the bomb back now. Rival in hand as well. Goes for the plant. What does TJ's timing turn out to be? Turns out to be perfect. TJ wins the 1v1. The Iceman returneth for the round.
Yeah, and it starts with Fellow getting that first blood. Then that skirmish kind of goes down where New York get pushed up Eskies. But nice trades from Carolina. And I mean, Sim plays that well. Doesn't shoot at the first player. Allows his second one to come through the doorway. Just kind of hoping gets a better timing on TJ that second time. But TJ very patiently just plays the clock and knows he's got to go for the plant.
Seems like another one. Back and forth we go. These two teams, even when it's been a 3-0, the maps have been so tight. Can't avoid each other at the majors. Continue to try to make adjustments against each other as this year goes on. It's Clay, utility exhausted mid-map, just connects with the trophy. As he isolates himself on the top side of the map, it's the 3-man push now towards the A site. Point man for subliners will be Sip.
Well, he gets smoked out. And he opts to go for it. I don't hate it, but that is a risky play with an MCW. Sees the smoke down and just sprints through it. But that's not even the first blood. Gwyn almost connects onto the second, but it is a 1v3 now for Skies.
No, I mean, you nailed it. Like, we've seen, I mean, it comes to mind last week, like, Standy kind of, it was just like hits it. You find a timing with a rival, and you're able to make some sort of crazy play. With MCW, yeah, a little bit more difficult to try and come up with a play there, but Skies not able to come up with one either as Carolina get another one up. 3-1 lead. So far, so good in the Carolina camp.
I mean, I think the big thing, too, is, you know, you're really shutting down Hydra. This is a map where you just feel like if he can get loose, God, the guy can make it his playground, but he's struggling so far, maybe just getting caught. What, it's been all Kismet and Sib. Skies finally gets on the board, but 1-8 for those two.
TJ gets going now in a big way. You know, we've been wondering if this Royal Ravens team would start to click and search a little, considering just some of the pedigree you have of some of the players. Sure, later parts of their career, but S&D is S&D.
Yeah, it's surprising it's taken maybe them this long to bring Rio into the mix.
Yeah. I mean, Rio has probably been the best addition we've had this year. It really is. It's so good for search and hardpoint, but it's Clay now with the first blood. Chance to go up 4-1 round count if they can solidify this 4v3, but kind of a taste of their own medicine. It's a fast plant down for NYSL, so it's clock working against you. 30 seconds to go. TJ can't win the fight. To a 3 versus 3 now. Gwyn, though, able to take down Kismet as we continue on. 20 on the clock.
Yeah, they're going to hop this defuse, but you get all that info from TJ. And now Clay able to find the first buys, and now hits the shot as well with the Renetti. But there we go. That first blood, the numbers, and then TJ, while he dies on that pinch, he's like, hey, there is 2 near P2. The flank of vending is open. Be ready for that. But I saw 2 players get on that bomb for the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, that thing's done like as a start of that second gunfight, basically. As he hops it, Clay with all 4. It's kind of an odd ace because the kill that comes in when the defuse is already getting done, but he gets the ace. I don't even know what the winning condition was there because I think the defuse ended like right before he got the kill. It was interesting. But he'll be on the 4 streak. Now you just try to close this out. And I mean, a big part of this, honestly, is, I mean, Hydra's one of the best search players and best playmakers in search and destroy we have in this league. And you got him on a goose for 5 rounds in.
Being a playmaker, but he gets spotted by TJ. I say he was going to be behind enemy lines. It still is. Gwyn's trying to hunt for the trade, does a good job to track him. But as I say, you had sort of this execute going over towards B. He was behind him, but behind the first blood, Kiz now will keep that man advantage on their side. Does a good job snapping on a Gwyn. But Gwyn able to win the gunfight, so he's up to 8-4. Regen, so still clutch is possible, but does have bomb down bridge side.
I mean, the one thing for you, they're not grouped up, right? So you might be able to get a couple of one-on-ones. Well, that starts to not be a thing anymore.
Oh, get spotted.
Now they've gotten together. Yeah, now he's been spotted.
At least I thought he was.
Nope. Guess not. Yeah, I don't know how wide he peeked the bridge, what the time it was exactly, but he just saw one. There's a little bit of info, and the other info comes in the way of bullets. Sib takes him down. Hydra gets his first in the round. Defuse comes through easily, and NYSL get a much-needed one.
Yeah, able to work the defuse, yeah. Yeah, I thought Sib or Skies, wasn't sure who it was watching that top bridge, watching the cross, but doesn't happen. So he's able to get that plan in. But yeah, just the numbers a little bit too much. They have the MCW with the angle. A nice job from NYSL.
Now we'll see if Hydra can start to find some openings. I mean, this map, you know, it can be, I mean, there are a lot of angles you can take from mid. You can find some timings to kind of get behind enemy lines and wreak some havoc, but more often than not, you're going to have to win a gunfight to get to that position, and he has just not been able to kind of pick them apart.
Well, it's a lot of, you know, he likes to play these lurk roles, get to certain positions, make plays. Like Rio, it's just so, I don't know, sort of team-based four-man hits where...
It's just very, I guess, straight-up map.
It's just sort of these initial gunfights, and then we'll see what happens. Or you're just traded out instantly. But bomb planted, we're into another 4 versus 4. Looks like a bit of a 2-2 split here for Carolina. As TJ, Gwyn, I thought they were opting to flank, but they're going to back up through vending.
He's doing a good job making sure he can't be elusive, but if he's been taken out of this one, Sib has not. He's on 4 in a row, and he's hitting, working on an ace, maybe. Nah, it's Hydra that's going to get the last, a clean one there from NYSL. Building towards streaks is Sib. Building towards a comeback are subliners.
Yeah, doing a good job not giving you up as many first bloods. Finding maybe some more time he's top middle. Hydra using that smoke on his advantage. And then, yeah, Sib, I mean, guy's a shooter.
That's one way to describe, what do you think of Sib's gameplay? That guy's a shooter. That's good. No, it's a good way to put it, honestly. One more needed to potentially get that cruise. But the 4-1 lead. Distant memory now, and, well, the early nades. I mean, it was New York that was pulling some rabbits out of the hat at the major, right, with some of their tosses in the early going. This one, the team is able to connect. You get another first blood, and you're crawling back into this.
That Carolina now just kind of still just going for this. They almost catch Hydra, but they're worried about
Kismet's coming
where the flanks are. TJ just going to opt for the plant now, 2 versus 4. Kiz on the pinch and just buys enough time. There are those trades, and the difference, just the numbers early on in these rounds for New York.
You know, how you were kind of talking about how it's pretty straight up map. Like, you know, you can keep eyes on people, but when that starts to dissolve and you can't hold every angle, every lane is usually when there's early first blood and you're suddenly down a man who can't pick up the flank.
Yeah, it seemed a little odd. It seemed like Carolina wanted to just push through to their side at one point, and then they kind of backed away and were like, let's just plant. Hope we get some timings on our side. So maybe a little mix-up in the comms, or thought they were going to chase Hydra.
It's probably one of those things where you had a great play and then you lost someone, and then 3 seconds into the round and the plan kind of dissolves. 3 straight now. 4 subliners. No early nade first blood this time around, but they pushed out deep in the garage on the A side of it. You're just getting aggressive for information now if you're Royal Ravens. They've cleared all of mid. They're starting to push back through the spawn. They've isolated Sib. That's just great job just kind of opening up the map if you were Carolina.
Yeah, so, you know, Sib sacrificed himself pretty much for this plant. But they just wrap all the way back. With a small map like this, does not take long. So now Carolina just groups on up for the 2 versus 4. Now it just comes down to some individual plays. Kismet is trying to flank all the way through, and he might get a good timing here, but TJ reads that. Great play from Tej, and while it may not turn into the kill, at least his teammates know where he's coming from. That should allow them to work to the fuse, and it is just that.
And that's an example when you got all 4 people up and you have someone that can take that read or check that angle. You only have 2 or 3 people? Probably not. Kismet gets through again. This time you got everybody up. You make the play, you get the defuse, and yeah, you needed that one because you were a slippery slope here with 3 straight. 4 NYSL. Now you're a round away. Carolina no strangers to maybe going up 2-0 in this particular series, but still, a search win would be huge for them.
Yeah, just maybe put this in the map pool, right? Give them some confidence to pick Rio. But nice job in that round, finding Sib on the flank and just regrouping behind that first blood.
Now we'll see how they plan to attack this offense. Just sort of playing it slow, waiting for some of the tacticals and nades to come in. There's an early aggressor. They run right past each other. Kismet gets to the opening. Gwen is able to trade it. Just kind of an awkward sequence there by the Vanda Garage. Early flank though.
Yeah, Hydra gets through. This is what he's so good at, right? Just finding these little timings. And this is all just waiting on Clay. Clay is sort of flanking all the way through on a long route. And he's going to catch Skies, but he needs his teammate to buy enough time. That's all this is saying. Wait for me, wait for me. Hopefully Clay can get there, but enough time passes and Skies almost snaps. But there is Clay on the long route.
Ooh. He snaps. He just only had 50 HP or whatever it was as Clay closes it out. But, you know, Gwyn was massive there because I know he gets the awkward timing to start that, but he's able to trade it quickly. And then what? Before Hydra's flank comes through, I think Gwyn got another one before he dropped. So just a way that you can sort of keep the numbers even there. And, well, a big part of why Clay's eventually able to get there.
Yeah, I mean, even just the comments probably before that, it's Clay like, I'm giving up the flank, be ready around P2. And I think that's why that player at Boxes was ready for Hydra to hit that. Hydra with a chance there maybe to close the round out, but loses that gunfight. And then it just comes down to a couple of timings. Skies almost brings it back, but Gwyn with a hell of a series so far. They needed him in Search to step up and does it.
They did. You know, Search has been one of the woes for him. A guy that's hypercritical of himself when he's not playing to the capabilities he knows he can do. And
there'll be a tweet.
Yeah, there usually is. Win or loss, he's got something to say. But he's been such a delightful young talent. 2 great maps for him. And, you know, if you can win a series like this, there are a lot of conversations that go into trying to pick like Rookie of the Year, and more often than not, it's going to come down to maybe what you did at majors, but it's a body of work over the course of the whole year, and wins like this, if you're able to take out a top 4 team and you have a series like he's alluding to right now, could be absolutely terrific. But we got 2 maps in, Royal Ravens up 2-0, but they're no strangers to those advantages, no strangers to the potential reverse sweep, and New York have got to rally back, rip off 3 straight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Ballin' can't beat me up 'cause I'm back in my zone now. 'Cause I'm back in my zone now. My zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up 'cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Welcome back, Shaw, the subliners, as they try to think through things. Sib staring off into the sunset, staring into an 0-2 deficit and trying to bring it back.
Oh, he's doing sunset, probably just a wall.
Yeah, probably the wall, Joe. Although I do kind of want to get one of those. You know when you see in like sci-fi movies? This made me think of it, where they're on like a spaceship or something, and they'll have like that hologram wall where it can turn into anything. Like you're looking out into a valley, like into the mountains. Like,
not sure they have that.
Yeah, but that made me think of that. Like I want that. Okay. I don't know how my brain got there, but it did.
That's just a screensaver. You can probably just get that.
Well, no, but I want it to be like my whole like a virtual reality experience in my house.
Okay.
I want hologram walls.
How did you even get there?
I have no goddamn idea.
Yeah.
Honestly, but. How did Subliners get into an 0-2 hole against Carolina, Joe?
Well, they played sub-base in Rio, so that's it, and they lost both of those. Here's the good thing, though, in this matchup. NYSL is 3-0 in control versus the Ravens, and here is the last 60 days between these two teams. So Carolina, pretty solid in control, 6-3, but New York just a little bit better, and you see in those round 5s where they are 3-0.
Yeah, this is, it's been one of the problems for Royal Ravens. I mean, I'm not saying they're coming out and going up 1-0 or 2 in every series, but they've had edges. The control has been a struggle at times since the team has kind of come together, and you've fallen apart a little bit and got reverse swept. The wheels have come off per se, but at least over these last 2 months, it's been better. The respawns have been improving, but not quite to Subliners.
No, not quite. This Highrise control, I think the last 2 times they played, it's been both round 5s. So it was a 3-2 on land at our last major that New York was able to win it. And then the series before that online, that's when I think the reverse sweep started for Subliners. So there you can see Highrise control, 1st and 2nd for NYSL. But Carolina not far behind at 4th and 5th in those attacking defensive win percentages.
I forget there was one round that was crazy. There was some crazy moment in this. I'm struggling to remember like what went down. But there was some nutty stuff going on as we check out.
We're just finding stuff all the time in that office.
I love it.
Pictures of cats and dogs, and now we have figurines.
Meow! I was going to do the dinosaur noise next, but wasn't entirely sure how. Flurry of kills goes down on the board, though. Skies was the last one up there for a moment, is trying to deal with the pressure from Gwen, and it's going to come to the nade. It's able to take him down, but he's on the receiving end of one as well. Now the battle gets back to mid-map. Neither team really get anybody pinned yet. Who's that kind of working around the flank? Number 8, I'll be Hydra. He's going to be looking to find openings whenever he can.
Yeah, and when you look at this matchup specifically between these two teams, the ARs really dominate and control. Skies and Sib lead the way, both around a 1.2. The player that has struggled for the Ravens, and he's been a great control player on the year, has been Clay. He's got like a .77 versus NYSL in control, so we'll see if he steps up. Having a solid round so far. But it's Skies and Sib on a map like Highrise, kind of makes sense.
Listen, Clay is still a shooter. This guy's been competing forever, but like this is what, from a raw gunny standpoint, one of the tougher AR matchups you're going to get.
No doubt about it.
And you've got 2 aggressive subs that are going to be in your face as well. It can be so tough to do, but Gwen keeping it going right where he left off. He had a monster map 1 and 2. Bodies them here. Locked in is NYSL. Good luck. Bodies stacking. This Carolina dominate. And it was what, like I think it was like 25-25 in live, something like that. And from that point forward, night.
And that's what can happen, right? It's sort of these moments where you send 3 or 4 over towards that B point. If you watch the OpTic phase series, both teams did such a good job. When a team gave up B, they just trapped them in, giving up map control, dealing with those players on the objective. Kind of the same thing here, only this time they didn't give up the objective at all.
And I think that's just a really good start, too, if you're Carolina, because, Subliners were frustrated. You kind of saw their face cams. Like, you're in this 0-2 hole. Don't let them, come out and get some early positive momentum in this. Just choke them out like you did there. As Gwen still, they win this map and he has a monster map. It's his best series of the year. Can he keep doing it? And I have no stats to support that. I'm just making that up. But
sounds good to me.
If they get 3-0 over New York and he's leading the way the whole way, I'll go ahead and say it. But so far, so good for New York in this round.
Yeah, maybe the one player who at times kind of leads them on these comebacks is Kiz. And he was 0-4, now up to 3-4. When he starts getting nasty, winning some key gunfights, it just feels like this is a different team. As things slow down here a bit, is Fellow and Clay gonna find some gunfights? Kiz shooting at everything, poles, rails included. But he's got the Renetti, gets on the point.
Yeah, Gwen's been kind of playing safe to some degree because he's been working on these streaks. And unfortunately, he's on 4 in a row. He drops, and that ends up being Kismet's 5th. I mean, he was really trying to find a free kill if he could, just never quite able to find it. Now the crew's going to be earned as the Bulldog.
Yeah.
He's chomping at the bit.
I mean, from 0-4 to 6 in a row.
Yep.
If that doesn't really show you what Highrise control is like, that's just it. Just feels like if you get into some of your positions, win a couple of key gunfights, the map is yours. If not, you're stuck in the blender.
It's just, yeah, it's just this non-ending cycle of people getting set to their spots, just running into pre-aimed MCW. It's like, yeah, having an absolute blast. But there has been no offense whatsoever.
Just saw those stats with how good they are, right? I mean, but props to both the defenses. You are going to one player on to A for now, and that's Gwyn. He's able to win a gunfight. Allows his teammate to get off the spawn, so maybe we get a take here.
I feel like I'm watching some of those like old Lakers Spurs series. It's like final score 79-76.
And we got a take.
Yeah.
There's one.
A little bit of offense.
Okay.
Maybe leading to more. Gwyn trying to get dirty. He gets dropped. Now on the other side of it, though, looking for a tick if you're able to there. The contest comes in. Amos says, hello, where are you? Felony able to recenter and snap and get the kill. Now a tick over at B. What has happened here? A 6v11 now. It was what, a 20v11, I think? You had a 9-life favor at one point if you were subliners, but the pressure's on them to push because you're on the point. B is almost done. A minute extension coming in. Kill still flying through. The Royal Ravens are flying. Caw! All 4 are dead. Onto the point. They are sending it. The cruise has got to come in from Kismet.
Might be too late.
Will it connect? Doesn't matter.
Just a second late, and this reminds me of that cruise we saw on land, that invasion search.
Felonies, yeah.
Fellows, but this time it's the opposite party. But what does this all start with? Gwyn at A, he wins a couple of gunfights, and he gets his teammates out of it. They were trapped. If it's not for that, it's 1-1.
Yeah, I compared this to a Lakers-Spurs series of old. It turned into, I guess, like a Robert Horry clutch 3. I don't know what just happened there, but no offense to an eruption there from the Royal Ravens. Unbelievable stuff. Now up, it's this 2-0 lead, which again, they are familiar with this lead. But can they close it out? Can they find the ice? Or does Subliner slowly begin to thaw them out?
Hydra trying to find the pinch, able to find one and the second. Maybe opens up A, at least pauses the clock. TJ Joe just kind of peppering. Kismet able to back up and then a team kill. Well, not really a team kill, but Gwyn, he's off the map. So.
Only way to slow this man down right now, 15-8.
Himself.
Having a series. Kismet just looking to pre-aim and hold, but Gwyn right back into the mix. Double positive in this. Hydra maybe looking around for a trade or kill, but not coming through yet. 50 seconds to go. Just 1 minute gameplay. All you need right now if you're Royal Ravens. The things maybe start to fall apart. It's 3 for Hydra. Wheels. Maybe not off yet, but you got a flat tires. The triple from Hydra's leading to more. Kismet able to get it. 4 in a row for Hydra. Progression on the point. The second bit is done.
Somebody get a trophy down, please. This guy's been stunned 100 times. The nades, though, do not connect. And as you said, 1 minute. Now it looks like a minute is going to be added on as B is complete. The one good thing for New York is that, going down 2-0, you didn't give up any streaks, so there wasn't that extra utility for the Ravens to work with. But now the hard part, getting A captured.
And Hydra needed 1 more, I think, for another cruise. Doesn't come through. Skies is working his way around, trying to make sure he isn't like Fat Spider-Man and breaks his ankles. He does find the opening there, able to take down Fellow, but you do get 2 through on the feet at the same time for Royal Ravens. That's going to be everybody, though. Now everyone coming off a spawn. You got 2 people forward if you were subliners. The other 2 trying to rally across. Now everybody from Royal Ravens battling out of their base. The trophy's not there. The nade is able to hit. Now the gun's getting into position. Gwyn can't quite dance. And the last person here is Fellow. Does he win it? He does! Fellow goes huge!
And the key here is you're trading so well if you're Carolina, right? You're only leaving 1 player alive. You are down in lives, though, so have to start tipping the scales towards your way. Finding multi-kills as a squad, and they are doing just that with map control. TJ, oh, he does find the one, though.
Ooh, nice little drop shot at the end of that is Sib. Nice individual moment from him yet again. 5-9 the lives department. Another banger at the tail end of this round. Hydra trying to get aggressive. How many can he find? Able to at least finish one before he drops, so the rest of the kills come through. No respawns remaining now.
It's one, though.
4 Royal Ravens, 3 versus 6. Clay on the point lurking at the offsite. You've got Gwyn. Here we go. Clay able to win it. Tries to get away with his life, but the trade does come through. 2 people left. TJ, Gwyn trying to go monstrous. Gwyn, another. But he's traded out all to TJ. Daddy up 1 versus 4. Good luck. 1 down. That's all he'll get. And
was close.
Now it just feels like deja vu.
It's some of these key gunfights. You know, Sib won 1 more on A. I don't know who the last player was from Carolina, but if they win that, it's a 4 versus 5. And that's kind of the problem. With Sib winning that next gunfight, there's only 3 players alive for Ravens. It's much more difficult to trade effectively. Get them off that point. If you have a 4th man up, there's a chance, but they bleed them out through the lives department, and this man, Hydra, kind of opened up the round.
Ravens in desperate need of CDL points. Are a round away from some much-needed ones. But at times they've struggled to close out against teams, against subliners. Just trying to get it done. Hydra looking to get loose again. Nice recentering there as the drop shot comes in, but he's able to track. Number 5 in a row would have been there, but falls just a little bit short. Now we'll get to the point.
Yeah, nice trade so far for New York, holding map control, dealing with trophies. There's a little breathing room as Gwyn is trying to potentially work the underground. He's kind of the one player, but he's just hoping his teammates find one. Just get some of that, yeah, they know they're gonna look down here sooner or later. So Gwyn's just hoping, like, if you get a kill, maybe there's an opening, but Sky shuts both of the players down.
As he gets to, you gotta reevaluate this next push if you are Royal Ravens. You get staggered a bit again as you're trying to push out of this.
Dude, fellas had some of these long gunfights, like through fences and boxes, that he just has the composure to keep winning them.
Yeah, just kind of recenter, track when maybe the assist isn't there. As once again, the push gets thwarted and it's looking like we're going to a round 5. Another solid defensive effort from subliners about to come through. Nobody gonna get close. To round 5 we go.
You know, I'll be honest, through all the chaos, I wasn't counting takes like I normally do, so we'll see who has round 5 defense.
Oh, honestly, I kind of blacked out in the round.
Yeah, you were cawing like a bird.
Yeah, I turned into a bird. It's my superpower.
That's your superpower?
I just can't fly. I just squawk.
Okay.
So I have none of the benefits of a bird.
Got it, the bald eagle.
Yeah.
Without wings.
It'd be pretty cool to fly, though, right?
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
To the final round we go.
Okay.
Composure being tested for Royal Ravens. Resilience on the line for subliners to try and get this series a bit deeper. You had such a great defensive start if you were Royal Ravens in round 1. Can you do it again? So far, so good.
Yeah, there's 3 dead. You'll take that all day. Sib, though, does find one just to clear some breathing room for his teammates. Nice shots. Everybody kind of focused on him, so his teammates out-spawned. He will get out alive, and now they can start another push. Sometimes honestly, just that one more player.
Yeah.
Just getting them some breathing room.
You've seen 3 or 4 down.
He's going to have to do it again, though.
3 or 4 down can lead to a minute wasted off the clock, right? Like, it can be huge if you get them trapped in.
He's doing it again. He's looking for number 6.
Sib in a one-man army, but that army will drop. 4 life advantage early now for Royal Ravens, and you're just hoping, can you get them pinned? A little sequence of that can milk the rest of this time. 35 seconds to go, and you've got a series victory. Gwyn's still been doing it. 26 and 18 in the game. Felony back to fighting through pipes, poles, and grates. TJ, 5 in a row.
Yeah, looking for number 6. not gonna find it. Hydra is there, but the key, nobody on the objective. It's Carolina defending it. It's Clay sliding around. There is a trade. Power positions, though, over the Ravens. That's going to be 3 dead at a crucial time. Sim is the last man. That is all 4 as Gwyn flying through up to 29. Almost able to snap on to 30. Gets caught onto a box.
That damn box is Gwynny Poo. Nearly another 30 in the respawns, but it's desperation time with 11.9 to go. You're back onto the point if you are subliners, and a chance for a heroic moment. Oh my God, not again, sweet baby Jesus. As they're about to get another minute extension, and there it is. A minute 11 now to work with. Person on the other point as well. They're able to get the kill off of A, but you got to rebound now if you're Royal Ravens. This time around, at least you have a little bit of a life advantage.
Yeah, I mean, who again is it just trying to compose this map? It's Fellow. Hits a nade onto A, then wins the next gunfight to give them some map control. On the other side, though, Hydra has come alive these last few rounds. He's up to 33. Now trying to make the Deddy play through underground. Is someone going to pick this up? He's just saying, buy time, I'm here. He has arrived, able to find the first, now trying to finesse and play his life. His teammates on the point. That's going to be Skies, and that might do it.
They got to get back. They got to try back and try to fight this. You just need half of a tick to go. Someone's got to get in and try and contest it. They're not able to do it. My God, New York. They come away with a win, just on the verge of defeat, just enough to get it done. Hydra,
it's in here. He's like, I picked Carolina to win, so I'm at the desk ready to gloat.
Brother, what is that map?
I mean, they went Gwyn's 3-piece. There's 4 dead. What? And they all just died.
Yeah, they did, Joe.
You gotta find 1 at minimum, or 2.
You know, I hated that I kept just alluding to it. Right. I think I said about 5 times they've been in this spot before and let us play. And ultimately, they did, Joe.
Yeah,
they did.
They did.
They're a breath away from a series 3-0 over subliners. One of the better wins they've had. And Gwyn is going hard in the paint. He's putting up numbers. 6K damage again, 30 plus.
And on one side, we talked about sort of sub-base being this thorn for New York. I mean, in this matchup, Highrise has been that thorn for Carolina. Right? They're just not opting to play another control map. But, I mean, they're moments away. Moments every single time. But New York's just got the edge.
Exactly. Like, how do you think, like, oh, it's a map thing when you're so close? Like, you probably should win these last 2, at least, that they faced off. But, you know, when I think about how little time was on the clock, listen, there were a lot of moments, but you know what it might be for me? Like, no bullshit. Sib in the beginning of that round. Just making sure they didn't get pinned in, because if they got like that 3-4 down right away and locked them in, Joe, they got the point with 11 seconds left. Those 11 seconds don't exist if that goes differently there. Well, he bought them time and kept them out.
Yeah, he did it at A as well in the previous round. Him and Hydra just staying on the objective. We saw it from Gwyn as well. Just these players making winning some key gunfights. And sometimes that's all it takes is to win one and buy time. Bring the attention back to you.
And, I mean, a great play by Hydra at the end. I mean, obviously, you know, he takes the route. He takes the route, but what? He gets the kill. A great job being elusive, and then also sort of the trigger discipline not to, like, kill his teammate. Like, he was trying to help him on the point.
Well, luckily he had to Renetti.
Yeah, I think he hit him with, like, a burst. Yeah. But, like, if he kills his teammate at the point, clock starts to run. Someone's got to scramble over. That might get a little bit crazier, but, like, big-time players make big-time plays as Hydra helps them out of the tail end of it, and it is a doozy of a map.
It's right here. It's 4 dead, and what happened? I mean, I'll have to go back and watch, but it just collapsed.
It is a collapse of what could be very, very painful proportions. Is one of these teams needs CDL points a whole hell of a lot more than the other. And
well, and this is kind of what the Desk was talking about. The worry now, when you go deeper into this series, it looks very one-sided. This is a great map here in Rio Hardpoint for New York. They're sitting at 4-1. The last map, Karachi, they are 7-3, one of their better S&D maps. Now it's scary here for Carolina.
Well, yeah, because if Carolina win 1 search, I'm like,
yeah.
Two isn't really a thing for them. Now, they're going to need 2 maybe, but maybe they can close it out in the hard point.
Yes, we'll see.
We'll see if it goes that far. But this just feels like another moment for them. where it's just so close and it slips away. We're going to take a look at last time these guys played where it went the distance. This is back on February 16th. So this is actually the qualifier. So this ignores like the stage 2 match they played on land. Yeah, but this is the last time they played in qualifier. This is how it went. So they were up 2-0 on the Highrise as well in this.
Maybe 2-1. It was something like that.
I'm pretty sure it was 2-0. I think it was 2-0 lead. Did I make that up?
Might have been 2-1, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. No, you might be right. You might be right.
But I mean,
I'm still going to pretend it was.
You see the problem here. It's like you start to get now, well, you're not having invasion hardpoint. You have Rio. But that Karachi S&D is lurking there, map 5 again. It's lurking there, saying hello.
Sure is. And they got slammed, obviously, in that one.
And now it's just this mental battle.
Well, I mean, I think you think about it in a couple of ways. On the mental side, you look pretty defeated if you were subliners, but now you got the juices flowing. If you're Carolina, I mean, yeah, it's like we thought we had it. We thought we had it done. And if you're Gwen, you're like, you're the rookie here. You're putting up a series, like having a series. 1.42 thus far, doing it across all game modes. And I think if I'm him in this moment, when you're a rookie, you're like, boys, I did enough to get the win here. We're still going, though. Does he still have something to tank?
Yeah, there's sort of this. I mean, you play this a lot if you are Carolina, 2-4, but 4-1 for New York. See, there's some, kind of all over the place. Rotation first for New York, 11th for Carolina.
The time where we casted Ravens and they looked really good here and got a win was when TJ and Gwen were playing very well. Like, they got out to a hot start. Am I psychic, you think?
I don't know. You might be the script writer.
I might be, but they got out to a hot start, and they really just kind of took over from the get-go, got them at victory. They were flowing. We'll see if they can do it again here.
You might be the main character.
That's like the third time I've just said something and it's happened this series. You love it when it works out that way.
Yeah. We'll see. He's up to 3. There's 4. Not going to find a streak, but a nice start here for Carolina, as you said. But Hydra's fighting back, as he always does. We're getting scrappy on P1. But now over to this rotation. We saw, yeah, just in those stats. You had first rotation if you were NYSL, but I believe it was 12th in holding. That's got to get better.
Yeah, no, it really, really does. And you did a good job of the setup there of your sublighter to spawn Ravens exactly where you want it, all the way top left. You are a mile away from this point, so you're going to have some nice wiggle room here to get set up, but a big win from Clay mid-map with a rival out. And a win, he swaps over and wins one with the MCW. Might open this push up a little bit, but the players left for subliners doing a good job.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of get to the areas that you want if you are Carolina for the break. You have them focus on the flank. You get someone pushed up White Van on the hop up. It's just Kismet who wins both of the gunfights, then plays his life. He's on 3 in a row, gets his teammates off spawn. Now we're trying to flip those spawns if we can, if we were NYSL. And they do just that. They flip the spawns for this P3.
Oh, and that kill onto Gwen comes in at the perfect time, so you get the teammate to spawn up with you too, and now you're cruising mid-map. Nice little sequence here from subliners. That's 4 in a row for Kismet. We'll see if he can continue that, but yeah, I mean, you have what you want if you're Royal Ravens. You had a 3-on-2, they just couldn't win it. Now 5 in a row for Kiz. As where TJ started strong, he's slowed down, but Gwen's still going, man. 9-4.
Now, the good thing here for Carolina is you found a couple of kills towards the back end of that hill, which allowed the setup maybe not to be as perfect as they wanted, but Kiz gets 7 in a row, and then all the kills go the way of subliners. So now you have this setup. You have this space to work with. You're hunting down their push. You get to your spots.
Looking for more. That's going to be tough as a double child's in. He gets it to 8 in a row before he drops. Time continuing to rack up 4 subliners, but double digits first. It will be Kiz, and we'll see when that streak maybe comes into it. Hydra's in trouble as he's going to get caught with his hand tossing nades, and Gwen puts him to sleep as he's right there matching Kiz so far.
I mean, nice shots by Skies on rotation. Fellow is still there.
Nice shots.
Sky's gonna find it now. That's just when this new hill pops up, right? So you don't really have a great push here at P4 quite yet. It's gonna take 5 to 10 seconds to really get that start here for Ravens.
And same thing with like the P2. Yeah, they've had them pushed out so far, and now Kiz is heating up. A chance for another streak, maybe to come in for Skies if he can find 2 more. You feel this starting to really unravel for Royal Ravens in this map and the series overall. The guns are getting hot. You're vibing right now if you're subliners.
Hyzer up here. You have this crossfire with Kiz on the pinch though. This would be majority of the push, but they read it. Kismet and Hydra. You talked about the subs on one side of Carolina getting going, but it has been a much stronger response here from Kismet and Hydra.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just turned into the Gwyn show on the Royal Ravens side. Everybody else sitting right around double to triple negative. Not really matching the gunny. Granted, you've had very tough rotations for a lot of these hard points where you're pushing into a setup subliners team. So the numbers should reflect that, and they do. But now you need to answer. You know, the sub base, when it got a little bit sketchy at times, you were able to lock it down with a full like 45 to 60. That's going to hit a rooftop.
Well, he dies in it, so he loses control. So he dies, so they're able to hunt him down as he calls that. So the crew's not going to connect, and that is gone. And as you said, you get a 3-4 dead. You get a clean setup, trying to fight on back. It was NYSL at P3 and P4, kind of combine that together to earn this lead. But the Ravens, not out of this one.
Yeah, it wasn't like a lot of like scrappy time they earned in that one, right? It was just like the, what, 3 like kind of perfect holds they had that were the difference. And that was a little scrappy at the end, but it was really just the early setups and holds that got them going. You get a ton of time here. You might lose out on 5 to 8 seconds of it, but the rest you're able to rack up. Now we look toward the second set of rotations, and I mean, what do you need to do better? Not be spawning out as far when new hardpoints are going to pop? If you're
don't lose 3 hills in a row, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of it. P2, P3, P4, all NYSL able to grab. So I guess considering that, you'll take it only being down 40 points. Is Gwyn now on 5 in a row? Can he earn a cruise? Is hoping a teammate can get somebody weak. Hoping somebody's here to bait for him, and he doesn't want to overchow. But a stun's going to make this a little bit tougher, but doesn't matter. The cruise is in.
I just hope we're talking about him having one of his best series all time in a win and not in a loss. That's what gets a little bit scary, because it doesn't matter if you don't get the series dub. But yeah, another heroic performance so far just from a stats standpoint if you are Gwyn. But this is what you got if you were subliners last time. You're able to get late into the P1. You spawned them out so far, and now you get the same setup where you're going to have to hike across the map. You have like 15 left, though. This time is a little better.
They're going to go early on this. Okay, so they want to win this rotation. Hydra with a beautiful flight, by the way, through boxes, able to catch the entire team on that last push from Carolina. And now the cruise is in, so they were just pretty much using it to fight for map control, and they do just that. But you still have some close spawns, so the pressure will be right back here for subliners.
It's just, yeah, last time the whole team dropped, they dropped with 5 seconds to the hardpoint pop. This time it's like 15, so they can at least have a fight here. They didn't even have a chance to like fight early at this hard point. But at least they've kept it scrappy. They're trailing by a little over 30. Clay's still trying to get forward to the car to pick up kills. I mean, if you can't get a lot of this time, can you at least maybe clear subliners out of it, make sure they don't get in it?
Yeah, you have a trophy down for Sailors. That just goes away. As NYSL behind that cruise. Thought maybe they were going to lose this spawns, but able to win some key gunfights. And now you can already see Carolina doesn't want what happens last time to happen, where they got flipped about 5 seconds ago at this P3. Have a very wide setup, and that's going to be Gwyn on the hill. Up top, you have DJ. Down low, you got Clay.
Another one of those moments where you got to try and answer. Now, if you're Royal Ravens, you called out the setup. Now, what can they do behind it? So far, so good in the early going, but Kiz, who wants to play Disruptor, not going to happen. It's a flying TJ. It's able to take that fight and continue to hold the time. Subliners, their backs have been up against it. They're trying to get a break. They're trying to rally and push this to a map 5. They just got 3 kills. Here we go to the comms with New York Subliners.
Stay down, Paco. Stay down. Go back, don't go T, dead. They gotta have some more. For sure.
One shot.
I have jungle. I got 80 guys on one shot. I'm playing half wall. I hear you.
I shot behind him.
I have skis. One pitch steps, one skis. Skis in the back door, skis.
I shot him behind you.
Oh, he got through. He's coming. Go good, plus 60. Nice, go left. Got
3.
Nice, Dante. Nice, good shit, Dante.
One shot, bro.
He knew. Gavage, one bullet, he snaked me. Gavage, one shot. Take off time. Go top floor. The garage weak. One more. Garage, play weak. I shot 3 times. He's gonna go on the white van. Gavage, good shit. Stand stacks on the white van.
I'm waiting boxes.
White van, on the van.
Nice.
Boxes. I have your boxes. Nice, Dante. Nice, Dante. I have the cross. I have the cross, Bucko. Yeah, I got our pinch.
I have boxes. Wait,
you're getting flipped the puck, are you? I got the pinch. I got stunned from somewhere.
Another break, and you're streaking. Sib on 5 in a row. Hydra on 4. Joe, what were you seeing?
Well, I mean, Sib he is locked down this part of the map. He stayed alive middle of the map. We started to listen. He's like, I got 3. So his teammates were gassing him up. Hydra flies on through off spawn, gets a double or triple. But with Sib's positioning at boxes, Carolina had to worry about the pinch time and time again. It's just some of these singular gunfights that are putting Subliners in a better spot to win this map.
They are so close to getting it done. It would rely on a miracle now to take this map forward, as you're basically in a 100-point hole, and now the streak's going to start to rain in. From up above comes Sib. Able to hit Felony, blown to the wind. TJ still there. Is TJ able to at least get one, trying to hold on as long as they are able to.
Yeah, TJ just trying to do what he can. He's on 3 in a row, back on the hill. And they do a very good job. So 5 kills as a team behind the crew. So no more crews to work with, but you only need 7 more seconds if you are NYSL. So they can take their time. Worst case scenario, they get in a good spot for P1.
Just 7 needed for Subliners. Can you somehow do this if you are Royal Ravens? You had that insane round of control that had me screeching like a bird. About to make me party again if somehow you're able to bring this back from the depths, but they push in, they pinch. There's just enough time to close it out here. They're too far out. That might, no, there wasn't. I guess there wasn't.
No, I think he just got off of it. I think they would have won there, but he gets off. They get set up for P1. Okay. Hydra just wants a dirty bomb. He's got it, and we're going to a game 5.
I looked up, I thought it was 7 needed, 7 on it. I'm like, oh, they got the win here. Then I was confused for a moment, but the fact is, you get the dub. New York bringing it back in maps 3 and 4. Some monster moments from Hydra, Sib, the whole crew really, and just, I mean, the comms were on point. There's a lot, listen, even when you get 3 or 4 kills for an individual player, it's a team effort, but lighten up the feed. They had some individual monster plays.
Yeah, but I think just sort of the way they were working the map, they were just a step ahead there of Carolina, flipping some spawns at the right times.
Felt like that the whole game.
Finding some key breaks, the flanks by Hydra, Sib locking down the middle of the map time and time again, but also just the slaying a little bit more one-sided is, yeah, win 29. And now you need the rest of the team to step up for this game 5.
Yeah, Subliners definitely making the game just a lot easier on themselves. I mean, when you're watching, popping through POVs, it just looked a lot harder.
Yeah.
At times if you're Carolina, because you're just always trying to break, always spawning out deep and having to trek across the map. And I don't know, it's just frustrating when you're spawning out, running for 10 seconds, dying, running for 10 seconds, dying.
Yeah, and then you see the enemy score going up, right?
Yeah,
Tough where, what's the right play here? We have to give this up and rotate. I think they did a better job in the second set of hills, but the first set, just so controlled by New York. They kept that lead the entire game, and as we saw in that series rewind, we're going to a game 5 Karachi again. And New York, yeah, beat them 6-1, stomped them.
Yeah, we've seen, obviously there's been the GA of the Ordnance Glove, so probably not going to see any cute plays on Karachi. Like maybe we saw at the major, but whether it's been some of the wall bangs they've been able to come up with, some of the nades, they've had some amazing spots. I don't think we'll see anything new, but we did see some of the tricks they had at the last major. But we now get ready for the map 5. Yeah, as you said, it was a 6-1 win for Subliners last time they faced off. Oh, Joe, Royal Ravens, are they going to crumble again? Have Subliners simply rallied too far as they look to close it out? Quick break, then the map 5.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Continue on, ready to rock and roll. A shot again of the Subliners camp as they get ready for this map 5. Honestly, not that different from more frustrations like after the map 2. Yeah, Sib's still staring at the wall though, so not a lot has changed for me there.
It's working.
Yeah, no, it is. He's been locked, dialed in. Guys shooting.
But I think they look a little bit more focused. Hydro probably with the comms with the coaches. We know Sender just one of the great prep work there. They always are ready in search and destroy. But as you said, Karachi S&D, the back half of this series looked one-sided. Map 4 was one-sided. We'll see if something switches up here. Can Carolina win 2 searches to take down New York?
Lordy. You know, it's just one of those things where, I mean, listen, NYSL are a fantastic team, top 4, fun to cast. I'm probably going to win a major at some point this year, but find myself just rooting for the underdog, you know, just because Carolina are in trouble. Want to see if they're able to do this, you know, it just...
Speaking of dog, though, I mean, 1.35 in Map 5s. Kismet sets the pace for this New York time in these situations.
You know he eats dog food before major matches?
That is not true at all.
You know, it gets him really into the mode, the Bulldog.
That is awful to think about. Depending on if, like, the dog food you used to buy, or however expensive that was.
Phew. Well, Gwen, he is potential record. You know, I've been talking about it since map 1 really might be one of his best series. Only a couple of guys that have had like the 100 plus, but you look at like a Shotzi, a Simp that has set those kinds of numbers. It's record watch for Gwen now, who's got a chance to maybe set that. But so far, looking for more action here early on. It's a 4v3. TJ ripped to I think he's got 1 health. Gwen finding 1. Felony follows it up. Skies.
Oh, he's 1 more bullet. 1 more bullet on a fellow, and now fellow just in a reposition, waste his time. Yeah, once this beat bomb is down, you have numbers. Okay.
Wow.
Nice snap, but yeah, you get the first blood on the kids, you get the bomb down, and those were rounds where at times maybe Carolina would let slip through. Sort of a retake scenario with bomb planted over towards B. That time it's very smooth.
Hey, you got 1 round last time. You already got 1, Joe.
That's true.
Already got 1. It's only improvement from here.
Unless they lose 6 in a row.
Then you didn't improve at all.
That's right.
It's a good point, Joe. We'll see what kind of map Gwyn is able to pull off and what kind of numbers he gets, kind of just look at the bigger picture of the league. But what was it, 12? 12 in the map 2?
Yeah, 12 in map 2.
But again, it doesn't matter if you don't win.
Kismet is flying. He saw nothing cross to B, and this setup for Carolina is really just almost like a retake towards B. You have number 4, that's Gwyn. He's up top. They're just kind of waiting for a play like that, and well, it is the right play. They set up the trap on a Hydra. They get a first blood, and again, you have the numbers. You could play the retake over towards B.
Well, I think if you go back and watch, you know, their map, they're thinking of that 6-1 loss. I'm sure Hydra's finding openings. You know, he's a guy that wants to find gaps and make plays. You set stuff up for him, but Skies is finding kill after kill. Clay brings it back to a 2 versus 2 at least, as things seem to be falling apart. Now it'll be Clay and Gwyn versus Kismet and Skies. And Joe, you were
stressed.
You were a little stressed after that sequence.
I got stressed. They brought it back though. Just you play the retakes. It's not the end of the world, but that's all good. Kismet now 1 versus 2. A bomb down middle of the map. Not really where you want it. Does spot 1, so Clay not going to expect that.
Well, now a chance for Gwyn to keep this going. He's already got 2 in the round. Looking for number 3. 1 versus 1.
Well.
12 seconds to go. Deddy up, as you said. Bomb recoup.
It's the right bomb, though. It's the 50-50, and it's the right bomb. Gwyn is where he wants to be. That is a 50-50 play, and it pays off.
His tear continues. Now 4 for Gwyn. As a truly elite series for him. And they're up 2-0, and now, hey, you only got 1 last time, now you got 2, Joe.
That's true. There's the improvement.
Yeah. So even if you lose 6-2, we got better.
It's looking better. It is looking better, though.
No, it is. But you still, can you get 4 more? You know, a lot of times for teams like Carolina, Boston, Rocker, those teams that just play people tough, it's just a breakdown moment or a search. Maybe the breakdown moment already came in the control. You brush that off, now can you win the game 5? Clay will be on the offsite. 3-person execute through red.
And Kiz is just hanging out. He's waiting inside of the bus. This is one of those plays, right, where you're kind of hoping Carolina thinks Skies is the only player over here. And look at this. They kind of rotate off of this. Does Carolina. So it's a bit of a 2-2 split. They have to deal with Sib, though. The one player here. He's going to basically call for the rotation, so Skies now in a better spot to help him. And the bomb's rotating back into Junkyard. This could be the round, how this pays off out. And, well, it's looking better for Carolina right now because you're not going to be ready for Gwyn to be in that spot.
Yeah, and maybe if you could snake, Hydra probably dances and gets a kill, but he's just got to lay prone. He's trapped and dropped. Now Skies lurking, trying to wallbang, not able to hit. Gwyn on the collapse. He gets the angle. He gets the kill. His series continues as Gwyn with another one, but that was just that was an insane round. There was movement all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right call from Carolina at first, and then they're worried about Sib. Skies rotates on over. They're basically just keeping them guessing. And you try to get aggressive, does New York. As we're going to see Gwyn's POV.
See, this actually stinks too that TJ took that because that would have been number 6.
Would have been.
I don't think he gets the kill. TJ did, right?
But Gwyn was also the player who stayed A the whole round.
I mean, and TJ just trying to help him. Not saying it's a bad play, but like you would love to get number 6 in the streak, right? He's 6-1. 3-0 advantage. Dude, imagine if this was like the Avalanche back in the day and they had that mid-map stuff. That bus just started driving around mid-map. Dude, how cool would that be, Joe?
Don't give anyone ideas.
Lurking is Gwyn. We're keeping with his POV because he's on 5 in a row. And
well, I mean, Kismet has distracted the entire team by himself. He's drawn 3 players. His teammates don't really know that there.
Gwyn's here!
And yeah, this is his place. A double headshot, 7 in a row. And Carolina's a 4-0.
He is taking over. Maybe just trying to end the Rookie of the Year conversation. Just put himself back in front with just a dominant performance here. Gwyn, one more time. He's tied with the record for overall kills in a series, with still potentially many rounds to go.
And again, I mean, Kismet drew 3 players to be. just the collapse over towards A did not work out well, and Gwyn just on an island. He's able to find the timing, take down 2, and as you said, has the cruise. It's desperation time. Kismet just right through the middle of the map, though. Well, he's going to find the first blood. He says, you know what? We're down 4-0. I'm going to start taking risks. Let's just take over this map. And Gwyn's going to call in the cruise as well.
And it's not going to hit. You're in a 2v4. Interesting call there. TJ, though, he's on 3. Smoke maybe to bail him out, but now as Gwyn drops, he'll be the last one alive. Nice shots there from Tej, but he will get traded out. And you said Kiz taking risks. That's a good point, because like sometimes like there's been a couple searches we cast for subliners. What comes to mind? Like Terminal versus Boston. They're down like, what, 4-1 or something. A 1v3 from Kiz. A big moment from Kiz. Some aggression from Kiz where he brings them back and they start stomping forward into search. Like he's been the catalyst for them in some of these search and destroys. Now, can he do it again? The streak's wiped off the page. You get a round up of your subliners.
Yeah, I think the comms are maybe just a little off from Carolina. But he calls in that cruise, and 2 of his teammates die. They're probably just trying to use the cruise to
it takes
get
a while
to B. Just get to B, yeah.
Guessing it's before he starts that process.
I'm sure. Just forgot his password in the
He's not like, 2v4 streak. Here we go, boys. I doubt that's the case.
And we're just going right down the middle of the map again. Just Hydra and Kismet are like, screw it. But look at this. This opened up a route for TJ. Thought for a second, but looks like maybe he was spotted.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he was or not.
Looks like they have an idea of somewhere here. Yeah, they absolutely do. Sib's checking every corner.
Well, didn't check well enough.
No, he looked at him.
First blood for Tej. Smoke out, finesse.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
party. Help comes in, able to get another kill. 3v2 advantage now for Royal Ravens. TJ still up. Pop up, not going to work out. Hydra there for the kill. Gwyn, though, tacks on another, and now it's a 2 versus 1. Kiz just said he can be the catalyst. Can he pull off the 1 versus 2 now with 30 seconds to go? Gwyn's got the record now after that kill for most kills in a series, but you still have to close this one out. This would be one of those rounds where things unravel. If you let Kiz win this 1v2, he's gotten bomb back. What can he do with it?
But again, you're keeping 1 at B, so Fellow's here right away. Even if this bomb goes down, oh my gosh, he snapped. But Fellow wins another tough gunfight. Man, if Kiz wins that, I mean, wins across the map. But he's ready for it. Nice little re-snap, hits the jump shot.
Ends up being a tougher gunfight than probably he was expecting, but...
I feel like every single one for him.
Yeah. You get to match point. 1 more round. And, well, you give him a taste of their own medicine. Last time we went to this map 5 and it was a Karachi, it was a 6-1 subliners win. Royal Ravens, their chance to do it. And a chance for a monster win for the organization and a monster series for Gwyn. 9-2 now, looking for double digits. Potentially both search and destroys after his S&D struggles. What are you seeing early in this round, Joe?
Yeah, nothing through the middle of the map this time. Sib, though, does get aggressive. And that means Kismet's going to go. Look at this. Again, just, all right, I'm going to take the risk. I think he gets spotted, though. He does. Number 4, Gwyn, all the way back junk. Able to see that, so he gives a call out to Fellow. And that's just nice teamwork and aware what's open for Carolina.
Now they're trying to see how they want to execute this. Bit of wrapping back and forth. Point man towards A will be Gwyn. He has made some plays.
Honestly, this is what Carolina have done very well on offense. It's just made New York think.
Keep them guessing.
Yeah, overreacting to 1 bomb site. Now you see you have to keep Sib over towards B. So it gives you the man advantage for now on the site. But yeah, they're always guessing. Where is this bomb going to end up? Sib is still staying there. Bomb being planted at A.
Well, he got the info. Gwyn's gotten shots into 2. You can close it out here. 3 versus 3. 1 more round and the series win is in for Royal Ravens. We thought it could be a day of upsets. A chance to start off with one. Time dwindling. 25 to go. You got to start to pounce now if you're subliners. Is the desperation is here. Time to go. TJ gonna drop. 1 has fallen. 2nd will drop as well. They collapse. Oh, on Gwyn! Of course it's on Gwyn! 1 player left. Hunts it, finds it. Gwyn seals the deal with a record-setting series for Gwyn and a much-needed win for Royal Ravens. Gwyn is different.
We don't get the Gwyn reaction because they're at the new facility. Cams are off, but I imagine they are going nuts in that room. And they needed this one. They have been in this position before, not able to close it out. They win 2 search and destroys against NYSL. And Gwyn puts up 24 across 2.
That was a fun one as a commentator because it's like, there's a lot of storylines, some history this year between these teams. Ali talks about the struggles in search and destroy for Gwyn. He has a game like that. He drops 12 in both the search and destroys. It sets up the same way as the last series with like a 2-0-2-0 edge and almost collapses again. But this time they close it out. They dominate the map 5, and Gwyn, I feel like I've said his name 700 times, but he was disgusting.
No, he was. But honestly, their game plan on that map 5. Yeah, great prep work. They were ready for pretty much everything. Just looking at that round 1, right? Hydra just jumping in a top fountain. Boom. That's a first blood. Looked a lot more patient, kept New York thinking. They'd rotate bombs back and forth. You even just saw in that last round, like Sip did not leave the bridge until the bomb was planted.
Yeah. But that's, listen, Fridays, sometimes after it, usually the weekend's kind of set up where the matches ramp up over the course of the weekend. And sometimes, Fridays you get these 3-0, 3-0 bashings. Not the case so far today. Game 5 banger. Carolina get much needed points, and to break down the mania that was that Game 5 series, we get it back to the desk.
Maven is still red in the face. That's how exciting that Game 5 was in this series in general. And nameless, you went out on a limb. You had the lead and you picked Carolina anyway. I thought after watching that Highrise game that we were going to see NYSL come back. Ravens get it done in Game 5.
Yeah, it felt like that was brewing a little bit, right? And even when I saw that Karachi Game 5, I'm like, this has New York written all over it. But the way that they approached that, so beautiful. We saw a couple rounds that did 3-1 splits, playing cross at the very end. You find Kismet, you find the players that are trying to sneak through. Or the 4-stack on B Street on defense. These are the type of plays that I just love to see. Excellent gameplay out of Carolina.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights, Ali. What impressed you most in this Game 5?
I mean, on both sides of things, Carolina Royal Ravens, I was extremely impressed that they were able to take away that sub-base map #1 because New York subliners have a tendency to start out really slow in these early respawns, and that allows Carolina Royal Ravens to capitalize early and clutch up in the end as well to make sure to take that map 1. And then map #2, when I talked about it, he needed to transfer the slang from the respawn into the search and destroy. As we go into Rio, he drops 12 and 8, and then we go into Karachi, 12 and 2.
24 kills in 2 searches. Not bad.
Doing the dance.
It felt like the switch they needed to be good at search and destroy was kind of like, hey, Gwyn, you can play in an island some of our trickier rounds, right? Like, we'll work together. Gwyn, you make some noise and be that nuisance, because situationally, he's very good, and you can see it like in clutches in that 1v3. His intuition is there. He knows that guy could be on bomb. He goes and forces the chow. He played so exceptionally well through this series, and they set him up as well. A lot of credit has to be due to them being in the same place.
A rookie steals the record for most kills dropped in a single match. It's 115, and it's Gwyn with your scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at some of the best highlights. I mean, you started 8-1 in that search and destroy. You get a cruise missile before round 5. This guy was on fire from start to finish.
I think what's crazy about it as well is, like, Gwyn's always been a consistent player when it came to the slaying, but there was just some sort of confidence about him throughout the entirety of this series, and they almost kind of choked it again, right? Like, we talk about the reverse sweep versus these two teams, and it started in the control. We saw it happen again in the Highrise, and then we go to a map #5, where typically you see these teams start to get a little bit locked up, getting faced with this disparity again. Gwyn says, don't worry, guys, I got us.
Even in the maps they lost, he went insane. That was one of the best series we've seen from anybody, let alone a rookie. That was nuts, man.
Shout out to Carolina. They found something special, and he is putting up some league-leading numbers. Taking a look at the numbers here, 115. That Game 5, it was only 7 rounds. He leads the squad in first across all different categories. S&D was my favorite to watch, but his respawn was even scarier at times.
His respawn has always been scary, though. I think that's kind of the thing that's always set Gwyn apart, especially when it comes to Carolina Royal Ravens, and I believe we're going to be able to talk
about versus the top 4 teams dropping numbers like that, we got to give him some credit, man. We got to talk to this man.
Leader of the lobby, Hydra Who. It's all Gwyn today, and he joins us live. Congratulations on backpacking this team to a Game 5 finish. 6-1, 24 kills across your search and destroys. What did you do today?
Honestly, just a good series out of me. My teammates set me up for greatness. Just all thanks to my teammates.
I mean, for sure, Gwen, but we do have to talk about Search and Destroy because that hasn't really been your strongest game mode recently. So what's the biggest difference between pre this match and this match? Because, I mean, it is night and day. You went from a 0.7 to now you have, like, an over 5.0.
Yeah, honestly, I'm an S&D kid from heart, so the beginning of the year has been really insane to me for S&D being my worst mode. But recently, I've been putting in a lot of time in 8s, tourneys, everything. I play S&D every night, trying to get better. And we've been going over our own S&D, which is helping me find my own spot in the game. And TJ is calling the strats, and he's putting me in good spots.
Love it.
Love that. Seems like you and Teach have a really good dynamic in Search and Destroy. There goes old man Clay. Speaking of that, comes up and gives you a hug. You guys are all in the same place, Gwen. How's that been? You know, getting together, talking about your match. Like, what's the process like now, being in person versus online?
There's just so much more energy when we're all together. Like when it's online, like it's just so, the energy's not there. It's not the same. When we're all together, the energy's great. I think that's the biggest difference.
Gwen, who is louder throughout that series, Quaster or Fellow when they watch your clutches?
Fellow easily.
We love Tyler and the gas he brings. And of course, Gwen, final thoughts on the Royal Ravens. You guys are looking very impressive here in stage 3. What are the goals moving forward? Who's going to be your toughest challenger?
Goals are always to make winners. Like, we're tired of these loser starts. Like, we can make a run at land. If we have a winners bracket, it's gonna be so much easier. But yeah, that's our goal, is to make winners. It's the biggest part that we want to do.
Well, you just took down a top 4 team. Congratulations on the double. Let you go celebrate with the boys.
Thank you.
He sounds like Adam episode, doesn't he? A little bit.
A little bit.
The same voice.
I don't hear it at all.
I hear it.
I'm going to definitely send Adam the clip and let him know you said that. Awesome stuff here in our very first matchup, and it gets better after this. Where are we going for champs? You might want to stay tuned throughout the show. This is the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Setting device on Bravo. Final minute. Countdown started. Round secure. On to the...
To make the play. It's been all about him all tournament long. It can come down to a 1v1. Oh! He's obviously having a big performance there over at that Train Hill. This guy is looking to finally really pick it up. He's had a few slower maps, but I guess he's finally caught his bearings. Now 16-9 and forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside of their face, as that's going to be 5 in a row. How about 6? It's 6 for Capsidal. He is woken up and erupting right now on the subliners, making 8 in a row.
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
Oh, take a look at this rush. Take a look at this aggressive play from Minnesota. They make their way in through middle. They instantly hop into this B zone. Standing with a nice little angle. Oh, what a play! Oh, it finds 3! Eli with the snapper.
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. No, he's whoa! He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough, and Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1 down doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
Welcome into the Call of Duty League, everybody. Here in the 2024 season, we just saw one of the most ridiculous upsets as the Carolina Royal Ravens take down their opposition. Will the Subliners get some revenge? Probably so. Before we get to our next match, though, featuring Seattle and OpTic, we've got some great news, Allie. What is it?
We're going to drum roll you right into the champs announcement and where it's going to be and when.
Time to find out where we go in July 18th to the 21st. Book your tickets and head to OpTic Texas's Champs event. Nameless, this is going to be nutty.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely insane. In July, in Texas, they're hosting it. It's going to be an epic battle, man. We love Champs, and man, that logo's looking good up there.
Credit Union of Texas Event Center. Rocking that OpTic jersey, playing for a championship title, is going to have the fans on their feet.
Oh, man, and OpTic looks so good this year. They keep improving. We're going to get to see them coming up pretty shortly. It's exciting times.
Let's start with the squad that will be hosting Champs. OpTic Texas has been on a roll. They didn't take our Major 2, but they made it all the way to that grand finals. And on the way, they made a lot of teams look bad. Let's talk about what they're doing online recently, as I have been watching AG and Shotzi just crushed and rank play together. Now they get their 2 teammates, the full squad.
I mean, they are disgusting. OpTic Texas, against everybody but Atlanta FaZe, they make it look way too easy. It's off the back of how strong that respawn has been, but not only that, they have gotten so much better to search and destroy since the first stage of this season. And I'm looking at players like Dashy, like Shotzi, who have actually been struggling versus Atlanta FaZe, but slowly but surely taking the steps in the right direction now.
Yeah, you know, they've been great at control, great map pull, played it all there. The search and destroy has been extremely solid. When their back's against the wall, they typically clutch up. The HP has been okay. You know, 13-9 from stage 2 until now, and on active duty maps, this might surprise a lot of people. They're actually 8-6, so desperately need to work on their map pool, which we saw versus Atlanta FaZe. We got to the very end, the wire of all those maps, and they're doing that once again in this one. Players to look out for, I think Pred is the guy to look out for. Okay. Because sometimes he's picking up kills, and they're not finding a ton of success. He needs to be involved in these plays so it doesn't feel like Shotzi hero ball at times, which that's how a lot of their series in stage 2 felt. So looking at Pred today.
It's the gun buddy, guys, and the logo, I figured it out. I just saw it there on the AR. Talking about this OpTic squad, though, it's not just Pred here. The team needs to clutch up, but against bottom 8 squads, these guys are 13-1.
Did you say that
they take care of business.
What?
That stat is versus FaZe. It's basically all versus FaZe.
Yeah, negative T-minus, 5 and hard points 30.
Let's talk about the other side of this fight here. We'll get into the numbers. Seattle's Surge has been on a struggle bus against top 4 teams, but they've made some new roster moves. Will that help them out today?
I'm going to go with no, simply because they do have to go up against a very tough opponent in likes of OpTic Texas, and they did make a move, and you know what? 04 has shown us some great things when it came to the search and destroy, but Seattle Surge was already a really strong search and destroy team. I will say they are coming off a win versus Carolina Royal Ravens that we just saw take down the New York Subliners, so maybe we could see another upset on the day.
Well, hey, listen, all right, so they made 2 roster changes, right? Like last stage, they bring in Brezzy, did a little bit better. Now they bring in 04. Both the hard points we saw in that last series with 04, he played well. 27 kills in each of them. He's high pressure, search and destroy. He's fantastic there. And in this series, they have the 6-star that they just won in the last one, and then they have a Highrise, which they are definitively better than OpTic Texas on that one. So you feel good about it. And then for Abuza, he's the X factor in the Monster Energy pregame.
1v1 champ.
1v1 champ, leads the league. He won 7 of them. Search and destroy is where he shines, and that's also their best game mode. So you need him on point.
And respectfully, I mean, what are we doing? Last day at Hardpoint, 1-7 again. The only win that they have is on 6-star versus the Carolina Royal Ravens. But I will say the following sub-base was only a 20-point loss. So again, slow steps in the right direction, and it's a good thing for them that the new maps are being added into this pool because of their play style.
Well, I will say, if they take game 3, go all in on Surge. They stink at that game mode, Ali.
I mean, yeah, they're not the best at control. But again, because they're such a strong search and destroy team, they could just hit a Nuzlo. Well, not really a Nuzlo. We're not going to They're going to hit the search and destroy.
A little murky. They got to steal a hard point. Name was taking a look at the maps. Where can they have an edge over OpTic, if at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think OpTic are testing a lot of maps here, right? Like Seattle, they're good at 6-star. Both of them are 1-0 on it. Highrise is the big edge. Seattle is 3-0 versus Texas is 0-4. So if they can take advantage of some of the trials by OpTic, they have an opportunity.
All right, it's time to get into our Scuff Pick'ems and make them official. Nameless has somehow made it all the way up to 86 points. Congratulations. Make it 87. What do you got?
I got OpTic Texas in this one. I just don't think Seattle are ready.
Don't worry, Puckett. I think you're going to get to 80 there eventually. I'm going to go with OpTic Texas as well.
I'm way ahead of the fans. Look at those nerds. All right, I'm going with OpTic as well, and the fans are siding with me to get the party started. We have 2 fantastic casters. Gentlemen, take the party.
What's crack-a-lackin', friends? Ready to party into what should be a very interesting series indeed. Nameless, I think you're right, man. There's a couple of opportunities here. There are some chances for maybe a Seattle surprise. We'll see how the vetoes have gone. Mate, how you doing, Chance? I've had Ali in my ear for the last couple of days doing challenges. It's going to be weird to have your dulcet tones run through us.
I mean, hey, we'll switch up the tone and maybe a couple phrases as well, but maybe today's the switch up for the top 4 versus the bottom 4 teams. I'm still just reeling over the performance Gwynja has had. Rookie of the Year front runner. He balled out in a series where a team, or like the fans, thought there was no shot that Carolina would have been able to win. And well, here we are in another series. I don't think people have the high expectations of Seattle to be able to win. Maybe expectations the same as me being able to complete a sentence, Miles.
Woo! Well, we'll find out what will be complete here. We're starting the series off with a fun one, some 6-star. It has been a welcome addition to the league thus far. Spicy hard point, a little bit of everything for everyone. And most importantly, another shenanigan-riddled hill over by the pool. Find out if Seattle are truly the kings of the seas. The 6-star is upon us. OpTic Texas is going to be a tough opponent. And they're hosting champs. That was a surprise announcement. Huh, fans?
Yeah, no, it came out of nowhere for me, sure, but excited to get into that. And of course, well, from OpTic, I mean, almost assuredly going to qualify. These guys have been fantastic. Seattle, much more desperate to get those points, and the desperation might continue even off the opening break. Surge struggling just for a bit. Sharksy, I think, is what we're going to call him on this map. Able to start off 2-0. OpTic getting a decent chunk of time. Maybe bad news, they haven't flipped the spawns just yet, but certainly they're keeping the map stable.
Yeah, spicy opener. Nice work there from Brezzy04 joining in there in the feed, keeping that hard point very much in the hands of Seattle Surge. Kenny there, up top by the DJ booth, finding at least a bit of damage. 04 flushes him out, takes care of business. Over to Bruce, not really letting anyone over towards this side of the map. We're going top right-hand side towards the lounge. That is going to be our next hard point. And so far, OpTic, the lead is dissipated. It's a lovely comeback there in the second half of the first hard point from Surge, but now the new one beckons.
Yeah, well, Surge also just hand and gift wrapped that spawn rotation over towards OpTic. So Surge dropping the ball, and well, guys like Kenny taking full advantage, playing the distant depths of the map right now. Just hold on to the spawns and his instincts on point. The Gunny, however, hands of 04, able to put the pressure on the flank while the hits coming through the front to Surge. One gunfight from 04, and they are able to break it right down. Who needs to rotate when you can bully your way through like that?
Yeah, 1-5 was all it really took. Great work there from Seattle. Boot continuing the run. Here comes Shotzzy. Nades are there, taking on old teammates. Not enough, though. Beautiful work from Dashi. Perfect timing with the coverage. 04 still alive for a moment. Last man. Brezzy wins it. A few more super seconds going the way of Seattle.
Yeah, he's holding back with nades as well, stopping Pred in his track. So looks like that SMG duo, Pred and Shotzzy, debating on whether they'll when they push it or they want to go prone, wait for the kills to fall into their lap, but they get picked apart along the way. Neither Pred nor Shotzzy able to pick up a kill. Good news though from OpTic, at least one of them will spawn right in the back. So for Surge, a brief moment and with the team kill coming through to break down the unbreakable hill. However, it looks like the AR players from OpTic showing just how difficult it can be. There is a dent made, but not enough except for the back spawns coming through.
Yeah, it was a dent. Still close, though, from Pred, and he is on his belly. Oh, my God, the timing. Is it going to matter? No, finds at least one. That's going to count for now. Shots, he can't get the second of Boozer, winning another brilliant 1v1 engagement. 5 and 5 for him, but those kills have been so important for getting the hill. Can he take down Dashi now on the approach? P3, a tough one to get into. A tough cookie to crack. Who's cracking cookies? Questions and answers that we will not be getting here. With 23 to go on the point, it's a good look from Surge.
This is a great look from Surge, too. Maybe a small mistake on the rotation there by OpTic, right? 2 SMG players fall, then the team nade that rolls through opens up the door on a hill that is, I mean, maybe the biggest money hill on this map, but if it's not this one, maybe it could be P4. Opportunity from OpTic to show off the goods, but Abuza just being a nuisance, keeping those players away. As he gets traded out, though, everybody on Seattle seemingly going to fall to the hands of Kenny, and the full 60 might be on board. Had about 35 seconds as the hill popped. We'll check the score after the hill ends.
We'll see how it goes. Pred's going to be the front man here. He's got Dashi to back him up. Top security is going to be Kenny overwatching the boys, and in the meantime, Shotzzy's doing the wrap. Here comes Sukanabuza over the top side. Breji coverage. No one able to find these openers yet. Kenny with a perfect angle there, keeping the boys safe. It's 3 in the feed for OpTic. They're going to hold this one together, 30 to go.
Yeah, that was so easy too. Nice simple play. Shotzzy roaming the middle of the map, and he's just playing the timings on the flanks. He's waiting for his team to get engaged and then jumping in from the kill, and well, Shotzzy lets that destruction continue. All these errant kills, Surge is feeling the pressure. You see, even after they actually get the break over towards Old, still turned and worried about Shotzzy. So it might have not have been the full 60 OpTic we're looking for, but they do win the rotation battle again. Kenny making his way towards the pool. His teammates picking up all the kills, and OpTic Texas, they flipped the switch when they needed to. A good hold here, and the comeback well and truly will be in.
Kenny has got his flippers and his armbands on. He's the one soaking the time in the pool, not just the sun. Nice work from Shotzzy on the top bar side. Gets 2 before being brought down by 04. That's going to be still wonderful time going the way of OpTic Texas. Here comes the hit. And Pred's going to be in the feed just to slow the Surge players down on the approach towards this pool. Kenny, nice work again. OpTic, it's watertight by the pool. Another for Kenny. Great time again.
Hill's watertight, and well, Kenny, the guy to seal it shut. That is a perfect hold, at least so far. Still 25 seconds left. And you see, like, the 2 different games the OpTic teams are almost playing, where Shotzzy always in the mix, being annoying, shooting players in the back, and everybody else, it is the funnel system. There is a cruise for Kenny, a near perfect full 60 on the pool hill, and well, I think they're going to be able to take the lead as well. That is 2 hills back-to-back where OpTic, again, flip the switch, make the comeback, and, well, Surge right now, they need to stop the bleeding. They have a very tight setup around P1.
Yeah, wonderful first go around of the hard points here on 6-star. The first set, both teams relatively even Stevens. We'll see if Seattle Surge can find some success in the second turn. Shotzzy looking for the entry kills, another point, a mere single before being taken care of. Surge are back on it. Abuza, the man on your screen, keeping the time flowing for his boys, now keeping the air safe. As that trophy system goes down, it's a contest. And Kenny is in there, and he is having one hell of a map so far.
Yeah, 04 was down by the pool, but he left the lane open for Kenny just to go and break it down. So him and his team on a different page in that small moment. And once again, OpTic still at least holding down the right side spawn, struggling to get the kills, though. They're going to go 4 down. So final 20 seconds, Surge going to be able to collect that with ease. But instead of going for the spawns, you see the angle Breji's taken. Doesn't quite have the stare thing going in full effect, but he's waiting for maybe Dashi to over-approach just a little bit. Surge waiting for the kills to fall into laps. First one's going to be successful. Next one's successful as well for Breji, forcing Pred to back down, and OpTic might have the spawns, but for the moment, they do not have the time.
Looking for 5. Doesn't get it. Pred's there. OpTic swarming the inside of the lounge. Anything but relaxing in this tiny little square. Breji on the outside. It's Dashi to bring him into the death screen, and whoa, 4. Nice turn and burn with the Renetti, keeping the time going though. OpTic, as Kenny manages to fly out of vents and hook back at it. It's non-stop action. Red ain't walking out of that event without a haircut, and that is again a non-stop flurry of action that Seattle come out on top.
Yeah, and 04 has been on point on this hill as well. Get some kills, stay alive, let Hook show up and trade out a couple for you. And meanwhile, just soaking up that time. So a strong P2 for Seattle. Final 15 seconds, though. OpTic are going to take it. But this is, again, in my opinion, the true money hill on this map. Surge get the setup, and we got to go to a listen in as well to see how they sound.
What Kenny? Yeah, in front, hop. They're going front.
Back up.
They're shrinking. That's right.
Don't get shrieked. I'm hitting P1.
Yeah, I'm staying here.
Nothing long, guys. He can shriek in white.
Hey, fuck up. On time. That one's wrong.
P1.
I'm watching wood. Kenny Wood. White. I'm flanking white. Last guy white. Nice. They're gonna come front. They already come.
He ran on you.
I wait. No time.
Wood.
I need your wood.
Dead.
Close to me. Shit on. One more. Stop. Stop.
Give me a second.
Everyone play.
I made it.
They're gonna keep flying at us. I'm here. Back to there. He dropped. Wood, one shot. Wood again. I'm on wood again. Kenny.
Wood.
Stop. Dead. Wood.
Still wood.
One speed. One more. Missing shots here. No, never mind.
Yeah, he's laying out on top, guys. Close. I sent someone you statue. He's gonna hit P1.
Yeah.
I have you. I'm watching you.
Yeah, give me a second. I need to find out. He's statue. Watch out. One speed. Stop. We're in the top. Underground. Weak. Yeah, push out. Drop on time. Behind on time. Left one on time, okay?
I'm
about to hit the back with you, bro. Okay.
Let's do I'll play long. Starting deep. He's in the house now. Guys.
I'm here.
Nothing stitchy.
Drop.
Stitchy, guys.
Near me.
One stitchy.
Two there.
Drop.
Dead.
Nice. Drop. I'm coming. Big 15.
We can push him. Go.
Take your time. Someone's waiting for us, okay?
Jordan, he might be deep.
Okay.
Yeah. He's gonna be deep for sure.
I'm trying deep.
Everyone's outer together.
Hey. Yeah, check the corner. I'm checking the right corner.
Exceptionally fantastic volume from Hook there in the Seattle Surge listening, and that man wants it, Chance.
Oh yeah, say nothing about Hook if not being the most intense people in the league. Kenny, well, he dominated the pool hill last time. This go around gets traded out. Pred, natural habitat here in the water. These are the ever-present battles. 04, pull out a pistol. Does this man not have a pistol?
He does. I like it, though. He's trying to bait Pred out and let his boys get a little bit closer, and that is exactly what he was hoping for. Shotzi and Dashi, though, go spearfish and take care of 04. He was hoping for some help, didn't really get it. Can Breggy get in there now? He's hunting for a Pred, but that Apex Predator is absolutely... He's just juked him from down low. No one can find him. God. They can't track him down. It's so difficult to get into the pool. Dashi, he's the lifeguard right now, and no one gets close.
I thought shooting fish in a barrel was supposed to be easy. They're having a staring contest with Bread. Can't get it done, and well, OpTic off of that hill. That is how they end up taking the lead. But back towards P1 we go. Surge are going to be here first. The steps push coming in from OpTic, and they got the pinch as well. Abuzo fighting for his life. Doesn't last long. The pinch is in. OpTic currently have the time.
Dashi, the king of the hill, soaking it away. This is the game ender if you could hold on to it for OpTic. Seattle fighting their way forward. It's a funnel through this side of the map. Dashi pressing them back. Pred with the nades. He's run out though. Can Dashi get it done here at close and personal with a Renetti? Kenny comes to save the day. OpTic still soaking it. 10 for the win.
And the awkward spawn flips get red as well. Last-ditch effort here coming in from 04. Cannot last. OpTic off of the domination of the pool hill. They're going to get it done on 6-star. They stop the Seattle Surge onslaught.
And Seattle looked fantastic from the get-go there. That was a very, very strong race from them, but not enough to close it out there as OpTic. It was the pool hill. I think you called the statue hill as well. Chance with shots. He got there quite early. And again, that P3 we saw in the second set. Endless contest there. A battle of attrition from OpTic that they walk out on top with. Seattle Surge, good pace, great shots, not enough in the end. 6-star comes to a close. Map 1 in the books.
Yeah, and that's an interesting one as well. Surge, it looks like just getting completely mollywopped in the damage category. Like Kenny threw up 6K. No one could even break 5 on the side there for Seattle. So certainly on the kills front, on the damage front, and even those assist numbers from OpTic Texas are bonkers comparatively towards Surge. But I think really it was that really like P3 hill. Surge go into it. It's a money hill. They had like a 180 to 130 lead, something along those lines. And then OpTic Texas literally just bullied them from the front side of it. Constantly able to get the jump ups to the top hop, able to flood around through long. And like it was fighting tooth and nail. It's not like OpTic got a good chunk of time, but the fact that they had enough slaying power and pressure that Surge wasn't able to get the time, well, OpTic flipped the maps on their head, and certainly P4 and P5 are where Texas had the most success. So really just a skill diff, I would say, in the kills column there from OpTic that bought them map number 1.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, especially some of those more open hard points, these pull hard point, really long lines, brilliant angles, and fantastic. There's interlocking coverage from the OpTic boys. They're always watching over each other. It was so hard for Seattle Surge to get in there. You know, it didn't really matter. There wasn't any trophies necessarily at play. It was just getting to the pool seemingly impossible. Great work there of OpTic as we look across the highlights. Hook, though, once again, masterclass individual moments, but not quite enough in the team side. Chemistry there from Seattle Surge. Still lacking a little bit. We'll see if they can't find a little bit more. 04 still relatively new to the squad. Plenty of time yet to come there. Kenny, no chance once again. OpTic's MVP, without a doubt.
Oh, yeah, no, Kenny's a straight-up monster. I mean, the hill time, fantastic. Main Slayer as well. Damage output was there. We're seeing the flanks he's making at the same time. So always those heads-up, high IQ plays. But you see the fight that OpTic just had to bring to the table. Literally off the back foot, just from the jump the entire game. Didn't take the lead until the, I mean, quite literal last hill. So that is impressive, efficient work from OpTic to be able to pull off that resolve. But I mean, for Surge, really just sort of dropping the ball. Again, it was like that first P3 rotation, like OpTic had the air. It was the dashy team kill on Pred. It was one guy spawning out, not getting into the mix. So like a small mistake early, but then after that, even off the back foot, OpTic's on point. I just want to know why 04 was just staring at Pred in the water. I'm still so confused by this.
I think he was honestly like he was hoping he picked, like called him out, maybe he live pinged him, who knows, but like just waiting for his boys to show up because we've seen how inconsistent the Renetti can be in those gunfights. Pred fired like 3 bursts, nothing landed. He was absolutely fine. So I think he was maybe waiting for some help, waiting for someone with an MCW or Rival 9 from up top. Who knows? Difficult situation to be in, but either way, man, the pool, it's an absolute mess every single time. We've actually got a clip. Here's Pred's POV. So this is what it looks like when you're underwater and he sees 04 coming. I mean, this is great anyway. But look at that. Not a single bullet hit.
Oh, well, yeah.
So 04 is playing that space really well. He knows how hard these fights are to take, but Dashy's there for the coverage. So what you were going for there from Surge is one thing, but Pred and OpTic just a little bit too much there. Pool hard point, boys and girls. Take note. It's an absolute pain in the ass.
Yeah, and I guess seeing the pistol shots from Pred on 04, maybe 04 is like, there's no point. Like, the bullets aren't going to connect anyway, so why bother? So, might have answered that question, but Pred looking like one of the best Australian swimmers out there. Ian Torpedo, if you will. I do love the deep cut. Also, I got to say, great form in the water. Like, that's absurd acceleration you have from, like, a 0 mile/hour starting point. So, Michael Phelps literally could learn from the character models in Call of Duty.
Absolutely. This is very, very deep swimming analysis coming out of Chance there. But good stuff. That's the first map in the books. We go back to 6-star for our final map in the series as well. But, hey, man, exciting stuff. A very, very fun series so far ahead of us. I think, I don't know, Chance, for me, Seattle Surge, it's tough seeing that they made it all the way to the end of the race, only to be overtaken on the final corner there. So, you know, it was the checker flag for the OpTic boys. That's good staying power, though, against a team of this caliber. I don't necessarily think you're going to see that in any other hard point in this series if we get to go there. But that's sort of the treat of 6-star still being quite a new map. Not everyone has it down.
It shows their potential, yeah. Maybe an early showing for the maybe quick learning curve that this team could potentially have. Or, again, just getting bullied out and outslayed. But I know for the sake of Search and Destroy, 04, new man on the squad, that is certainly where he has made his name. So maybe look for some pop-off potential. Of course, OpTic Texas, a very dangerous team to be going against. Their S&D also top-notch.
Oh, my God. Well, we'll see how it goes. S&D so far in the Major 3 qualifiers. OpTic looking good. Looking very, very good. Seattle Surge not terribly far behind there at 4th. I mean, we'll see how this one goes. This should be a real good contest between both our teams. Hook's comms in the hard point, another talking point there. And we've not heard him be that loud. I mean, throughout Hook's career in the comms charts, there are times where he's silent killer. There's times where he's the guy, you know, not necessarily leading the charge like we heard him there. I'm very interested. I wish we could listen to the Search and Destroy just to hear what it would be like. But so far, I think a very passionate Seattle Surge looking to right the wrongs and turn this entire season around. And a tough team to do it against, but a fantastic test for them here against OpTic Texas.
And it's going to be a fun one as well on Highrise specifically. Certainly not the most played map there from OpTic, but an opportunity for a map where you can make a great number of plays. I mean, I'm even learning from like the 1v1 streams from Shotzi. You can dolphin dive from the top crane to get back on the main section of the map. Never would have thought that to be possible. Showing off the creativity of like shooting the canisters next to the propane tank to get the timing for the explosion. So Shotzi is certainly a player. His in-game IQ basically uncontested. He is quite literally a wizard on the sticks in game. So yeah, I know OpTic have certainly been putting in the work on the overtime, and it'll be fun to see if Surge actually can contest. I know they're going to need some degree of the pop-off potential, but it is certainly a squad that has it.
Don't forget as well, today is Dashy's birthday. What a day. He's having to go to work on his birthday and put up some big numbers.
Damn, a day early for him too. He's got to be so disappointed by that.
He's having to put up numbers. This is what they've been looking like against the bottom 8 teams though. Big Bruce, he and the boys have been having a very, very good time so far. The top 4 this season absolutely cemented, written in stone, etched in marble. And at Champs later on this year, under that OpTic Texas banner, we'll be seeing a big old event crowning the greatest team in the world in the MW3 season. History written. I'm excited to get it. Mate, there was one thing I wanted to bring up. You talking about Shotzi in the 1v1 situation. Isn't it crazy that Pred is his practice noob? Isn't that?
I will say that's A, disrespectful. B, the hard points, it was a different story. So the practice noob, very intense. Pred in the hard point. I can't, there's like Shoot House, whatever the name of the map is. Yeah, just a lot of fun content coming out from the OpTic team, as is tradition on the content side of things. But I know these players are going to be feeling good going into map 2. A 13-1 like record count overall against the bottom 4 teams is insane. And if I remember the graphic right we had at the start of the series, or maybe it was at the top of the show, Surge against the top 4 teams, I think their map record was 3-21. So their series record has been dismal, but even on a map record front, shout out Danny, big fan. Yeah, 3-21 record overall. That is, like, that's really bad, Miles. I needed a thesaurus to go through like the actual lengths to find the appropriate word, but again, maybe just dismal or dire or desperation against the top 4.
Look, it could be way worse. It could be, right now it could actually be 4-20, but you know, that would be pretty perfect, but we can't have that, can we? I mean, it's tomorrow, but regardless, 3-21 versus the top dogs, not ideal. Seattle Surge though, this series is far from over. And we're seeing again, like one name was brought up on the desk, you know, you get some of those funky picks from OpTic Texas, maybe not necessarily the best of the best they've got. That's what Surge are able to take these moments. Abuza though, talking about the 1v1s earlier in the day, here's the stats from that as well, chances. S&D. Dashy is number 1 in the clutch department, and this is just a wonderful, wonderful treat for those at home keeping count. Both of these 2 players in this matchup, in S&D, they're going to be the ones we're keeping our eye on.
And I'm doing this off the top of my head, so I might be slightly incorrect, but I know the clutches stat entirely, it is your 1v1s, 1v2s, 1v3s, and 1v4. So any 1v whatever situation you have in S&D, not only is Booz the second highest on the list, but I think he's like the number 1 when it comes to the 1v2 or 1v3s as well. So it's not like he's being gift wrapped at a bunch of like 1v1s. Like, he is earning so many of these clutches that he has been having. So if you're in the contentions of guys like Insight and Dash, those are great people to share a podium with in any given statistical category, clutches especially so in S&D. So that is a man to pay a great deal of attention to in the later ends of the rounds. I know certainly at the start, Hoop can be an absolute first blood machine. He has the record currently in the year for most first bloods on a map, and I mean 04, a very dynamic playmaking caliber sort of S&D star as well. So Seattle Surge maybe building a puzzle with the pieces they have for the game mode, and we'll see exactly how they can contend with OpTic on Highrise if we get to it. You know?
Oh, we'll get to it. One little thing I wanted to bring up, Abuza in his player cam, the only player cam we have available for Seattle Surge, that Ethernet cable running just in front of his little backdrop. is a nice shade of Seattle blue. I love that. Those boys are on brand. That's what I'm talking about, baby. You think Atlanta FaZe are on the red ones, Chance? That's why they're so fast online?
Look, I'm not the right guy for this job. Someone's got to call Killa, see what he's doing at the moment, and get the intel. He will have detailed statistics of different colored cables and how well they perform. So maybe this is something he could give advice to Surge on if they can't quite close the hard points out. Maybe staying on theme gives you a boost, but this is somewhere where, you know, my intellect gets dwarfed by some of the greater Call of Duty minds.
Well, speaking of great Call of Duty minds, Abuza's out. See you, mate. I think we're going to get this match started in anytime soon. Something must be wrong with the lobby, but we'll get there ASAP, friends. OpTic Texas getting iced somewhat after their hot performance there on 6-star. We're going to go to Highrise. And tomorrow, I'm sure there'll be plenty of high eyes on 420. It happens every now and then, folks. You have to stay strapped in. Make sure you're on the edge of the seat. Because at any given moment, a dad joke is on its way. OpTic Texas now just passing on some like last-minute chats. Pred's showing the boys something, like a crazy meme he's just spotted or something. And again, for the folks who missed the announcement, OpTic Texas, they will be hosting champs this year. The league is looking very, very different indeed. The green brick wall up top is now a gold one for the championship weekend 2024. Grab your tickets right now. I know some folks are having difficulties doing that. I've been receiving some tweets, but optic.link/champs. The website, you're drowning it. You're absolutely drowning it. You're clogging it up. Everyone's doing the very best job they can to get those tickets. July 18th to the 21st this year at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center. There are some great pictures circulating online already and already discussions about how they might be setting up the venue. But leave that to greater minds than ours. Get your tickets while you can. I have no doubt that they are selling out fast.
I'm starting to think getting older is having like a growing appreciation for credit unions, because seeing that like being the event center is going to be very exciting for me in my old age. But I know exactly what Pred is talking about. They're just going over the VOD of Surge and how they'd like to play Highrise. Obviously, statistically, Surge very strong on this map, granted with a brand new roster, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if Pred is like going through the Challengers VOD, going through 04's personal stream, and just clipping out Highrise things specifically. I know Pred is incredibly intense when it comes to the preparation, and that is clearly what he is saying to his teammates.
Yeah, he's definitely not looking at memes or watching fight highlights, or I mean, Dashy's very engaged. Shotzzy as well. I mean, I can't tell you with absolute certainty what order they're sitting in right now. Kenny's not having it though. He's definitely
yeah, Kenny is off to, well, stage right, but our left, or I don't know if that's stage left. I don't know. Kenny's on the far right side. Pred is in the middle of Dashy and Shotzzy, and Dashy is at the opposite end of Kenny.
Do you remember, I think it was the Cold War season, where we had like a separate stream set up, which was run by the OpTic guys, and it was just showing their player area. I loved that. I mean, I know they could hear me. You should bring that back, boys. It was great to watch the reactions in real time. It was great to, you know, everyone could just sort of watch the fellas sitting, doing their thing. And I mean, I remember a lot of weird comments about footwear all the time. It was like, who's wearing slides, who's wearing, you know, Birkenstocks. It was an interesting time to be on the internet and alive watching Call of Duty.
It's strange times. Those are deep memories. I know OpTic, again, always on point on the content front, and obviously on point with the behind the scenes content aspects as well. So whether it be that specific camera in the background, or I mean, they'll do stuff like at events with this where they'll show like the sort of coaches corner behind the stage, and you can see the look of like how stressed out the coaches get, more stressed out than the players more often than not. Certainly when the intense matches are going on, because you can see exactly how stressed out OpTic Texas is in this moment. And by that, I mean Shotzzy doing his best to stay awake as he's peering into heaven.
He's thinking, yo, chat, what is this?
Is this where he gets his strats from? Like heaven opens up and just the light bestows upon him Call of Duty knowledge?
Well, I do think...
Is this how he does it?
There's an old, I think it's the Greeks had this idea about what, you know, genius is. Genius isn't something that you have. Genius is something that comes to you, and it finds different ways, whether it lives in your home, whether it visits you when you're on the road, when you're walking, you're thinking. It's not something that people have. It's something that is bestowed upon them at a seemingly random moment in time. There's a great moment where Tom Waits, the singer-songwriter, was driving down the LA freeway. He didn't quite know what was going on. All of a sudden, bang, genius struck. And he didn't have any way of writing down that moment because he was driving at, you know, 80 miles an hour on the freeway. So he looked up at the heavens and he shouted, "Can you not see that I'm driving right now?" Shotzzy, though lucky enough, sat there in his sweet razor chair. Genius hit, and it went straight in that head.
And Tom Waits, a man that'll be going out west, serving as inspiration for Bane and maybe inspiration for these players on our leaderboard. Overall, KD. Kleenex is a standout because the 1.34 looks fantastic. However, all that I see is Gwyn with 205 kills already. That's what happens when you break the series record for the year. You stand like a titan amongst the rest of the league. Of course, you have Toronto only played a single match, so the KD obviously looking a little bit better. But just to see Gwyn up there that high, that is a spectacle. And I want to know if he can actually keep that sort of momentum going. But certainly watching him play, he is genuinely a very fierce player. So worth watching for sure.
The crazy thing as well is Gwyn's got so many deaths as well. Like, he's put his game 5 matchups, obviously their series are running a little longer than the others, but absolutely unbelievable work. For those of you who missed Gwyn's performance today in the opening match against the New York Subliners, well worth watching. The game 5 in particular, Gwyn is an absolute pimp. He was slapping all series long. A historic and record-breaking performance. And God, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you what, we're ready to play. It's time to get in Highrise. Map number 2. Weird stories for about 3 more hours, by the way. We could have done this for as long as needed. Hope you're all comfortable. Hope you're all ready. Things are about to get very, very salacious here on Highrise S&D.
I was so prepared to get into my lore book for Gwyn and go back and talk about being molded over the years. Now, we got an 0-4 record versus a 3-0 record. Shout out 0-4 in the game, on the map, and on the graphics as well. What a name, 0-4. Not bad.
Yeah, it gets a bit... Oh, mother... I'm ready to get it. We got you, Dad. Chat. Hey, who... we got you all. A whole chat right now. It's just... Oh, magical. All right, we're into this.
This is an absolute roller coaster of emotions. His Pred already making his way up the map. He is near a very dangerous thing, and that is a massive exploding canister. I thought Shotzi would have taught him, but still so much to learn. In case you're new to Call of Duty and Highrise, yes, it explodes. Yes, it will kill you.
Yeah. That's good life advice. Back to the philosophy, brother. Yes, it explodes. Yes, it will kill you. 0-4 looking to kill Kenny. You bastard gets it. Dashi, from the top side of Heli. And Shotzi eyes on these players in this 1v3, and he might be adding a clutch to his resume. He has put himself in a lovely position to get a couple. There we go.
Yeah, there's number 2. Kill number 1, take the MCW, preempt number 2.
Lovely damage, I don't have to really get it down though. To recover the bomb. And that dive was perfect. He's completely obscured himself from view. 0-4 and a boozer now in a bit of trouble. There's the plant. Let the games begin.
Well, 0-4 sees him, but it is Houdini. Now the question is, can you track Shotzi? That is the most important question when you play OpTic.
Oh, surely easy pincer formation. You saw him go down low. A boozer at one end of the snake. 0-4 at the end of the other one. That is it. The bomb defused. No more shenanigans there as Seattle Surge. These simple tricks from Shotzi, don't fool them at all. First round.
Yeah, no, might as well have had the walls on for that moment. That's probably just great communication coming in from Seattle. 0-4 calls out, made it back towards the shack, irons it for an extra 2 or 3 seconds, says, I don't see him anymore. He never crossed left, never crossed right, had to have dropped down low. So easy reads for Seattle. A nice attempt there from Shotzi, but either way, 0-4. S&D stars coming out and just starts making plays. Not a lot of players, I think, are going to be jumping off the top rope to try to pistol child Dashi, but this is not a player that lacks any confidence. It's him and Hook taking the deep on a ground route.
Can't do it without his friends, though. It was only a single burst or maybe 2 bullets from the Renee that gets it down, the old 9mm. Putting in the work. Kenny, though, the man of the moment, gets himself onto the board first and foremost there for OpTic Texas with the first blood. Still T-tree towards B with bomb. That's going to be Hook. That's Pred. You going to get the kill? Oh dear, the fight continues, and now the play has been read. OpTic circling.
Yeah, it's a nice job by Pred, and while his teammates are going to deliver, Shotzi disappeared once again. Hook trying to get the call out from Breji, but had no idea where he went. Might win the gunfight, but does get traded out. 0-4 in a 1 versus 3. Smooth moves, get some information, wins a gunfight up top. No, Shotzi is over as well. This could be a 1v3 right now from 0-4. Testing the clutch against Pred.
Pred, oh my word, he's about to hit the corner. He may have seen it, Pred. Living up to the name. Oh!
Slammed.
Slammed. 0-4, 1v3.
And that is a scam and a half coming out of OpTic in that moment. Shotzzy, no reason to child trust himself, but he just gets caught, and then Pred just caught completely unaware, seemingly. And these are nice shots rolling through. He does get made to half HP, but Shotzzy, too big of a chow in 0-4, not a player in this game mode. You want to give him an inch, he will take that mile. And poor Pred, it feels like he barely shot back, even though he completely had the drop on him.
Yeah, he definitely had eyes on, but 0-4, wonderful game awareness. That tacit understanding of just, this is where that player could be. Did he have eyes on me? A beautiful bit of work, though. 0-4, 5-0. One more for the Crews. We'll see if he can get it in this round.
Yeah, that is certainly the man you're trying to set up right now. And you got a nice little stack on the bottom side of the map for Seattle. So he's pulled out the old MCW for this moment. Pred, though, just going to back him down, gets the first bloods. And on a helicopter like that, no trades coming through. So a difficult round right now for Seattle to work with. And 0-4, no fear. He's getting active, trying to make a play. Unfortunately, though, gets caught. Teamwork on point there from OpTic. Got a 4v2.
Yeah, too many eyes there from the OpTic lineup. They had eyes on. A man advantage now on the bomb down. OpTic Texas, the quick scramble over by the B Street. They've got the elevator stack. The top side of the propane absolutely covered. Reggie, good luck on the approach now. Nothing left to throw at this but his MCW. 30 to go.
Can's just been throwing shoulders this entire time, just waiting for the info, but he's getting tagged up. Surge swarming, but, well, Ken, the coverage is perfect. It was a decent try on the 2 versus 4, but too smart and not scamming this time. I think OpTic, after that previous round, making sure to keep things contained. Nothing but endless shoulders being thrown. Dashy making moves down low, and whether he got the kill or was just a distraction, the teamwork perfect there from OpTic. Off the back of a Pred first blood. That was the bounce back round they were going to need. And again, 0-4, he was on a 5. He gets shut down as well. So as good as it gets for OpTic Texas.
Yeah, you got the insurance policy of, I believe it was Shotzzy down low, just in case the Kenny play from top propane doesn't work out. Nice work from OpTic, get themselves on the board. Seattle Surge attacking round. Hook with that bomb in hand, with leaning towards the B side of the map, but a lovely big line, as you can see from the... Oh, actually, okay. 0-4's going to go down low. He's backing up Hook here. Shotzzy might have his work cut out for him, as these fellas are about to hit that corner at breakneck speed.
And you had information coming through. Pred's calling out players over by blue, so Shotzzy gets active on this side of the map, but right now you just see what's happening. Abuza waiting to catch someone running out of blue, and Seattle really playing for picks. They've isolated Shotzzy. He's weak down low. The challenge, though, in the smoke. Hook lost track of Shotzzy, as is tradition. And this is looking like a potentially dominant round. Shotzzy at least gets the trade. All of a sudden, Abuza in a 1 versus 2 will test the ice again.
Can he get it? He knows he's got a hit point advantage here. Oh dear, unfortunate positioning, not able to get it done. Dashy's out and about. He was simply the bait for the round win, 2-2.
And that is a blistering round where, again, Shotzzy just able to dance a little bit too much. Hook had him tagged up, but then disappeared in the smoke. As elusive as you want him. Again, the name of the game, keep track of Shotzzy, because if you don't, well, he'll be the guy getting the final kill in the round. Nice shot by Dashy as well. He might have fallen to Abuza, but after he got tagged up, just buys enough time to get that support that he needed. So 2 back-to-back, very solid rounds coming through. Shotzzy continues to be that playmaker.
Ah, yes. Which is the general consensus of quite a few teams in the league, particularly a purple one. Shotzzy looking to make another play as he delicately balances himself atop Highrise. Don't look down. You're not going to see much. It's much like the view from 6-star. Very, very high.
Now waiting for maybe the map to slow down a bit. This is just all about the timing. Doesn't get it right. Breji, easy reads, catching Shotzzy from a, what is it called? The scaffolding route once again. So tried and true, but no dice on the first blood. Players getting tagged up, back down as well. Surge, nice little hold on the map. Maybe a smoke out the crossover towards B and make things mixy, or maybe Pred just trying to distract, hoping a kill falls into his lap.
This is a wild, slow round, isn't it? Abuza, my lord, he took a lot of hits there. Not enough to bring down the mighty Belgian. Bruce down low, hits the prone. Hook. Oh, damn. Gets hit. And OpTic spring to life. Breji, the last man alive in the 1v2. He might be able to catch one, but Kenny's there on the inside of the elevator. That should be the round. I love this, though. Breji gone. Quick read. Is he going to see this player? Kenny lines up. Damage dealt. Nice positioning. And once again, Kenneth William closes out the round for OpTic as they take the lead.
Yeah, no, Kenny for president or mayor or whatever. He got 3 kills in that round. He picked off 0-4 when they already had the man disadvantage and just finds a couple extra kills as well. So if you want to talk about 0-4 being an S&D superstar, Kenny was that back in Ghosts. So S&D, certainly his bread and butter and wheelhouse as well. A seasoned veteran at this point is Kenny, and he just delivers time and time again. These are a lot of nail-biter rounds where it feels like Seattle are getting the advantage. Like Hook had the intel on Dashy down low, but just a sort of skill diff potential right now from OpTic, winning very difficult rounds.
Kenny's he's a vet. He's still only 24, so good stuff, Ken. Shotzi.
Assassinate him. You have to.
No, he doesn't. He has to just shoot him. Just shoot him.
No.
Yeah, come on. It's a league game, man. Come on. Like, you can't be doing that. But here comes the smoke and joke from Shotzi. His boys are backing him up on the B side. 0-4. Looking to make the flank a safer place. He's diligently clearing out that building, and he's not going to be able to... Yeah, he's going to be happy with that. Take the kill. Run for it. His teammate does lose the bomb. Hook's gone. So now it's a 2v3.
Just a good job by 0-4 to not hesitate going to hunt down that kill, but still more plays need to be made, and there it is. Breggy through the wall, rips Pred. You got a 2v2. 0-4 getting tags in Kenny. They're now worried about Breggy down low, and 0-4 hunting these players down. The teamwork on point, and the bailout might be here for Surge. Still got to execute in the 2v1 though. Dashy, we talked about Abuza. Dashy was number 1.
And Dashy was number 1. Will he stay number 1? Oh, tags. Breggy, better finish the kill. You have to finish him. 0-4 now. Test your mettle against the king of the hill. What a play. Big Bruce, they walk right into him. It's the easiest of reads as he gets a little birthday treat with the defuse by B.
Yeah, and he's just thinking, that's just disrespectful. That's how they're chowing him. Like, he might be tagged up, but they didn't make him work. Just walk right into the pre-aim. So Dashy might be feeling disrespected, but maybe thankful for the birthday present Surge just gave to him. And poor 0-4 again just gets read like a book.
Yeah, he was even fully regened as well. He was a couple of like a millisecond away from full health. He still managed to get the job done with the MCW. 0-4, right instincts, right place, wrong time. Dashy too fast. 4-2. OpTic starting to walk away with it.
And we talk about grinders. Dashy might actually have the most search and destroy experience over a multitude of titles, so he's happy in those clutch moments. He'll read everything except for the double hit down low. Hook running forward, 0-4 looking 0 for him, and maybe a strat to punch him in the mouth, but Pred punches right back. Hook, though, there for the trades. 0-4 and Hook, SMG duo flying together, having a lot of fun. Man advantage. Dashy and Kenny, wow, yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Well, 1v1 actually, 1v1.
1v1. Kenny versus Abuza. Will it phase Kenny knowing who he's up against? Hey, maybe it should have. Abuza adds another one to the pile. Kenny's face says it all. Well, here's the win from Abuza's POV, and he does not miss.
Dude, this is the game that almost just like all the stats have just been aligned. Here's Breggy blowing up the entire lobby, including himself. That's where I got confused. I didn't realize Breggy died to it as well. So an exploding canister, tank killing 3 in the round. Luckily though for Breggy that Abuza still gets the final kill. But we've had Dashy, number 1 clutch player, winning the clutches. Abuza winning his ones towards the end. 0-4 playmaking for the search and destroy. On a statistical front, this series is delivering just as Breggy is for the first 2 kills and Seattle is for the round.
Kenny, here we go. 1v3. This round has been so fast. 4-4. It's a banger. OpTic were not present for that one. Breggy's 2 off the rip certainly helps. Okay. Let's just run the next one.
Yeah, and look, the round before, like, Hook and 0-4 just ran down the underground, like, left lane, straight it off the Texas. What does Breggy do at the start of that round? Watches that exact lane and picks up the 2-piece. So right now, Seattle Surge doing a good job on the mind game front, but before I yap too much, next round is going, and it could end in 10 seconds.
Yeah, but Yap's got to go, mate.
I apologize. That'll be the last time I ever said it.
It's all right. We'll talk about this later. 3-1 split for Surge as they overwhelm the A-bomb site, and they are going for it. This is caution to the wind, and Hook, oh my word, he could have run into that. Bomb still down low there from Kenny, as you're making your way across the map, Hook's got himself a corner. He's going to sit pretty for now. Middle of the map, spicy scenes. Pred walks away with one. Immediate trade. Brazy's on the board. Kenny's on the bomb.
Oh, and Hook might be making the play. It's all about the timing. And Dashi with the MCW wins a big one. The difference maker until Shotzzy hand ones away. Abuza and Breji, long-time duo, looking for the clutch, but that is not the start Abuza was looking for. Kenny wins that gunfight 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, absolutely. That's there. Heady is a beast. Breji, though, with some smooth moves. Kenny. Oh, wow. The crossfire was there instantly. As soon as his head crossed the precipice of the brick wall, it was gone. Breji down. OpTic Texas map point.
Yeah, and credit to Dashi as well. Again, that pickup he had on Hook, literally the difference maker in the round instead of the fear and panic that sits in when Hook gets behind you. Dashi keeping everything under lock and key. Former teammates with Hook. I think he has some idea about the play style, and for a team right now, OpTic, winless on this map, going against Seattle with a perfect record. The fact that they got 1v3 that early on and right now have the lead, impressive stuff in S&D.
Yeah, it's actually ridiculous. One more round's all OpTic need. Can we see a round 11? I think this search, we deserve it, right? For Dashi's birthday. Come on, guy. Jolty, though, does not want anything to do with round 11. Traded out immediately. Good work from both teams. 0-4, though, wants it. How bad, though? Pred says, nah, brah. Guns him down. Stays alive. 2v2. As the pressure now on towards the A side of the map. And my God, I thought it was going to be some friendly fire there. Abuza hits the high ground. Gets into the feed. Abuza forces the round 11.
Dude, smooth moves up top as well. I don't know if he heard him or just the instinct was flowing, but those players from OpTic lined up and stacked just for a second, and then they panicked. They didn't know where to run, didn't know what the plan was or where they wanted to go, and Abuza gonna break them down. Surely you do not lose a game where your rookie player clutches a 1v3. Seattle Surge have found their way to a round 11. The perfect record is on the line.
Here we go. Big moments now. Gongs out, dongs out in this round 11. Bring it all. You don't get to take anything with you into the next match. Shotzi's going down low for the immediate flank chance. You've got two members of OpTic over towards A on the attack, and Hook might be downstairs for the opening fight.
Yeah, Surge playing hefty right now just to get this information. Nobody making aggressive moves on the map just yet. Shotzzy and Hook, they know that, well, one another are going to be underground. But OpTic right now, just a slow approach on this map. Surge are basically giving them nothing. I mean, you got Abuza playing depths, 0-4 is in the depths as well. Breji playing an angle for the crossover towards B, so it is a good setup now from Surge. OpTic going towards that exploding barrel.
The one man who's going to make the play for you, who has been stunned. The unpredictable drop there, no one's going to guess. You think he's on the B-bomb site, you're checking it now. It's Hook who's moved in for it, but Shotzzy is still alive, and he's still behind you. Here we go. Opening blood, and it's Pred and Shotzzy, the submachine gun duo of OpTic Texas, to get it done. Breji's there for it in the feed as well. Abuza runs away with his life. Breji now trying to find something here as the clock fast ticking away, and OpTic Texas proved to have too much there as they close it out, and I'm pretty sure Lipred thank F for that. 2-0 in the series after a spicy round 11.
Yeah, that is a tough round 11 where Shotzzy, again, playmaker. I think he had some idea somehow that Breji was in the elevator, because when he was doing like the generator jump up, he was leaning that direction. Surge might have backed him down, but just overwhelming presence they were able to get. I think Pred might have picked up the kill on 0-4 as well in that final round, maybe exacting revenge for that 1v3, but very solid game coming in from OpTic. Again, they had 7 out of the 11 first bloods, which is not too shabby. The 1v3 might have been a bit of a stain on their record, but hey, they clutched up in the end. Shout out to Bruce for the 1v2s, pick up on Hook as well. Shotzzy, that ever-present playmaker, and even when like things were getting tough, Ken was the one that sort of like was your anchor in the middle rounds there as well. So OpTic wheeling and dealing, 2-0 up in the series, and they get to go to a Karachi control where, if you remember the stats, a 1-16 record in control in their last 17 is Seattle Surge. So if you're a betting man, put the house on OpTic.
That's not ideal, is it? Wow, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick commercial break where we mull over what was an interesting Highrise. Say what you will about the map. That one was a lot of fun. We come back, we're playing Karachi Control here. OpTic Texas taking on Seattle Surge. Don't go too far, ladies and gentlemen. This is the CDL. But you were reading that.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Map 3 on its way, and we have 2 tickets to the gun show here. Kenny flexing for the fans at home. OpTic Texas taking on Seattle Surge. And this is going to be a fun one. We've got a bit of control. Not fun if you're a Seattle fan, because their record chance, as you said before the break, less than ideal.
Well, but I mean, what might be ideal? What is going on Pred's screen? Like, Dashy and Shotzi locked in, but now even Kenny started to join him on the player cam. So Pred is actually... maybe he's spitting the profound truth of the ancient Greeks to his teammates before, but what is a profound truth of the year for Seattle Surge, if that's a decent segue. Again, their control stats not very good going into this map 3. Can be a very painful overall. Like, again, 1 in 16 in their last 17 is insane. Granted, that one win did come in the past 2 months, but for attacking rounds, 20%. Not ideal. To be that bad on defense on the maps that we have is a spectacle.
Yeah, and
like,
look,
that's just not, like, that doesn't make sense.
Looking at these stats as well, if you're going 1 and 7, you played 8 games to control and you've lost 2 round 5s, that means every other game you've lost before that. That is even tougher. So Seattle Surge, you got a lot of homework to do on Control. Let's find out if you can find some of that sweet, sweet magic. Maybe cheat the test without doing the homework. But good luck against this sort of team, and especially against Shotzzy, who's going to run circles around you and quite frankly drive you insane.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what map I would like solidify as his playground, but I think Karachi might be the front runner. Like, he does just dance around it.
Yeah, it's way, way up there. There's so many nooks and crannies, things to hide behind, things to climb upon, routes to take. There's one right there, which we won't mention. Here we go, boys and girls. Dashi, the top third, eyes on towards A.
Yeah, you see the nade was at least going to slow down the players of Seattle, if not connect. So no birthday nade kills there from Dashi, but the hill time being collected by the fearsome twosome down low. Shotzzy making moves for the kills. A bunch of trades rolling through, but Seattle Surge end up coming out on top of the kills column. And what a stun. I have no idea where that came from, but it buys 0-4 a kill. Seattle Surge, though, terrible team on defense. B has been left open, and 2 players from OpTic gonna be on it.
Wait, that's just the truth, ain't it? Dashi gets 2, no more out of that one, but that's enough for his boys to get into B. There's Shotzzy. 1 pump done, out the back door he goes. Pred there to help him out, and that is immaculate teamwork once again from OpTic Texas. Get yourself that point, boys. Stack it. Just jump on there, fellas. Shoulder to shoulder, hold hands. Don't worry about that whole 6-foot nonsense. We put that in the past.
Yeah, I love it. This is the rank play special. Unless who can make the play and find a couple extra kills, which no, Dashi just catches them. He's been reading Hook very well. Yeah, rank play special, Seattle Surge. That is at least the 3rd time I remember them doing this on this map, where they have a good opening break. Nobody fills in red and blocks the junk spawns at all. And then they lose the easier to defend point first. This is becoming painful to watch.
And that's the sort of stuff we're talking about. That's the playground gameplay. Where Shotzzy finds 2, just lays prone in a weird spot, gives himself more of an angle. Preds can't get both. 0-4 fights his way out, but A's basically gone. This is the round. Okay, Control. Not it for Surge in the opening round.
I mean, again, they do virtually everything right off the rip, and then they just like forget about the most important part of the map. So again, Surge, I remember that is at least the 3rd time I've seen that exact sort of thing play out, where they get a decent bit of map control and then they just let the floodgates open on the other side of the map. Sometimes it's just unfortunate, but a lot of the times it is just incorrect play. And Surge, again, a team with a 33% win rate on defense, showing off the goods there.
Timeout real quick. Something to resolve here for our 2 teams after that first round, which, man, that was, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Chance, you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, chat knows what I'm saying too. But Seattle Surge, defensive round's not great. Let's see how they attack, though. The B attack on Karachi, since MW3 dropped, has been the absolute staple. It's been something that's been so well rehearsed by all of our pro teams, something that everyone nearly in ranked play knows exactly how to do, and the priority you place towards that one. A's a little bit, a bit more open and shut. You got a player on top AC, top 3rd, maybe he's going to be the crucial player in that moment. So you're looking at the green flank to take care of him. Red gets a lot of love as that sort of transition between A to B. A lot of usual looking, plays here. I wonder if Surge, with 0-4 in the lineup, have cooked up anything funky here in the attacking round.
Well, I don't know how much funkiness you could really pull out the stops for. Maybe an interesting B hit, try to work on some nades over the top, catch the guy on dumpster. So we'll see if there is creativity on that front. I will say for 0-4, I do appreciate the level of aggression that he brings to the table. Even for a moment like Shotzzy behind the desk, I'm thinking easy gunfights, easy reads. He's chucking out the nades and whatnot, but 0-4 literally just flying at him, getting good shots in, and at least applying the pressure. So a player that, I mean, we saw it in the first 2 maps. Like, Surge are making OpTic work for these wins. Yeah. Like on the P3 we had on the old 6-star, OpTic had to put in the absolute extra mile to make it happen. The plays Surge are making, or at least forcing the round 11s on the S&D, but making a top 4 team work for something and actually getting a win. 2 largely different stories, and obviously being down 0-2 in the series. Long way to go.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. It sort of feels like while we do have a clear-cut top 4, everyone beneath that, they're on like it's a thin veil at times. And this Seattle moment, that was a thin line between absolutely running one of the best teams in the game on a hardpoint map and them just being better than you. It is that close. That's really what we're dealing with in some situations. OpTic Texas still clearly, I think Ali called it on the desk, could have been nameless. They're the second best team in the world right now. That is the way it goes. You know, FaZe still very much in that top spot. If you can take them to task in harder maps, if you can run them when it comes to round 11s on Search, I mean, albeit a little bit of shenanigans, a good game of hardpoint, you can apply that same level of intensity and practice to the rest of the teams within that bottom four, make that run in the CDL points, get yourself to champs. That's what it's all about. If you can't beat him now, at least try to beat him at the end of the year. Learning. Always learning. That's the name of the game.
Like within 30 points for the hardpoint games, the round 11s, the round 5s in control. It is funny that OpTic, like for all of those stats, none of them would look good, but as Nameless pointed out, basically all of those are playing against Atlanta FaZe, because what we've seen in this series is OpTic icing up time and time again. Ice up in the round 11s, bounce back after the 1v3, winning the close hardpoint, even though they're on the back foot the entire time. So it really is just a tale. I mean, again, the theme of this year has been the top 4 versus everybody else. Carolina making a dent in our first series, but right now Seattle Surge struggling to replicate that same success.
Carolina, well, hoping to make their way to champs, as should you folks. We're almost ready to go, but we wanted to remind you once more, Championship Weekend 2024 tickets are on sale right now. If you have managed to get a ticket, tweet myself and Chance that you'll be there, and we'll give you a high five or an open mouth kiss. No, I cannot promise the open mouth kiss.
I got the high five.
I got the high five most likely too. We'll see how things go. But 18th to the 21st of July, we will be there at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center, and so will some of the finest teams in the world. We'll find out who later on in this season as we start to cut off, trim the fat, cut the chaff. Was that Championship Weekend 2024? Find out who really is the best Call of Duty team in the world, at least on MW3.
And, you know, I'm going to knock on wood so I don't jinx this sentence, but maybe the best advice I've been given in a competitive Call of Duty context was from NYSL. Like, I think back in Advanced Warfare where I was like going for a high five or a handshake or something and said fist bumps only. Yep. That's how people get sick. It's the handshakes. Just go for fist bumps. I have lived by that, and I've only caught the land flu like twice in my like 9 or 10 years. So shout out NYSL. It's not just the 2, 3, 5. It's the life advice as well. He's been very helpful.
Yeah, I might not go for the open mouth kiss then if we're going fist bumps only. OpTic Texas up by 1. We have continued the lobby. That's because we have a sweet pause feature here in the Call of Duty League in the 2024 season. 04 takes care of Pred's feet. Interesting.
Yeah, Lay G doing what he does. But obviously the nickname's radical. You know how dangerous it is to be in a professional Call of Duty environment and have a name with numbers in it? That's like tough. You're rolling the dice.
Also, you just said Lay G. Ali said yesterday that the bomb got laid, and I was like, hey, yeah!
Are we having too much fun? We're having too much fun. So is OpTic, because as soon as Abuza falls, I was going to say, Spawn Trap, look at the difference between these two teams. Kenny is cutting off the map for the players trying to go towards B when they get that close spawn. And it looks like Surge actually still going to be able to bully and make their way through, so you can see how difficult it can be at times. But OpTic certainly putting on at least a little bit more pressure on the defensive end. Shotzzy behind enemy lines, waiting for his teammates to get in the mix before he makes his jump towards the time. How good is the flank timing? There's the first kill. Hook damaged out. Shotzzy on point with the flanks. He has it down to a science.
No way. He's got so much damage in as well. Can he get this next player? His boys are there. OpTic Texas evict Seattle Surge from the cafe, from the B zone. There's a single minute to play. There are 2 segments remaining in the game. And Seattle, you've cooked up something special. Can you finish your plate?
I mean, I don't know. This is just problematic because as soon as you go towards B and get bullied out, then it like becomes desperation, maybe just to go towards the A zone, and you're fighting 2-front war. You got Hook trying to get the A zone. You got other players applying pressure towards B. So this is a mixy moment that is the difference maker for teams. And right now, Abuza making plays. He might fall, but at least he bought the pressure to make sure A is secure. So Seattle, they handle the spiciness, and well, they don't handle the stun grenade. They are still back to square one, but obviously only a tick that they need over towards B. They have that opportunity to strike.
You have the opportunity. You've dealt with a couple of hot ones. The spice was not too much of a factor for you, Seattle Surge. Do you have the answer for the questions that OpTic Texas will be asking about your attacking round? Lone man right now is dashed over by the B side of the map. You're watching Pred roam the halls of the hotel. It's his hotel as he has overlook over the map.
Big wins, good night. Brad read him the story, put him down to bed, and again, you are stuck in your spawn with 6 lives remaining. Talk about this being Shotzi's playground, 17-7. Brad right now, masterclass performance.
Got that, Brad. 8-7. There we go. 18 kills now in total. It's going to come to an end. He's still got that streak to play with now. There's an opportunity, though, in all that fun and games for Breggy to get onto the point. He's been... Yeah, he's in. This is big. No lives left for Seattle, though. It's toe-to-toe with Kenny. If Kenny wins the fight, that's it. Breggy, stay down, stay alive, stay safe, and stay winning. This could be it. Sends it through the front. Shotzi wins the fight. His teammates can't get there in time. 0-4, slow to the draw. There's still an opportunity here. But OpTic have drained the segment last 30.
I mean, there's no real opportunity. The setup is just deadly. You're going to have to spin and do 180s to be able to trade these kills, let alone win the first one. 0-4 does give it to you, but Kenny getting sent in for the trades. 0-4 is called out 1 shot, and Kenny does damage before he falls. Abuza. Oh, we jinxed him talking about that Ethernet cable, didn't we?
Yeah, that blue Ethernet cable choked up a little bit.
That's the wrong color, yeah.
That was definitely the wrong one. I wonder how green the OpTic Texas Ethernet cables are. I'm gonna need a picture. Hitch, if you could hear me. Let's get a snap at the setups, brother. Fred, what a round it was. The final kill, though, he was laying prone in the street. Not like him. Does spell demise. Another good round, and here we go. One more for the 3-0.
And I'd say the big moment of that round, like Pred going on a tear is wonderful, but when the pressure was on B, Shotzi again, the timing he had on the flank is everything, making sure he's not the first to engage. And talk about creativity, Shotzi making noise at A, step foot on the zone, and Surge, that's where they're expecting the pressure to be. You have 2 players in Coop. Meanwhile, OpTic Texas are going to have 3 on the B zone.
That is annoying. I mean, that's one way of putting it. Shotzi now, he's just running around. His boys are capturing the first segment of B. Comes Abuza.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. And picking up from the back kitchen, gets slashed in there. The first segment's long gone though. Good work in the opener. And Shotzi, some say he's still running around the middle of the map.
Dude, that was a hell of a break there from, I think, Reggie especially, picking up the 2 kills, having good comms to tell Abuza where to run. So that's a big moment for Seattle, but maybe Dashy gonna even things back out, wins 2 big ones, and that'll be a 4-man wipe, and you might have been stuck in your spawn for a brief moment, but you get out instantly, and you take so much map control. Shotzi and Pred pushed up together. I mean, the AR players right now on OpTic, it's a cakewalk. They know exactly where they need to go, where to fill in. Lives are easy right now.
Yeah, very much. 21-10 for Pred. He's looking good. So was that Cruz to play with? Great gunfight there from 0-4, just managing to catch him out. Clear in house. Shotzi gets another one in the middle of the map. Keeps the A capture going. This is nice work from the green team. 0-4 once again with another big 1v1, but he is trapped in that little nook. Good luck getting out of there, mate, as the A zone still comes to a capture.
Oh my god, that's a great chow too. I was thinking for 0-4, he just needs to distract for Reggie coming on the flank, but 0-4 literally snaps and does it himself. So big wins coming through for the moment, and well, Seattle Surge keeping the pressure up. A lot of kills though going towards OpTic, and anytime Surge have a nice little moment, it seems like OpTic just have a better one. Pred thinking about some spawn kills, gonna be a nuisance.
Oh my god.
Finally gets traded out, but you can see he is making him work for it.
That's it, man. You get all that damage done. The nades are there. You send in Shotzi to pick up the 2. Breggy, though, on the other side gets 2 of his own, and you still haven't finished the capture on A. Dashy's trying to get it done himself. Here comes a big attack from Seattle Surge. We might be seeing them get on the round defensively. Oh, there it is. Another brought to their knees. It's a 2-life differential and 21 seconds to go.
Still have to retake B though, right? And Abuza not gonna be the cutoff man. Wants to go to the point, but Kenny gets back down immediately. So a very slow capture, desperate for the kills. Abuza finds the break, the entry. He is in war. He is in hell. He is gonna fall as everyone else on Surge does as well. Again, they give up the B point. And again, they get broken down. OpTic Texas, 1:20, now just to capture A.
Cruz hits in the back line, and that is enough to get the boys of OpTic safe passage over towards A. Back into the spawn you go, Seattle Surge. This is the series right here. Nice streak usage, nice teamwork, nice job on the 3-0. Cool high fives out there as the boys got to be feeling good about that one. Control continues to be a problem for Seattle Surge, but everything else squeaky clean for the green team.
Yeah, and I think the green team might have been laughing at the maybe mean and disrespectful performance on Seattle Surge, leaving that B zone open on cooldown. Just how many times did they walk in uncontested, never getting tagged up on the cross, getting the pressure there for free? So OpTic, time and time again, able to pull it off. And I mean, the stats guys, furious as always when somebody leaves the game. 0-4, just came from Challengers, hitting the old rage quit. A nuisance for everyone that puts in a ridiculous amount of work behind the scenes to bring us the wonderful stats that we've had. I know the graphics today have been on point, and I hate that their lives get made more difficult. So 4, hopefully, don't have to see that one again.
Naughty 04, naughty.
Could have also like lagged. I mean, maybe something weird happened, but yeah, not a fun look just in case.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. 250, 215, 6-star was a lot of fun, and that 6-5, 3-0. Well, the rest of the series, you know how it goes. Round 11 was a lot of fun there on Highrise and Karachi, a big win. Once again, GG to OpTic Texas, a little bit of work still to be done there for Seattle Surge. And I will say, again, happy birthday, Big Bruce. Gets himself a 2v1 and a round win. Absolutely magnificent stuff.
Yeah, no, OpTic on point. Everything you want those guys to do in that series, I think they were able to deliver. Go against a team with a control record like that, you better slam them. They got the 3-0 in 2 different fashions, but I believe that's enough for myself and Miles. We get the desk back on as Nameless's predictions continue to be perfect.
I think you've won 3 weeks in a row. This is kind of nutty.
I'm on a roll.
All right, let's break down what we just saw. And of course, big shout out to Big Bruce. He gets a birthday 3-0, getting the job done today. On the other side, it's what we expected from Seattle Surge when playing against a top 4 team. They have been miserable. Just 3 map wins so far on the season when they play against top 4 squads. 0-4, by the way, in this last game, I don't think he quit out. I think there might have been a connection issue or something like that. He led the lobby for his squad at 18 and 19. So it doesn't make sense to be the top performer and then not show your stats.
Yeah, no reason to dashboard, right? But I will say on the topic of 0-4, I mean, he was doing the thing in this series. Unfortunately for Seattle Surge, they have just not been able to close out these early maps. At map number 1, even on the 6-star, it was fairly close, but the problem was Kenny started to become a shooter. 36 kills respectively for him, 32 for Shotzi, and then Highrise, we get blessed with an insane round 11.
Yeah, you know, Ali, I just wanted to talk a little bit about that map 1 as well. I agree with you. I mean, I think Seattle had a massive opportunity in that one. You know, we get over towards P3 and it's a situation where Seattle has spawns. They're set up and they're in the lead. They're mounting it insanely, like 50 seconds. OpTic break from the front. You see Abuza sort of sprint over towards Hop rather than holding with his teammate. They separate and then he dies. OpTic gets the remaining of that time from the front, which then causes them to spawn out at new, and then they basically tie the game there. It's just tough, man. If you're Seattle Surge and you can't slay with the likes of OpTic, you have to play flawless fundamental game, and we didn't see that. So just some issues they need to iron out.
OpTic gets it done in a close search and destroy, and we called out Pred's lack of success in some of the 1v1s. But in game 3, he earns our scuff play of the game. The man was playing with all kinds of confidence, roaring on his way to victory. A 3-0 here in control, dominant finish.
Yeah, I mean, Pred's the guy that a lot of people have been looking at with this roster of like, is he going to make a big impact when we play the top 4 teams? Like, versus everybody else, yeah, he's frying, and he has his moments, but you need to see him and Shotzi both frying if you're to take down the Tiny Terrors. This is a good sign, though. Bouncing back after that match that they had against FaZe, coming here, cool, calm, collected 3-0 with your big guns working. Everything's looking nice.
Just to highlight real the entirety of this map number 3. And again, you talk about the fundamentals from map 1. What about the fundamentals in control? Seattle Surge already struggling in that game mode, but like there was ample opportunity to make sure that you had that pressure onto the B site, not a body to be found, like maybe some miscommunication to be had.
I don't know what went down there for Seattle. We're going to have to talk to him about it. Right now, though, we have Kenny joining us live. It's your Monster Winner Spotlight. And Kenny, talk to me a little bit about that game 3, because I kept checking the scoreboard throughout. You were positive. Dashy's positive. But Pred has more kills than both of you guys combined. Did you just take him off the leash there on Karachi? What was happening?
I think he, I don't know. I feel like you get a few kills on a point, you kind of tell your subs to go rogue and like get some cuts for you and use their talent and kind of, you know, make it easier for us to just sit on the point and do nothing. I mean, I looked at the scoreboard, he has like 20 kills. I'm like, okay, good stuff, AG. I don't know. He said I have 2, basically almost has 2 streaks. And I'm just like, okay, I just chill on the point. So like, I feel like those games are super fun and like super easy. They can be boring when you don't really see anybody, but I mean, it was just fun. Yeah,
about 22 interactions, I think it was for you. But you dropped over 30 kills in game 1, a plus 15 performance at Hardpoint. How did it feel tonight?
Yeah. It felt good. I feel like we definitely need to clean up some things because we started out really slow in the first map. And I think we're just breaking a lot of hills, and our holds were kind of looking a little iffy. I think we got a little antsy, too antsy on these hills. So I feel like we definitely can't make that consistent. So that's something we're gonna work on. Definitely don't want to have to drop 36 kills to win a map. So that's just one thing we're looking to work on. But it felt good to have a good fry map like that.
For sure. And Kenny, though, like, it's refreshing to hear you take that angle because it is 6-star, one of the newer maps. This is the first time talking to OpTic Texas since they've been added to the rotation. And clearly, is OpTic feeling good about these added to the map pool, even though you're losing that Skid Row and Invasion?
Yeah, definitely feeling good. I mean, it's always good to adapt it and figure out something new, especially on new maps. I think we're adjusting really good to 6-star. Definitely got to figure out the other ones, but I think 6-star just fits our play style. I think, like I said, if we could just hold some hills, we'll look pretty dominant on it. But I'm glad with the new maps we have because they're pretty fun and super like high interactions.
Kenny, I wanted to ask you, a lot of your guys' HPs are very, very close, especially when you guys go up against Atlanta FaZe. But in terms of differential, 3 of the 5 maps, it's like 11 or below. So they're really tight. Why do you think that is? Why is it coming down to the wire so often in your guys' HPs?
I think we're just, once again, starting off slow. I feel like our holds we're just really antsy. We kind of like push up the wrong thing sometimes. But against FaZe, I feel like we're always going to have close match versus them. We just got to figure out how to, like, in the clutch moments, stick to our game plan and kind of slow the game down and, like, use some teamwork. But I think that's, like, the biggest thing. Like, in holds, we just got to sit still sometimes and kind of just put our controllers down.
Not something anyone who plays Call of Duty is very good at doing. Kenny, final question for you. We announced it right before your match. For anyone who missed the news, OpTic Texas will be hosting Champs. How pumped are you to be playing in front of a home audience at the biggest event of the year?
Feeling good. Last time I played in front of a home audience was in LA, and I won it. So hoping you guys bring the vibes and bring the hype. So I can definitely feel it and hopefully take it home.
Scan that QR code, get your tickets. They are on sale early. We were talking about it with Merc. We never launched tickets this early, so get them before they're gone. Kenny, shout out on the win. Can't wait to see you back in action later this weekend.
Thank you.
That's Kenny. That's OpTic with a big win here in match number 2, and we still have a 3rd match to go. When we come back, who wins this one, Miami or Toronto?
Toronto, easy.
Nah, Miami's going to win it. I'll tell you why when we come back.
Yeah.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
One top heli.
Oh, I see. Oh, he's on B. Mid.
What?
Oh, he's dead.
What?
Oh, what the
What is that?
We gotta find him. You guys get smokes if you're a little weak. Run the outside. He's running the outside. It's Eddie. It's right. Close. You're right. Let's go, baby! Come the
hopes is solidified. Now it's about getting that championship. We know how that momentum can get you the ring. And look at that trophy. What's that?
The best in Call of Duty history
right there.
We did pretty good in Black Ops 2. I think that thing is better. Let's take a look at the cash.
Obviously being one of those players, might have a little dance with Sandy here in a moment, and as the pre-fire as well gets it done and gets out with his life, possibly the best player in the world.
Roaring early, and Kenny,
what is this route?
finding picks. Shotzzy, the guy's Michael Phelps on. He's going for a deep swim around the flag. Shotzzy, or is it Aquaman? Coming up from the depths.
You have both players from LA Thieves trying to attack this from the middle of the map, but this might play right into Shotzi's hand. They're going to get completely caught off guard, and the bomb is going to be able to go down at B.
LA Thieves, let's see how quick they do realize this. Dashy just fell off the map.
I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trick continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, I've been the safest since I take the check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec, but Mark just cut me off. He told me that I go on stage and tan. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Givenchy, my cologne after the show. She told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint advantage spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
Welcome back to the CDL, where the matches come at you hotter than scrap at Ben J. We got Rosalie, we got Nameless, and a good battle coming our way. It's going to be Toronto Ultra taking the stage here. And Nameless, you hooked off guard. What's wrong here?
You're just dropping bars.
Hey, I've been watching a lot of content in my off time. What can I say? We got, of course, Miami Heretics coming in as the underdogs, and they're taking on Toronto Ultra, who will be hosting Major 3. Let's start with our purple team, Allie. What do you like about the squad?
I mean, there's a really strong hardpoint team right now currently, and they feel good in a matchup versus Miami, right, who's been struggling with a lot of these roster changes. And for Toronto Ultra, the only place they find their struggles is against the top teams like OpTic, Texas. They struggle versus teams like Atlanta FaZe and New York and the Greenwall, respectively. So for Toronto Ultra, going into this series, the only thing I could really point out is their search and destroy still hasn't really gotten that much better. They won against LAG, but those stats are basically out the window considering it was an online match.
Nameless, people seem to be kind of panicking after seeing Envoy's performance at Major 2 and his first hardpoint back online. People are saying he's on the chopping block. Do you think anyone on this roster is in danger?
I do not think anybody's on the chopping block. These guys won a major. Envoy is a great player. He's won tournaments in the past, won championships. I think Envoy has been really inconsistent, though. We've seen it from him. I mean, a couple of these performances since Major 2, where it started, he's just dropping the ball. But in the last series, Kleenex was God himself. Yes. He was taking over. And I'll echo what Ali said about their search and destroy. I think it really needs to get better. In the active map pool, they're 5 and 7 across that, which is not great. They're 8th in opening duel percentage and 10th in plant win percentage. So, like, these small things they were doing so well in Major 1, it's just gotten away from them a little bit. And then the map changes certainly doesn't help this roster, right? So for Toronto, they're looking like they're at the bottom of the top 4, but a clear line in the sand against the rest.
I will say the only reason we are really hyper-focusing on Envoy for the Monster Energy pregame is because there's not much to talk about when it comes to Toronto Ultra and struggling, right? They are still in the top 4. They have been struggling at Search and Destroy, but even when Envoy isn't going positive, they are winning series. We saw that during the LAG match. So not to put all the pressure on him, but it is not what is expected of that caliber.
He just had some.
If you're looking for a weakness, it might be an S&D for Toronto looking at the stats. For Miami Heretics, your weaknesses were left and right. You've been looking for a solution for your starting roster. And at the end of the last cast, Maven said the new guy is the real deal. Nameless, do you believe the hype?
Yeah, I love what I saw from him. I felt like the way he plays the game, especially on rotations and stuff, it just added so much more structure to this team. At times, I feel like things would get out of hand, they would get out rotated, they just get pummeled. And throughout that series, he was slaying and doing those small things correct, which led to success from everybody. The search and destroy was great. I think Miami Heretics are in a very good spot. Now, granted, that was up against Boston and a young team that kind of looks like a challenger squad.
The bottom squad.
This is the toughest, potentially the toughest test that they could have.
But I will say it's weird because Boston doesn't feel like it's our 12th team in the league. Like, statistically, obviously they're there, but the caliber of players on it doesn't make you want to say that. But for the Monster Energy pregame, specifically on Miami Heretics, Control has been their struggle bus. A 2-6 record with a 30-round win percentage that's bottom 2 in the league, and they're on a 3-map losing spree, and they're going against Toronto Ultra, which against the top team, they actually tend to struggle when it comes to Control. But everybody else, I mean, you're looking at a 3-0 slam.
Taking a look at our maps and modes, we got a double dose of Invasion and Karachi, but we start things off with a brand new map on Vista. If you're looking for something here, you want to get better at the map, who's the player to watch for you, Nameless?
I'm going to say, well, I'll pick somebody from Toronto. I'll go with Scrap. That kid's an absolute monster. But once again, the Vista hardpoint that we did see from Miami, Real was making huge plays. So if you're an SMG traversing the map, trying to play rotations, look at Real in the mini.
Time to get in with our Scuff Pick'ems. Nameless continues to impress. Can he go 3 for 3 on the night and make it 88?
I'm going with the Miami Heretics. I think they're going to take the series 3-2.
I was going to think on the schedule, if there was any upsets on the day, it would have been this match, but we already got one, maybe 2, but I'm not going to go with them still. I'm going to stick with Toronto Ultra.
Miami takes a game 5. Explain yourself.
I have a big lead. I think they come out and they win the Vista HP, and then there's opportunity later in the series, right? You talk about the search and destroy woes from Ultra. They could continue. Good search players on the side of Miami. They won 2 of them in the last series. I think there's opportunity, and I have a pick lead, so I'm going to go with Miami.
Royal Ravens already got the win over Subliners. Ant called that one. He's calling Miami right now. I disagree full-heartedly. This is Toronto Ultra getting the job done, and the fans, they agree with me. Merc Maven, what's your take on this matchup?
Listen, I feel like I should go with Ant. As he called the one earlier, that was a wild one. We thought there might be some upsets today. I just haven't seen enough from Heretics yet that I'm a believer of. Do I believe that Real's a great player and a good addition to this team? Yes. Do I believe they're going to beat Ultra? Not yet, no.
Yeah, no, that would be a pick. But like he said, he's up. He's relaxing. He's up in the standings, so he's chilling. But Vista Hardpoint, they looked fantastic versus Boston. It was the SMGs. Again, we had that role change. Vickle running at SMG, Metals to AR. They're able to beat Boston pretty handily.
So what are you trying to, like, what's your goal right now if you're Ultra? In the sense, it's been like kind of a weird year. You were so far in front earlier. Like, you won, it felt like you won Major 1 with your eyes closed. Now you heard what they said at the desk. Like, he's like they're the bottom 4, like of the top 4. Like, just trying to remind people like what you're capable of.
Yeah, I think you're testing map pool here, right? Allowing Vista to get into to it, and then probably just working on search and destroy to be a big focus. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's really it for me. I feel like the respawns with this 4 are always going to be solid. A couple of individual performances go a little bit differently. We're going to restart this. You know, obviously going from stage 1 to stage 2, I think, you know, Insight and Envoy are probably the 2 to look at. I mean, Scraps, even at Major 2, had some insane moments. Kleenex did it last week versus LAG. It's just finding a little bit more consistency versus the best of the best.
Nah, Kleenex is comedy. Sometimes you just look at like the scoreboard. It's like, how does he have like double the engagements of the rest of the lobby? I'm exaggerating, but like when he's playing that pace, the guy is unbelievable. We've got laughs for the most part of the Heretic sides. Looks like they're vibing as we're gonna get ready to hop back into this hopefully quickly, but sounds like it's just a quick server reset. We should be right back into it, but all smiles right now, looking to keep it going. And listen, maybe we don't put a lot of stock into that win over Boston. Like, maybe not the same as you would Carolina beating New York right now. It's not quite the same, but I think when you're down to the depths that these guys have been, where every win's been a struggle, just anything is a positive. Anything could be momentum.
Well, it's a short week where you just made a roster change. Anything to buy more time to prep yourselves, right? For a match like this. Like, you go 1-0 last week so that you can, all right, we did our job, but let's get better through practice throughout this week with the role changes, with Real on the team. The more reps under your belt, hopefully, everyone starts to look a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, it felt good that they were able to make a change and get like a confidence type game, because when you think about like last time they made the change, that's when they had to go phase OpTic, bang, bang, the start of like Qualifier 2. So a little bit different. This time maybe, you get the juice flowing a little bit, but we're looking at the last 10 hard points of these teams as we get ready to restart that map 1.
I mean, honestly, not bad for Miami, but -2, like, it's so close. Look at the average points for and points against for the Heretics every single match. And on the other side, pretty handily, that +40 on this title, pretty darn good.
Yeah, like that. We've seen even top teams that have had that. It reminds me of like phased through like the stage 1 qualifiers. Like I think it was like 220, 220, and like basically dead even at 0 for the plus minus. They just were icing up and winning a lot of those games where they had like a real positive record. So maybe just some small moments where you've got a chance to take some of these if you are Heretics. But here's a reminder last week on how this went down. And Joe, what stood out for you?
Well, it was the map 2, right? What was it, 5-1?
5-1 or 5-2? Yeah, 5-1, I think.
5-1.
One of them.
That's it. Because that could have easily been a breach 3-0. Probably should have been, but it just wasn't. The first 2 respawns, they looked fantastic. Even the bounce back in the Karachi control. But then maps 4 and 5, everybody else got going, and Real was just fantastic throughout.
He really was. A playmaker for them in Search and Destroy. Really a playmaker all over the place in different modes. Just from a stat standpoint, really racking up the engagements and kills. But then, as Ant said, just sort of also being kind of a backbone for them, making some smart decisions. But the big change that you were focusing on, and we talked about this in our podcast episode we just recorded too, was a lot. Like for you, the big thing was Vickle. Like your eyes were on that more. And how is he going to adjust, switching over now, having a sub in his hand? He's done it in the past, but different title, stuff to learn.
Yeah, medals when they are. Just, I don't know. I did not expect that whatsoever. Yeah. So just seeing how those two were kind of just, getting used to it. Like Vickle is the type of player where he's like, I'll do whatever it takes to win. I just want to win at this point. I'll make the plays. Real kind of follow me or do whatever the heck you want. We'll do the dirty work. Where you're trying, I think, maybe to slow the game down for Metals, allow him to really just focus on slaying when you're putting him into that AR role. I think that's it to me. Maybe with the sub, they're thinking he's just a little bit too quick. Maybe you're on land. You're making some of the wrong decisions.
Yeah, well, we'd see him. Yeah, like the thing we talk about with a Shotzi or a player like that is just, when it looks good, it looks great. When they're struggling and can't find those openings, like it looks really frustrating. I imagine you're thinking Vickle might be able to slow it down a little bit, make smarter choices sometimes, not just hit everything at all times and just slow Metals down, because he has to with MCW. I think you're probably right, but we'll see how quickly both those players can adjust and also work Real into this. But so far, all smiles for the squad. Apologies for the quick reset, but we're ready to get into the action again as we're going to start off now. Map 1, Heretics Ultra, final series of the day. As Ultra are looking to push back to be a top team in this league, someone that's going to compete for titles, and Heretics are looking for any points they can find.
Yeah, Metals with a nice 2 to respond, and that's going to be 3 dead. A 1 versus 1 for hill control. Lucky Spawn will win it, so early P1 time going the way of Heretics. And yeah, they looked very strong on this map, and it was through the SMGs. This is when Vickle really got going, because he struggled slaying-wise through maps 1 and 3. But came alive here on Vista. Yeah,
I think I kind of asked you, like, with it being a new map, maybe a little easier for him to adjust, whereas all the other subs, had such an advantage on other maps with timings and getting a feel for it. He seemed to be a much more of a rhythm here. We'll see if he can build upon that from what we saw last week. But the end of the hour, certainly for this team, was Real, and he's doing it again. The talent on full display as the headshots rip through and take a nice 30-point edge.
Yeah, nice time there at that P1, especially without trophies. Now the trophies start to go down, rotating over towards this P2. Envoy on the hill in a 1v1, but he does lose it to Lucky, so it kills kind of all over the place. Now, it's going to be 4 dead. Do you want to get aggressive to try to flip this? Doesn't look like it, so they're just going to relax for now. They know there's plenty of time here left on this second hill. Now, can they push this and maybe flip the spawns for our next couple of hills?
Heck, I mean, I know 3 and 4 can be so important, but if
you
can get 190 on the board through these first 2 hard points, how amazing that could be. But now you're doing what you need to do if you're Ultra. You're winning it from the front, still holding left side of the map, and finding some time. You desperately needed that because it felt like a flurry of 3 or 4 downs that you were facing. Envoy from 1 and 4 has gotten going as he's picked up 3. But now to maybe try and push through him, keep an eye on the number 2 in the minimap is Lucky, maybe looking to make a play.
Yeah, he's trying to find maybe a potential opening. He's able to win it, so there will be some focus on him on the hill. Real's able to win some scrap time, but Envoy immediately hunts down Lucky, and now this rotation with the second is won by Ultra. Focus now on the spawns, because that's where you see Vickle and Real trying to win some gunfights here for Heretics, but with the close spawns, Ultra in control.
Yeah, a nice moment there from Envoy, a guy who has had some struggles as of late, just whether it's been a controller issue, a confidence issue, whatever it's been. We know he can be a monster. Got to a rhythm later in a series last week. We'll see if he can do a little bit earlier this time around as we hop back to his POV and the 2 big ones on rotation to set them up. But now in the collapse, it's Heretics trying to find this time. And so far, it's all Ultra with the early time of the big 3 and 4.
Yeah, nice, 30 seconds there for Ultra. Gets them back into the game. Heretics focused on trying to rotate for this P4, maybe earn some scrap time. Here at our third hill, you see Kleenex going to spawn all the way out. So if you're a Heretics, you're trying to just play some slow, disciplined COD to make sure you hold on to these spawns. They're doing that so far. That is Vickle up to 11, make it 12. Nice little three-piece there. And that next hill is about to pop. That's when you want that to happen, and they hunt down Envoy trying to take a route.
And it seems like he's just got a good feel for this map early. Again, Monster, map 4 last week on Vista, doing it again right now. He's leading the way for all players, but it's going to be Deddy out for Envoy as he's looking to apply pressure. Unfortunately, bullets hit nothing but concrete. Kleenex, though, making the play.
Yeah, behind that second push, you hit the nade, couple go down, and then you put pressure right away on the hill. Ultra needed a break, and they got one right there. So a very good job. You see just the streak as a team. It was like 7 kills in a row for Toronto. Ultra led to that break, but immediately into the contest comes Heretics.
Yeah, they get into this pretty quickly. We'll stick with Scrap for now, who's trying to hold as best we can. 4 for Kleenex in a row. Scrap there with 3. Kleenex now, can he snap? He does exactly that. Up to 5. 1 away from a streak. Still up as that's Insight that's going to end up dropping. Over to Envoy with the MCW. He's able to get that kill. Kleenex is trying to maybe set up, give himself an easy one. His teammates are finding all the kills right now. He's got to snap again. He's able to do it. Cruz is earned. Tie game.
And this was so important about this position if you're playing right here at P1. Is that player on the hill? He wants to be up top bridge, looking down on this street to get some angles, just play your life. But if you have P1 control, you have that angle, you're going to be able to deal with that player. Scrap, trying to contest. He knows pressure on him, but he's just trying to be an annoying. Well, he's doing just that, but his teammates get taken down.
Feels like there are going to be so many annoying fights at the bridge. Like, just, you have to expose yourself so much due to some of the positions to actually try and get a kill at times, but it's Heretics that are able to pick up all of them. So once you battle back for your Ultra, basically tie it up. Now, Rhythm over to Heretics as they'll push this lead out once again. And just, yeah, so many little spots to just tuck away in at that hard point as our next one gets ready to pop.
Yeah, looks like Lucky trying to take a long route to potentially flip spawns. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, but P1 and P2, this is where Heretics got a lot of time early on, really the difference in the score.
We'll see if they can do it again. Lucky, that streak will end at 5, so no cruise earned for him. Real right there with Vickle. Really, these rivals for Heretics getting it done. Metals struggling a bit, but it doesn't really matter. Your front line doing all the damage, and you'll still enjoy this 40-point lead. Heretics trying to get this done, get a map 1 victory on the board. Let's go to Elicited now with Miami Heretics.
Se fue de cara, de cara. Voy a agitar el cráneo. Beto es muerto, otras en voy de cara. De cara, vale. Vale, era en voy de frente. Te van a ir a la izquierda, creo. Desde pasar arriba. Estoy por abajo izquierda. Tocas por ATM. Muerto, hay uno en el pasar la tarde. Ese uno está arriba ya en... Y otro siguiente, y otro siguiente. Bájale al echal, bájale. La izquierda no está. Vale, escucha. Mantra barra. ¿Dónde estaba? Estaba por siguiente. Buena, falta el crap siguiente y tiene que estar burger o algo. Van a estar los dos de cara, bro. Está el tiempo y está full. Uno en ese uno. Ese es mi punto. Estoy pinchando de muy tocado. Vale, Kleenex abre medio TM. Vamos a ir juntos. Vamos a pillar en medio. Ahí no P1. P1 Kleenex, aguanta. Son 3 izquierda, Pero está en la de burger. Era P1 Kleenex. Está muerto. Vale, buena. Punto a la izquierda. Vale. Y arriba burger. Juego yo por los dos segundos. Fuente. No le puedo hacer. Arriba burger muerto. Estoy pinchando un segundo. Estoy por la fuente. Burger. Tengo yo el medio. Es una corta el último de frente. Era hacia open. Tengo yo el medio. Tengo yo el medio. Arriba burger, Lucky, mírame el cross. ¿Han podido hacer algunos hitos? Me matan desde medio. No, aguanta. Arriba burger no nada. Te tengo abajo. Me voy a medio. Voy por izquierda. No mueras. Voy por abajo yo. Voy contigo, Alex. No pincha el P1, No la podía hacer out, Muerto, te digo. Alex. Otro más segundos esperando. De va a ir para el elevator. Sí, muerto. Un tiro. Este uno abajo. Sí, ese uno. Cara buena. No.
The advantage building for Miami. Heretics getting the work done. 60 points away from victory. We're going to double dip. Let's get right over to Elicited now with Toronto Ultra.
Couch is dead. One more low pillar. Shift. Pillars, I got stuck.
Slowly push. He's on time. Pillars now.
Low ship. 6. Got me. Going low again. Still low. And one's going back step one time. Low. I'm Jimmy.
Short.
Shit.
Come on. Pillars right now. Back steps right now. Battle's dead. Absolute.
Got the map, bro.
Pillars me maybe.
And low. I'm in low. Low still.
Hit me out pillars.
Make sure.
Right side old.
Deep stage, one shot on me.
Deep stage, okay.
Push out. That coming. Pillars. Pillars. Shot you.
Dead. Last guy.
Rail. Push out rail. Let's go back to hill.
Bubble.
Spawn out, no?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they spawned out. I don't see him old.
Stand at the back.
Follow ship.
2p1. I need the push. And just lane instead. They could go tower.
I'll pick up tower. We need help back here.
Yeah, just hold one short.
Stun close. Holding my low.
Hold one short.
One.
2 pillars.
Gonna be 2 back here on me. 2 back here.
Pillars. 2 pillars.
Pillars.
Watch out pillars. He's in right corner. Spawn front.
In the back.
Weaker.
Should have spawned here. P for you.
Hey, your tower stairs. Be backstage, bro.
Weak of me. Short.
Top burger. Backstage.
Guard as well.
What's up corner hill?
Burger.
A burger on the right side.
I spawned back.
That one more mid of me.
Well, Joe, there were a lot of differences in those listen-ins, one being language, but Ultra sounded like a little odd at times, right?
Yeah, obviously Kleenex has that little oopsie, right? You try to time that. If you don't, you kind of get caught outside the map. But yeah, obviously a newer map. I'm not sure how many reps that they've had, but this is an Ultra team that is just... They kind of just know exactly where they need to be all the time, and you just weren't hearing that throughout the listen. Like what kind of play that they wanted to make, where they wanted to go. And maybe it just comes down to that.
Yeah, it seemed like indecisive or hesitant with comms sometimes. 100% is...
or honestly, like, what did they want to call something still? Like, still going through basic calls.
Yeah. It seemed like awkward at times, honestly. But Heretics, a point away from the victory. Ultra will have to bring this one back from the depths. Just 1 point needed. And they rip off 100 straight, somehow get the win. But, I mean, so far, assuming you're able to win this if you're Heretics, this has been 2 reps we've seen here. Vickle has looked very solid. This team is finding dubs.
I mean, that's just it. It's really, they just look ahead. Metals with over 2 minutes on the hill. They have an idea, an identity, how they want to play this map. They're able to find a ton of time at P1 and P2. Give them that early lead. But it looks comfortable.
No, it really
looks like they went into this stage with the idea, with this team change, we're going to focus hard, especially on Vista.
And then the other side, yeah, it was just weird because I guess we're so used to Ultra. Like, they've always been
calm.
Pretty calm with calls. Like, we'll see them on Skid Row break a P2 and barely say anything. Like, they've always been a little different than a lot of teams, but that just seems sort of, I don't know, it was just weird. Like, I looked at you with like a question mark on my face. Like, what am I listening to?
Yeah, no, honestly, it should have just been like, where'd that guy shoot me from? What are we calling that again?
Sorta, right?
Yeah, like just sort of basic call-outs.
Yeah.
But obviously, when you're in a top 4 team, you're trying to get reps under your belt, and that's part of it. That is part of it. But yeah, Miami looking great here on Vista.
I guess I sort of struggle to think that's a thing. Like, as much as, yeah, it's new in the matches. Like, they've been discriminated for a few weeks. But I would hope.
Yeah, like a week.
Yeah.
10 days.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe they didn't know they were going to play this.
Maybe we're just overanalyzing it. Just I just know if
maybe we're making stuff up.
Yeah, it just sounded a little strange.
It definitely wasn't the Ultra that Chance loves.
Yeah, true. But less about them and more about Heretics. Like you said, they've got a game plan. They have a way they want to play it. I can't break down the listen in, but the passion was flowing. The plays were being made. Whereas some of the struggles came through for maybe Vickle and Metals on some of the maps we've been playing here for months. They seem to be clicking here quickly.
Well, they do. Yeah, again, just an early lead. SMG's leading the way. Metals had a big 3-piece towards the second P2. I think it was right around here. Gets them on the hill, then they're able to flip. Cruise doesn't really matter. Just a solid map here for Miami. And as I said, kind of could be an upset day. But still only 1 map.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 1 big upset, 1 pretty decisive 3-0 that we expected. Now here, already made a bit more interesting just by the Heretics' victory, and they get a convincing one. Nearly 100-point advantage. I mean, what? You're tied at P4, and you just do not look back.
Look at the P1 and P2s. You get 38, and then you go up to 65, and then on the second set, you're 126, you go up to 160. You got around 30 to 31. Like, that's great for a P1 and a P2.
Yeah. I mean, especially the first set through. I mean, sometimes you'll see second sets a little bit different, right? Like, you're not, if you're
you have trophies set up.
You get set up, you got trophies. Like, that'll play out differently. But, yeah, it's a hell of an opener through the first 2 points, that's for sure. Now, as we get deeper into this, we're getting ready to head to Karachi, Search and Destroy, followed by Invasion Control, Karachi Hardpoint, and Invasion Search if needed. So that will be in with the new for the Vista, just like that, out with the new. Nothing else kind of coming in here. Won't see any 6-star, no more Vista throughout it. So we'll take a look at this. I don't know. I assume Ultra is going to be better from the get-go here going forward.
Yeah, I think for, stats-wise, you look at Karachi Search and Destroy, a much stronger Karachi team is Toronto Ultra. But, you just saw the comeback from Miami Heretics. But it's probably a good thing for Toronto. A little VOD to study what Real was doing, try to maybe isolate him. You're not going to have a lot of different strategies, defaults, because you're such a new, young team still with Miami.
Yeah, and I wonder partly if, like, Ultra, even they made some changes on their side, still kind of that same mentality. Remember when we had, like, Bance on our podcast, like, yeah, we're talking a year or two ago, but he talked about, he's like, we never, like, over-practice. We get in, we run through our map sets, we get off, we call it a day. They won't sit there and necessarily grind, and bash your head against the wall trying to work to improve things. And I think it's really worked out well for this organization. But if that's still a thing, maybe sometimes when new maps come into play, that's where it will hurt you. Some teams might put in that extra work when a new map comes in, and you might get on board a little bit slower.
Yeah, and it should just be just like a warm-up for the series, right? Like, sometimes they didn't even warm up. They just hopped on.
No, I just remember Bance said, like, listen, it could have changed, but you still have Kleenex and Insight here, so I imagine there's still some similarities. But yeah, there wasn't a lot of
foundation.
That sort of grind mentality that a lot of teams have had throughout the history of our esport. Much less so with them, which always surprised me. Like, we're going to get in, we're going to do our work, and then we're going to call it a day and hang out.
Yeah. But it's worked out pretty darn well.
No, it has. 100%.
For the organization. But yeah, it's still only one map. Vista Hardpoint, Miami have looked comfortable on. They're up to 2-0 now. As Ultra going to look to get back up square in the series. And this is just a game mode they want to continue to work on, make it a strength for them going into their major.
But you really do have a chance if you're Heretics to, like, go up 2-0 and you just kind of think about, they look solid in some searches. Yes, they had to come back and really bring it back on the map 2 versus Boston, but Real was a difference for them. He put up double digits both times. They win their searches where they have really kind of struggled throughout the course of this year. If they become a more constant factor in that, they're able to take a 2-0 edge. Sure, maybe we got another upset looming.
Smiling, having a good time. Probably just getting so early, trying to figure out what they want to do, go over their prep that they had coming into this series, just reminding each other what their sort of goals were today.
We'll be hopping into this map 2 shortly, and we'll continue on. Just shots of the guys as they're chatting through everything. Metals, I mean, yeah, maybe the switch and rolls. He's not flying. He's not quite that same pace, but you said just kind of soaking up the time. It was 2 minutes in the hard point, filling his role. S&D metrics for the last 60 days for these two teams, and it's been a big talking point for Ultra too. I mean, they were just slamming people at the first major. I know hardpoint was kind of their go-to, but the search was solid. Since then, not been the case. I mean, last 9 maps, you see a 2 and 7. It has fallen apart.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is the opening duel win percentage. That is very surprising to me when you have 2 players on your team. First of all, Scrap's going to take any one-on-one that he wants, right? And then second of all, you have Envoy and Kleenex. So, I mean, you have those 2 who are just, they definitely want to set the pace. But this is some of the highlights between Miami and Boston from last week. Yeah, it was 5-1.
5-1, okay. I couldn't remember 5-1 or 5-2, but there we got to see it. So 5-1, they bring it back. And typically, I mean, we were watching on Karachi, when it was like a B setup, 3-man, the one guy at the offsite, the lurk role was Real, and he was really doing a great job from that position. And I mean, you got some VOD to work with if you are Ultra on how they were making plays, but he was finding his spots and he was striking.
No, it was. Yeah, just a lot of the times right through the middle of the map. So they're going to have to try to find those timings through our red. But honestly, this was just one where early on for Boston, it was like they were holding down B time and time again. As we look back at this match just from last week, again, it's very similar. Vista, they were able to win, and then one on that Highrise. And then Boston kind of got away from that B defense. They're like, sooner or later, they're going to go A, and Miami just never did.
No, they really didn't. They really didn't.
Right back to it.
It's kept hitting it, but we just got an update from our producer. I guess just figuring out some server stuff currently and hopefully getting into it here momentarily. But if you're wondering why there's been a little bit more downtime between maps 1 and 2, just solving something as soon as we are good to go. We'll keep you updated, but that's why we had the brief pause here and maybe a little bathroom break for Metals.
Yeah, I mean, could have always happened too. Maybe some of the chaos in the comms, just stuff not going the way for Ultra.
Oh, true. That would actually
just external factors.
We were trying to figure out why the comms sounded a little bit weird. Yeah, for all we know, we missed the part that they were raging about connection or something. Yeah, which could very well be the case.
Yeah.
We're kind of guessing at this point, but definitely seemed something was a little bit off for them. So as the admins and stuff try to work through this, and Kleenex dances will look to continue on here shortly, but obviously with competitive integrity, want to have a fair playing field, or as fair as possible, and we'll continue on.
Yeah, and again, just looking at these two, I mean, Vigil and Scrap, they were on that Ultra Challengers team.
Yeah,
what, Vanguard? And then since then, I'm pretty sure Scrap's destroyed him in most of their battles. But
yeah, that's for sure.
I think these two always love matching up versus one another.
And just a reminder, as we're watching Ultra, or looking to continue watching Ultra, they have a major coming up, and then at the end of the year, it's going to be our championship weekend event just announced today. Tickets on sale at optic.link/champs. It'll be July 18th through 21st of this year.
Yeah, tickets are already on sale. Make sure to get them. I'll be honest.
Why not?
This is early.
You were pumped about that.
Yeah.
You usually, I mean, Joe just used to work, you know, the background quite a bit more before I selected him to have the very lucky position of being my commentary partner. He worked on everything. You know, you were doing league ops and dealing with all sorts of things, and lots of little things still trigger you. And one thing that will definitely trigger you is when like ticket sales go on sale like right before an event, like it's real late. You're like, why? We're just setting ourselves up for failure. Let's get tickets on sale as soon as we can. So when you saw this, you were like, yes.
Yeah, and obviously, like, you know, the Arlington Esports Stadium that's always packed. So
Yeah.
I just if you're thinking about going to Champs, figure that out soon, because that is a crowd that is ready to go. So
Absolutely.
get your seat.
That'll be a wild one, but they're still resolving some issues right now on the server side. We're hoping to continue shortly, but while they figure it out, we're headed to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Hello there at home and hanging out, waiting for us to get going. They were in the process basically of going through the teams and admins to test another server. Last we heard, it was looking pretty good. We should know in a minute or two if we're ready to rock. If not, they have to test another one. We're probably going to say bye-bye for a moment, but good news is I think we're going to be all right.
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah. That's the plan. But yeah, I mean, obviously Miami winning that map 1. But yeah, you know, you see those orange boxes, that packet burst happens in ranked. Happens to these guys at times, and it makes you want to punch a monitor.
Yeah, no, it certainly does, but trying to resolve that, obviously, just for competitive integrity of the league and get it figured out, and then we continue on. Heretics up 1-0. Just a reminders we'll keep bringing up. You can get tickets right now to the next major, which will be in Toronto. Tickets just went on sale today as we're getting ready for Champs that just got announced. So a bunch of stuff you can look into as you're looking to go to a live event, and you know, watching online can be great, but being in person is absolutely amazing. Championship Weekend 2024 again just announced today. Try to get involved if you're interested, but it should be a marvelous time.
No, it should. They had like the floor plan. It looks like it's gonna be like 360.
Oh, I didn't even seen that yet. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So it's gonna be like we're gonna have screens. It's like a giant bowl. It's not just half the arena. It's gonna be sweet.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah. I mean,
what's that gonna mean for us, dude?
We'll probably be in a closet, but that's okay.
No, there's been some years where like, oh, bro, the like setup of the event looks so awesome. They're like, where are we casting? It's like, you're over there. And I'm like, oh. Yeah. Dude, there was that one. What was the one we had?
Pretty good lately.
Oh, I can't remember the one Champs. Was it BO3? There was one where we had to do like the first couple group days and something. We literally like stole a desk because the shot looks so silly. I'm pretty sure I stole a desk out of like I broke into a locked room at the venue and got a desk and stole it.
No, it's Orlando.
Is that what that was?
Yeah. No, we were in that side room. I remember that.
Yeah,
it was a good time.
I was a desk thief.
We had some memories.
Listen, I was trying to improve the shot, but reminder of the maps and modes, and just got told I think the server looks good, so we should be firing into it again, but a little bit of a cool-off here for the players before we get into the Karachi Search and Destroy. I think we are going. Okay, we're ready to go. Players getting locked and loaded. Thank you again for your patience at home. We love you all. Listen, you're watching us or a watch party, or you're hearing a little bit of both. Zenny's probably talking about food. You were distracted through all that.
Yeah, it's been a nice chicken parm. They go a long way tonight. That's my chicken parm duo.
Oh boy, this was the match, where he really got going, kind of in the map 2. He goes 12-4. He said he sprinted people trying to get Gunny up because struggled in the map 1. But now here we go, map 2 underway. Offense for Ultra is Kleenex lurking. Looking to pounce out towards mid. We'll see how the setup goes down.
Yeah, and obviously you want, someone like Envoy to be more consistent in respawns, but if he's taking over in some search games, he's just going to live and die by it at times. It's kind of, I think I would be more excited if I was an Ultra fan with that, to see him go 12-4, just completely take over a mode. But first blood getting the other way. Heretics, they were ready for it as they find 2. Insight does find 1 backs away. So a 2-on-3 for him and Kleenex.
Now, Real's going to be a guy to watch here on offense or defense. So often be like the low man towards A. They'll have a bigger setup towards B and mid on offense or defense. And he's the guy that's either got to lurk and find a timing, or he's the guy that's got to slow things down and buy time for his team to transition over. He was so good the first time we saw him. We'll see if we can do more of that here. But right now, we'll see what Heretics can do with the 3 versus 2. You're trying to find a bomb plant if you are Ultra, and time is dwindling.
Yeah, it's really just info right now, right? You see number 1 Metals. He's just basically saying, plant this bomb. We'll try to retake this in a 3-on-2. Kleenex is inside a fountain from up top, just waiting on a rotation. But here we go. Metals is going to spot 1. Tries to put some shots in, but really, he just cannot die here. And, well, it doesn't matter. Lecky's there to watch over him. Takedown inside. Bomb is done. No time on the clock. There we go. Great round from Miami Heretics.
Yeah, starts with Real getting the first blood, and then from that point on, just, yeah, nice patience, nice discipline, no dumb deaths to throw anything away. Sort of just make Ultra battle the clock, not you.
Yeah, I mean, Kleenex is in a great spot if there's a rotation from a Miami player to try to catch the planner up top B, but they just kind of let it go. Rely on Metals. As soon as he gets a sight of him, it's just, hey, rotate on over.
Yeah, maybe Real tries to rotate, gets caught, suddenly you 2v2 and you plant that bomb up at A. Like, things can fall apart. Sometimes better just to put your controller down. just wait. You get more information by making them do something. That's exactly what they do. Now, offense over to Heretics. We'll see how they opt to play. It's going to be kind of 2 men to tango over towards red, but it's a first blood once again for Heretics. It's Lucky that's able to find it. It's Real spotting for info, taking some tags, but hitting the stun.
And now Kleenex is maybe in a bit of trouble here. You have a couple of players inside of red. There was one player watching the pinch. That was Metals, but Kleenex able to reposition. So nice work from him. As you said, Real kind of in that red area. That's where he was all the time last week. But now they just kind of slow things down, and I like this from Miami. Try to make Toronto make you play, but it's Envoy who finds the opening, and, well, Kleenex is there for the second.
Yeah, sometimes relying on Ultra to make a play and trying to bait them into it works. Sometimes they're going to win their gunfights. And exactly what they do. I thought maybe Vickle has one, but on his belly goes Envoy, wins a big one, and Ultra start to pick them apart. Pretty passive again if you're Heretics. Ultra, they dictate the pace.
Yeah, it's just kind of going one at a time, and that's just all the SMGs. Envoy and Kleenex, they win every single individual gunfight around the map. You know, you kind of saw Miami just sort of waiting. Who was the initial point man? It was Real. Trying to get to that top AC, trying to get to that ladder and make the play. Instead, he gets caught. His Ultra duo able to tie up the map.
You got both first bloods so far if you're Heretics. We'll see if they can continue that trend, but you're going to need to capitalize on them early and often. Real, once again, kind of low man over by A, but the action all going towards B. So we'll keep an eye on his lurk roll when he tries to come across, but he's going to need to start rotating early because you already lose Vickle.
Yeah, it's just a timing, right? He's trying to hop on up. He's not thinking anyone's going to swing through that, but Lucky down low, able to find two. Just kind of lurking, waiting, prone behind that barricade and makes the play.
And that's a frustrating one. That's a real frustrating one if you are Ultra. You have the numbers, but you got a 4-on-2 there. Real is not involved yet. He finally gets over, but Lucky's done all the work. And it's just Kleenex now. 40 to go, stomping around, deady to use, but in a 1 versus 3 and a heady like that, he's going to hold on to it for now. Heretics. Another first blood. Oh, sorry, not another first blood, but the round one.
Yeah, and that could just be an info player, right? Because obviously you get that stun on the Vickle, and maybe you're thinking that is the one player over towards B. So Envoy just goes through the archway, able to find it. Maybe you're not expecting Lucky to be in this spot. Gets great timing on Scrap, and then Envoy's on the bomb. He tries to hop off it, does get a shot in, but that could just be, hey, we got the one player. Pushed on up towards B. Bomb is open. Instead, it was Lucky just lurking in the shadows.
Yeah, and he gets that slide. Like, Envoy probably loses him, too. He just slides past Bomb. Hard fight when you're coming off of it, and they get the round. Right up the gut we go. Just challenge it, backing it down. Metals with the first blood. Challenges the second, though. Trying to climb and still able to win it. It's Real.
Yeah, stun hits.
Ooh, I thought he was in trouble as he's climbing the ladder, but it's clean, and it's headshots across for Heretics. Scrap now last up, 1 versus 3. His shot's looking pure. As Lucky is smoked, he knows he's got one more here, able to spot him. 1 versus 1 now, and he's centered on his forehead, top AC, but just not fast enough.
Yeah, and you see Vickle just kind of laying there. He's just buying time. All he's doing is saying he knows he's going to try to check this angle. Real, you have to get here. And he does, so.
Those are clean shots because he.
Yeah, no.
I'll be honest.
You aren't wrong.
If he misses a bullet or two there, he might get zapped because Scrap was
with
shooting.
the rival, if you get off just a little bit, some flinch comes in. Adios.
I might be exaggerating, but I'm pretty sure the dot was on his forehead when Scrap started to shoot. I don't think he was going to miss, but.
That is just pure aggression, though, out of Heretics, right through the middle of the map.
Again, it was double digits from Real, both their searches against Boston. He's on 4-1 right now, so once again, doing a great job. A little bit of a different defensive setup look this time from Heretics. First blood for Vickle. Lucky follows it up. Ultra falling apart.
And that's just, I mean, you get Scrap on the flank, does Vickle. Now they reposition, trying to hunt down Insight. Maybe a double slide on this. It feels like that's going to be the call. I mean, it wasn't a double slide, but it was a single. Metals wins the gunfight, but you have your teammates help. Nice teamwork and nice timings there for Heretics as they are now up 4-1.
What kind of worked out they didn't double chow because then you bait Envoy and thinking maybe it's 1 and there's just another player lurking and waiting. Started with Vickle, ended with Vickle. He had all the info in the world and They just seem to be a step ahead right now, and maybe the win over Boston wasn't all that impressive. Granted, we don't really know what to expect from Boston. We've seen them play one time with the new change. Maybe they're hell of a lot better than we realized. Maybe the same can be said for Heretics, but it's looking good right now against Ultra, up 4-1.
Yeah, and there was just some tough timing for Scrap. He was repositioning Junk, just trying to back on up, and that's when Vickle catches him for that first blood. Now you just kind of slow things down. Last offense, it was just right through the middle. Now it's just sort of this slow spread, trying to work a pick. Almost have it, does Metals on a Scrap.
This might be another one of those scenarios where once the info is given, they see bombs start to work towards B, that we'll see if Real can make the play. On the Ultra players over towards A. We'll hop to his POV for a second, kind of see what he's working with. Is just spotting for info. I think he I thought he saw him. It's so awkward. He's laying there. The call to come in. He's able to get the kill, but Real out of it now to 3 versus 3.
And they take their time through the middle of the map. Lucky's able to get in this spot. Just Scrap cheated on over top AC. You had one player in inside just sort of watching for the B info. Kleenex though on the pinch. Able to get the player on the bomb. It's just these openings, these timings our players are finding. It's Lucky on one side, Kleenex on the other. Now trying to spot this planner, but Metals very smartly switches up which side of the bomb he plants on. Could just come down to this.
Oh, the timing. Oh, so bad for Kleenex, I thought. But he snaps and gets the headshot. The rival goes boom. Nice shots from Lucky, though, to get one. Trying to check it through the smoke. Not going to happen. Already on the defuse, and it is done.
Yeah, as soon as you see that smoke go down, you're like,
yeah.
This is screwed. But if Metals is able to win it, you just waste some more time off the clock. You put Lucky into a better position, but doesn't happen. That is the rival. The headshot, 8 HP. Was Kleenex.
Listen, it's a little bit different than like being in a staircase per se, but like it's like an outside. But when you get that, we've all been there, where you just, right as you turn to look to the steps to go up, somebody honestly crosses you on your right, you don't see him.
If he has Deddy, he might just win that, but instead he doesn't have Deddy. So Kleenex hears the sound cue.
Oh, that had to have been a sound cue. I don't think he saw it.
No.
It had to have been. Oh, so it looks like from our POV, and he snaps. 8 HP, but a hell of a win. Vickle, another first blood, though. A nade will hit. Bomb. It's by itself right now. Over towards A.
And honestly, outside of the 1v3 Scrap almost had, he's been pretty much out of the play. Hasn't had much impact. Real, though, trying to make the play, find the opening. He is shut down, so into a 3v3.
Well, you know what he always says, get me to a hard point.
Yeah, no. Never know what he's going to do on a hard point.
Yeah.
Gotta watch out.
Vickle, second in this. 3 versus 2 now. Ultra players split for now. Nice patience here from Vickle. I was worried he shot a little too soon and didn't guarantee the kill. But
I think he... Yeah, I'm very scared there.
Vickle working on the ace, though, I believe. He's got 3 in this. Envoy, last player up, 25 to go. He'll be able to get the plant down, give an opportunity for Vickle to maybe work the ace.
Just how does he reposition, right? He's going to wrap all the way through his Envoy, and this is kind of an opening. Wow, Vickle checks that! The read on the pinch. Are you kidding me?
That's an ace and a half for Vickle. You're thinking the long wrap's going to pay off. Vickle picks it up.
I thought he's just waiting on Lucky, and they were going to go through red, but he just pops up. He's like, I'll check this.
He's reading it. Starts with a little nade onto Scrap, I think, which is the first blood. It is 5-0 right now. His Heretics are all smiles. They are running through Ultra.
5-1, yeah.
5-2. Yeah.
It's a Codcaster.
No, Codcaster bug got me good there. I just, like, out of the corner of my eye, I saw 5-0.
Yeah.
Oh, it got me good. It got me real good. Curse you, Codcaster. But one more round. They're at the 5 part, right? As Vickle's taking his heater into the next round. Metals utility exhausted. Not going to connect, but pick it up. Broken. And trying to get the shots, and now he's trying to play his life. You imagine he stayed alive so long, some help's going to come in. That's exactly what's going to happen. Real tries to get in position, but he's going to end up dropping. Metals tries to reposition. He will fall.
It's behind that pole. Maybe he wins that gunfight, but tries to reposition. That's when Scrap catches him, and Scrap is all the way in junk, so does get spotted.
It's amazing what some people can do with a pole.
You're all wrong. I mean, yeah. Especially in this game. There's a lot of them.
Yeah. Bickle looking for number 5. On 8 HP, just smoke out. Lucky, little bang through the wall. Now up to 9 and 4. Down, up, around, trying to get to new position. Grenade up, hold that. Chow with it. Not gonna hit though. Comes up a little bit short. Now Scrap just kind of playing with his food. 30 seconds on the clock. Good luck winning that one. I like that. I mean, tries to time the name well. Nade will, you just have to get a shot or two in if you're able to do it. Unfortunately, Nade ends up a little bit short.
Yeah, Scrap able to give them that man advantage and just not a lot of room to work with. Kind of forced to go into B. And maybe now that you're an athlete, you can look into that, like those classes for that.
Are you saying that I should look into pole dancing classes for exercise, Joe?
Dude, the amount of like core strength you need for that is insane.
And I've been saying, I got my kettlebells. I want to work on my core strength with some workouts.
Maybe look into it. Those are athletes.
Maven evolves his commentary career into being an exotic dancer. But Kleenex now looking to try and find the timing through. Hit to 11 HP. Will get pushed out and dropped before.
Bomb planted up behind the smoke, so doable enough. Ooh, that would have made it a little bit easier. But Envoy's just crawling away as smoke is down. What is happening?
It's chaos. We're hitting it through the smokes, and the smokes end up paying off for Toronto Ultra. Now Lucky's trying to find his timing. Maybe gets on through, but the frustrating one, things collapse, and Ultra gets the wind. They're magicians, as the chaos is just all over the bomb site.
Well, but the comms were all over the places. I don't know if they knew it was 2 players. 1 player's flying out, another smoke is down, and you're seeing why smokes.
Imagine 8 of them.
Yeah. Or having one every single life. But that is just unreal stuff from Ultra. Just all the slides, the timings, and of course winning those gunfights.
It was 5-2, now 5-4. Bit by bit, back into it. 3 straight for Envoy and Insight. See if they can push this to around 11. It'd be massive here. Looking down at an 0-2 deficit. Heretics have been on match point. They've been getting a flurry of first bloods. Will be a first blood to maybe close it out.
Set this up.
You distract him, then you hit it. Vickle finds it. It has been the blender for Scrap. He's 4 and 8. Envoy will get one though. So now we go to a 3 versus 3. Bomb starting to work up, and they win the big fight. They had a 2-on-1 here, but they do it clean. They don't lose anybody, and they take Kleenex out of it. So now bomb getting planted by Lucky.
There's a lot of moving parts here. Inside might get good timing, or it might be horrible. It's going to force a 2-on-2, and now, while this is going on, Envoy's working the pinch. But it looks like maybe they have an idea. Maybe they heard him. Not exactly sure. Maybe they're just watching it again, as Vickle going to lose this one. Envoy taking over double digits again. He spots the last. The shots are in. 25 seconds to work to defuse. Real has to check the bomb. Instead, he finds it Insight, and we're going to a round 11.
And the guys that were both on 3 in a row both get 2. I think it's 5 straight for either. So in around 11, a couple chances maybe to earn a streak if you can get it early and has time to even come into play. But to round 11 we go. And that's I mean, Vickle heard him stopping around, and Envoy just snaps to win that first one, the 2 versus 2.
Yeah, I mean, just hits the slide. Yeah, it hits an unreal shot, but Envoy thriving right now in Search and Destroy. See, he's up to 11. He had Insight close to double digits as well.
So what, you had the 2-5 comeback, or sorry, the 1-5 comeback for your Heretics in our last series. Now they're maybe going to be victims of a very similar scenario. Round 11. Here we go. Similar setup kind of for Heretics. Real.
They get the hit markers, so I think they know nobody probably trusts to be behind that, but look at this. It goes behind enemy lines, but Kleenex is going to spot him watching the pinch. Now you're hoping he finds one. Not going to happen. Almost with the play of the game instead. A first blood for Envoy.
He is so close to finding a timing and just breaking up this entire push. COD can be a game of milliseconds in there. Just getting the angle. It's Envoy.
That gave Envoy the cruise.
That gets the streak, looking to connect. He doesn't hit, but Insight does. He's able to get the headshot. Heretics collapsing, 2 versus 4 now.
And then you gave Insight a cruise. Oh no, this is just disaster for Heretics.
All the info in the world. They know where the last player is. Picked apart and dropped. The comeback is in for Ultra. Unbelievable stuff there. And yeah, no, that's why, worst case, you have 2 5 sprees going into it. Maybe you get 2 streaks. I know they don't get the kills, but you definitely get some info. But I'll tell you what, Vickle gets through clean, and that's probably a kill or 2.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the rounds where Ultra really started to get back to the game. It was sort of those chaotic ones, right? Just lots of trades, some of those 2v3 scenarios. It's a nice game out of Metals and Lucky, damage-wise, but it was not enough. Scrap still with 2,000, but it just felt like he just had some unlucky timings. But Envoy takes over 13-6 and leads the comeback.
Yeah, probably a lot of those fights were just like heady-to-head. You know, you're tickling them with the MCW at range. I'm sure there's a ton of that for Scrap. But yeah, Envoy, what? It was that map 2 where he bounced back last week, goes 12-5. Has a big one here, 13-6. What did it end up being?
8-3.
Oh, I figured it had to be real lopsided because you were finding so many first bloods if you were Heretics. And that one's going to be very, very painful. And now maybe you breathe some life into this Ultra team as they get ready for an invasion control.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you talk about causing upsets, those are just the maps you can't let slip away.
Yeah, because I mean, beating a top 4 team is, you know, what we saw in our first series today. Like even when you go up 2-0, it can be so difficult. But if you're going to get it done, a lot of times that's how it's going to get done. But they just fall a little bit short in the search and destroy. Can't get it done there. You know, I was wondering if having a bit of a break after the map 1 as the server stuff was figured out was going to maybe hurt Heretics if they came out so hot in the map 1, but then they come out hot here and they're dominating and it just falls through the cracks. But we'll be tied up at 1-1, but get ready for invasion control. We're quickly going to a break. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty Week. The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Here we go, ready to get back at it and get to a map 3. It's been wild so far. Nice upset in the map 1 for Heretics. Ultra Answer go to around 11. I've got people I mentioned offering to teach me how to pole dance. It's got wild through those first 2, Joe, and we're going to continue on.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're just 2 maps into this one. We're headed to an invasion control where, I mean, stage 1, this was Heretics' home. Invasion. They loved playing that.
Yeah, I feel like that's where a lot of their wins and upsets came early on.
But I don't know how much they've seen lately. Is there 3-3 on the year? Yeah. On the other side for Ultra, 5-4. And you can see this man Scrap, damage rank #1. He has had some insane moments on invasion control.
Yeah. There have been times where I'm not sure his 3 teammates spawned in, but it's okay because he had enough damage and kills to carry the rest of them. Like, there have been. It's not that often where you say with a professional team, like, oh, they got put in the backpack, but there have been a couple controls on Invasion where Scrap has just put up absolutely nutty stuff where you are just locked in every single second.
And probably after that frustrating map #2 that he had, obviously they get the win. He probably wants to do that. Maybe set another damage record.
Yeah, we'll see what he's capable of here. But yeah, no, he's been terrific. Just at Major 2 at the land, just every time, man, just headshots, just clean as can be. Seem to be pre-aiming it, ready for every single fight. But you know, you're on to A quickly here. You get, you get what, 1 tick, and now we maybe think about the other side of it, but you still have 1 lurking here. It's gonna be Envoy.
Yeah, he's just kind of waiting here, right? We've kind of seen this sort of transition play, or all right, all this focus is over towards B. Maybe I can sneak onto the point, make an individual play, but he's gonna shoot, and that is just a tough gunfight through that car. So. Nice win from Vickle. Now the focus over to B.
Clinics and Scrap doing their work to try to give them some room here to work with. Envoy back off spawn. He's able to find a pick. First bit of progress is done. Purple still in the feed. Metals is still lurking.
But they didn't hit him, so they're not going to know he's there. Yeah, he's going to pop out. Able to find 1, but at least you're there for the trade.
Yeah, I was thinking for sure that he was going to hit, so.
No, he threw it inside. Yeah, Metal's just outside that doorway.
Doesn't look like it's going to matter too much. You're still going to find that next tick, and progression should be done.
They might try to go right to A. Look at this. You get 2 kills. Insight and Scrapper very far pushed up. But waiting for their teammates. Not going to try to cross. Going to save their lives, play map position. They're up 7, 8 lives. They are in control. As that's all 4 dead, 6 in a row. Well, just what we talked about.
It's not just him. I mean, that sequence there. You got the 1 kill for Metals when he was lurking. That was the only.
13. It's 13 in a row.
That was the only kill. The rest was just Ultra.
That was dominant.
You might have 2 kills apiece on Heretics, and. Listen, that sometimes makes sense when you're on the offensive side of invasion control. Not so much when you're on defense. That was abysmal. Like, you can't put up 8 kills on a defense on invasion control.
You can't, but they did. But
yeah, maybe they got more. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, 9.
They got 9.
It's okay. But well, yeah, 2 4 sprees. Scrap did get to cruise. You're in the driver's seat now if you're Ultra.
Yeah, no, that's one way to put it. You might be the driver's seat, only one in the car, only one with a car, and it's a race of cars, but the other people are on feet, Joe.
I think you win that one.
I don't know what I'm saying half the time, but we'll see if they can keep it going. Awkward fight there. Real able to take it. He follows up with a second, so great opener for him.
Real's got a car.
He sure does. It's a tank. As Real's running through him, and he'll now get on to A. I'll tell you, they just come out and smoke them on offense. I don't know if it's just not invasion control as I know it, Joe. Like, what are we watching? But Kleenex is able to come in and get the clean up. He's on 7 in a row, so another cruise now to work with. So all sorts of utility here for Ultra.
Because of all that damage that they did over towards A, B is clean. So you're going to have a lot of lives to work with. 2 minutes and 18 seconds. 27. This is going to be a tough hold here for Ultra, a long one at least.
Yeah, and like you might need to. It's going to be so hard to get it done through lives on this map, but like you got to think with 2 cruises. Like you've got bailouts on A twice, assuming you get good use. It depends on the timing.
They're hard to hit. It's
you're
hard
right.
To get
You're right. Depends. Well, you want. Hopefully, you're using it at timing before they actually get across.
Right.
Like when all hell breaks loose, but. you do have a little bit of extra help. So you have to get a lot of pressure here. I think if you're Heretics, you're going to win this. You got to get pressure like early and often.
These kills very important here for Ultra. Now they had map control. The last player alive was Metals as he was finessing around. But so much work to do, and they can't get past step one. Real is just running around. You have a 10 spree out of Kleenex. He is 12-1.
Yeah, 1 death at this point for Kleenex is absurd. We're deep into round 2. I mean, this reminds me, remember Major 1? He had a couple maps. Like, his stats were insane. Like, the guy was putting on a mixtape. Just everything he did was working out. But we'll see if the double digits can continue as he looks to find more. The centering is on point. He's trying to stay up. Little pop-up and hello. As the streak is now to 11, 13-1. As the Freak keeps going. Streak up to 12.
Yeah, maybe reposition that one. Shooting the Renetti, trying to find that player. But that 2 minutes and 18 seconds is long gone. It is now 45. The life advantage is long gone.
Kleenex still shooting. Shooting his teammates even. That's where the streak will end. Put some shots in the back of Scrap, and then Metals is able to get the kill. So call it 2 basically for Metals. And now is that maybe going to end up being an opening? You get one person onto his Metals, he's going to drop pretty quickly. You haven't had to use the streaks. Insight will get a double to help him out. Pushing out the cuts to try to stagger this even more will be Envoy, who's been hanging out as Kleenex has been frying.
I say, you do have Vickle pushed up. I thought he was going to lurk and find a kill. Looks like he just repositions. Him and Kleenex were going at it for a moment. Nothing really comes to that. He's just been waiting for his teammates off spawn. Now pops out, then he gets team shot down. So perfect round 1 offense for Ultra and a great hold at A for a long time, but it's Kleenex who really just stands out.
Yeah, it was a little shaky in moments there for Ultra, but yeah, typically you aren't going to lose a round when you've got somebody on 13 in a row, whatever it ended up being, and still have the streaks to use.
Scrap's only died 4 times.
No, he's right there with them. They have been very impressive. I thought this would definitely be one where they were going to have an advantage. I mean, no, we haven't really seen this from Heretics with the team change, but we know what Ultra is capable of. And
you don't want to know what my favorite thing was of that round? Is
what?
That you really showed your age by saying mixtape. Like, that just takes me back to, like, the N1 mixtape days.
I really did, huh?
Yeah. I was like, wow, mixtape, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking like montage or something.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I don't even think I meant to say mixtape. I think I meant to say montage.
Fine.
Mixtape came out. You want to go home and watch a DVD tonight, bro?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Ultra looking to close this one out 3-0. We'll see if they can do it on offense. Laid down the hammer of God in the first one. As Kleenex is building on a streak once again. Him and Scrap are combined to be 32-6, make it 33-6. Both working towards streaks again. Might as well call in a cruise because Daddy's working for another.
Scrap just walks up the A street, finds a kill, and now he's onto the point. I don't know what just happened there for Heretics, but the A point, they got to retake this as the cross is there for Kleenex. Almost finds the second. Can they help out their teammate, though? That is going to be the question. Is Scrap just trying to finesse? Doing the dirty work. His teammates get off a B, trying to help him out. They might be just trying to get all 30 kills at this point.
How do you say, get us to map 4 in Spanish? Because that's probably what the comms are right now. This is what hell looks like. They are getting just cleaned up and fried. Kleenex.
It's like 4-stack versus solos in ranked.
No, this is as lopsided as it's going to come in the Pro League.
As you just have an absolute spawn trap here in round number 3.
I don't know that we've ever had it come down to lives where not a single point was captured. And it's not going to happen, but there was potential here for somehow an evasion control round to be won on offense without a single point cap. But now you'll get A done, you get the extra minute on. But yeah, you're up 12 lives.
He's 23-2! He's on another 9 spree!
This isn't even like a pro team versus a challengers team. I'm not sure what Miami Heretics are on this map right now, but I don't want to see it ever again.
I'm saying they haven't played in a long time.
I don't want to see it ever again. Let's go ahead and ban this every time going forward if we can. This is not fair.
What's fair? It's very one-sided.
I think the funniest thing to me, though, is like, Envoy's still just vibing. He's 9-13. He's at 23-3. One more bit of progress to get this done. Maybe one final stand here for the Miami Heretics squad in this map 3.
That would be impressive. 4 versus 19.
It really would.
Yeah, what a last stand that would be. Also had to dodge missiles. Wait, what? That looked like he was in the window to me.
Yeah, it looked pretty good to me. He must have that.
Not a missile expert.
That missile armor on who deals with it, gel. 3 lives remaining.
Remember when trophies used to eat those?
Yeah, no, they're very hungry. That's why I said if our national defense system had them, we'd never have to worry about anything ever again. Just throw trophies all around the U.S. We'd be fine. But it's still just the 3 lives.
Another one's coming in.
Yeah, no, how many do they have? Let's just keep calling them in. Can we just go to missile POV the rest of this round?
I think we're out.
Okay, we used them all?
Yeah, we used the budget.
Sorry, guys. I know it sounds like I'm trolling a bit, but so we're heretics. 1 life remaining. 14 versus 1. That one is done. Get me the f out of there.
That's what they're saying. Let's go to Karachi Hardpoint.
Holy hell. You ever...
That, we haven't seen that.
What's the Jim Carrey movie I always try to remember? Is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind or whatever, where the story is they go to the doctor and they'll erase their memories, Joe. So doctor will, he basically has a bad breakup, right? His girlfriend breaks his heart. Sure. So he goes to a doctor to get all the memories of her erased from his mind. If I'm the 4 people on Heretics right now, get me to that doctor immediately.
Why not
Let's wipe
Men in
this
Black thing?
Yeah. So that would have been a faster way to describe it. The Men in Black thing. Yes, that thing.
That works.
Yes, picture Will Smith go boop, boop.
That's it, but 21-7 from Scrap. 24-4. Insight's got a 1.8. Envoy was hanging out, feet up. No, we haven't seen that on Invasion.
No, that just felt like, honestly, it felt like when we were, that first major, when we were casting Ultra versus Surge, and it was, Surge had broken a GA, they hadn't practiced in weeks, it was embarrassing. Ultra just ran through them that whole series. That map just reminded me of how I felt when I watched that. It's sometimes hard to, commentate that, because it was just...
That's our first time definitely seeing the offensive team spawn trapping the defense.
Yeah, no. Joe,
that was crazy.
We don't usually, on the other maps, we talk about it coming down to live sometimes. It isn't usually going to be your winning scenario here on Invasion, but if it is, it's because you've managed to be a big threat at A multiple times, pause the clock, it's a very extended round.
Yeah.
They hadn't even captured anything yet, and I was worried it was going to happen.
Impressive stuff on Ultra.
Yeah, no, that was insane. That was insane. I mean, they seem to be a little discombobulated. Maybe in the map 1, the comms sounded a little weird. Maybe it was just some kind of server issue they were dealing with. We had that breakout, obviously, after the map 1. Maybe they were flustered. Joe and I were diving deep into the psychology of the team, basically wondering what was going on. Maybe it was just that, because you fire it back with abandon there. Fry them 3 on Invasion Control, one of the most lopsided ones you are ever going to see. And what once looked like maybe an upset, I don't know. I don't know what to think after that one. Ultra, by far the superior team, looking to close it out in Karachi.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing now. Now you get a Karachi Hardpoint, which is their bread and butter, right?
Yeah.
It was since the start of this game, 8-2 overall. It was their home at Major 1. Beat FaZe multiple times.
Yeah.
They're good at this map.
Yeah, we know that Vista, it's the pick for Heretics. They've been solid there. They've won it in back-to-back series. Now, yes, to the home of Ultra. Although, yeah, Invasion Control may have been that home, as they made that very clear in the map 3. But we'll see if they can shut it down here. Looking poised to do it. Seems like the boys have been into a rhythm. Whereas sometimes the victories they've had on that map, it's been Scrap kind of going to work, it being like the one-man turret. It was everybody getting involved there. One of the crazier statistic performances you will see out of Kleenex, who ended up on multiple double-digit sprees. Just having his way with the Heretics, lads.
Yeah, boys are just kind of locked in, common right now. Scrap looking at his teammates. Not as many smiles as you would think after a map like that. But they're like, let's just go. Maybe they're mad about the first 2.
Oh, yeah, probably. And, yeah, I mean, he had a 6 KD. Kleenex is the highest KD we've ever had in Control this season. So it was that lopsided. That's pretty unbelievable. Yeah, 6 KD is tough to do for I mean, I know the pros can do it in pubs and stuff, but for your average person, that's tough. This was in a professional setting.
Well, the old record was 3.25, so
24-4. Yeah,
kind of. Sure if that one on you broken.
No, that's just 4 deaths is just stupid. It's just stupid. Because Kleenex is usually a guy where, listen, he's had some insane maps this year, but usually we talk about volume. Yeah, we talk about volume. Yeah. He'll be. Lots of kills, lots of deaths. Not usually that where I felt like he could have written a poem at the same time he was playing. He was relaxing. All smiles now. is he was one with the map there.
Writing a poem, huh?
I don't know.
Like a nice haiku?
Yeah. I don't know what that is.
Really?
Haiku? I'm not a poetry expert. Do I look like a poetry expert?
Yeah.
Roses are red. Violets are blue.
I don't know. We'll want to know where you're going with this one.
Joe, I love you.
Okay.
Yeah. How's that for poetry?
It was great.
Thank you.
I think haiku, it has to be like 17 syllables or 13. It's one of the two.
What are you talking about? No, I've heard the word before. I don't know much about poetry, Joe. But the gameplay from Ultra, that was poetry. Beautiful stuff, and now you look to get it done here in the map 4. We take a look back to the match versus LAG on the 13th last week, 39 and 24. That's like a monster stat line out of him, right? Like tons of kills and engagements, but he's still almost double positive. That last game was just, woo, that was something special. May not see that again this year. A reminder, the Major 3 tickets are on sale now. If you want to watch Ultra, do that on LAN. You can do it.
At their LAN.
Yeah.
There's always a chance as well. Maven will pour maple syrup on himself, since he is half Canadian.
I don't know.
He's not.
I've kind of been off of that since it ruined my chair. My Herman Miller's just still covered in sauce, dude. There's just a maple syrup stain there forever. It looks like I wet myself.
Sure. Well,
map 4 time. Opening kills go the way of Heretics. They'll be right into the point trying to answer back. They got the map 1 Heretics win. Or Heretic got the map 1 win, but now it has been all Ultra since after that massive comeback in the map 2.
And listen, in between the maps, right, when we were looking at the cameras, there were smiles on the Heretic side, right? Just kind of brush it off. It is what it is.
What else can you do?
Yeah, and not much else to do. They're just going to lock in here. In Karachi is one they don't play a lot of. Only 1-1 on the year. Really gotten away with it, but maybe now since the addition of Real, scrims have been going well. Get 27 points on P1. You rotate over towards P2.
Lucky in position early there with Vickle. They got the spot up back alley as well. All the control in the world here, but you get a 4 position. If you're Ultra and you try to make this messy as quick as you can. The first one that pounce, though, will be Metals. Real following it up. Envoy and Kleenex, though, get it done with the rival. So the mess is here. They get that done quickly. They push it out, and Envoy with 2. And damage to almost be a 3rd. Great push and poke there by Ultra.
Yeah, now this is the problem, right? When you don't have control on the left side of the map, kind of put into a tough spot. You take the long route, try to push on through to flip for P3. You go after this one more time. Vickle and Lucky gonna find 2, and they're just gonna attack the hill. Is Heretics through the middle of the map and through red. This Real will take down Kleenex, and they're gonna try to find this scrap time. Now, where do these spawns come in from? Kleenex and scrap. It is not where they want. So you have a 3-on-2 on this rotation towards P3.
Yeah, because you're kind of split up the gun if you're Heretics kind of lying there. So yeah, split set up for Ultra, and they'll try to get through. How much can you hold on if you're the other side of it? So far, so good. Next hard point pops, and already in the point you'll have insight. There's a weird one down there.
Lucky, it's a great spawn here. And that might lead to the break. But through Junk is Metals. He's able to find 2.
But him and Scrap, they spawn like right next to each other?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, yeah. Scrap spawn Bridge. He spawns Chicken. I mean, Chicken's open. Maybe that's just a part of it.
The definition of open has certainly changed over the years. Insight, though, still trying to fight and hold on to this. Reinforcements getting cut down for the Heretic side of it. All lights up purple. They deal with a tough one. Well, and honestly, when I talked to Envoy like during the first major with some of the wonky spawns we got early in the title, he's like, you can deal with them. Well, they do it there.
Yeah, deal with it there. But right on back is Heretics. They're gonna find all 4. They're gonna find the final 15 or so seconds over towards P4. As Kleenex, he's 4 and 8, so much different stat line than what we just saw in that map number 3 on rotation. Real versus Envoy. Real able to win it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like that's one of the positives about like the Heretics team. Even through the struggles, finding a way to vibe, finding a way to laugh things off. You brush off that loss if you come in here firing. Some teams maybe not capable after you get beat up that much. You'd hope so at this level, but so far they're doing it. Up about 40. 35 still in the point. And it's Envoy, but it's inside. It's inside to it.
Oh, it is. But you see Kleenex and Scrap. This could be a great time here for Ultra. They kind of have Heretics spawning it all the way out over towards P5. So you're just kind of at that point where if you are Heretics, you have to just rotate. trying to win this. The problem is if you die, you're going to be spawning at ult. They're able to win the first gunfight and try to get into this setup as they hold on to this small lead.
You're going to lurk for now. If you're Kleenex, you're the first person here. Point is white, and you're looking to get the info. You know, Metals is back there just trying to find the angle and guarantee yourself a kill. Never quite able to do it. Now things might get a little bit sloppy. Stun able to hit, able to drop him. Metals deals with the early aggression. Now he's going to have to rely on his teammates.
What a life from Metals.
They have to do some work, but yeah, Metals is making plays.
Yeah, he wins that gunfight. Then the nade lands literally on Scrap's lap, so he's going to back on up and backs right up into his teammate, where Vickle's just waiting for him inside of red. But still messy near the hill. Nobody really able to get control. Vickle just trying to find any angle that he can, but he does find 4 in a row.
Yeah, it just gets a little nuts here with the balcony, right? Like some of the plays you're able to make. And yeah, the 4 in a row, we'll see what that can stretch into. But for now, tucked away, soaking the time. Challenges the heavy, though, and drops. Leave it to Lucky, though, to trade that out and get right back into it. As they'll enjoy the final 10, they'll enjoy 3 through on the feed. Now we get ready for our second set of rotations. Scrap leading the way for Ultra. Metals doing it right now for Heretics. Second set, ready to pop.
Scrap just up top AC. He's able to lock down the middle of the map, get his teammates here. This Kleenex going to get on the hill as they start to trade. So sort of this 30-point lead for Heretics, just slowly going away, and Envoy just showing some presence over towards P2, because it seems like this is where Heretics want to fight on through from this red side and keep control and rotations for P2.
Yeah, they got control of rotation because they get them out of the point.
Yeah,
you don't want to give
a
up
lot of time.
Don't want to give up all this time, and so far that's exactly what's happening. You're rallying right back into this off of a big hold if you're Ultra. And Ultra, I mean, they broke P2 with ease kind of last time through, so they're thinking, hell yeah, let's soak up this time, go ahead and rotate. We know we have the ability to break on through, and they've just broke on through on the scoreboard as well. Lead over to Ultra.
Yeah, you better hold this if you are Heretics, because now you have Insight working the back alley. It looks like Lucky's gonna pick it up, though. Nice read from Lucky.
It's not often you get like a 60 on a P1, especially like that type of P1.
And there was like 37 seconds left when they started moving over towards this area. So still a little messy, not as clean as Heretics would like, but they have the numbers in the area and the positioning. It's Rial with the dive and the snap on Envoy. Kleenex is there, and he's got the help of his teammates.
I think it was Kleenex and Envoy that kind of made the plays last time that they were able to burst through. This time, you don't allow it. The early setup is paying off. Nearly 30 seconds off of this, and back in the lead are Heretics. So the early rotation, yeah, I mean, it's paying off. You just wish you didn't give up all that time at P1 and could have made that, a little bit of a mess, got a bit of a contest, but Rial now doing his thing, trying to break back towards even.
That was huge. Just the fact that he spots Kleenex on this rotation. Metals is here. Oh, but a stun gonna connect. Now Metals just trying to buy time. And yeah, I mean, Heretics, what they do is they flip the spawns over towards P2, put them on the left side of the map, and Ultra just like, all right, let's just give this up. We're gonna take the rotation and look at the lead now. So
it worked out.
That early investment did work out. 50-point lead for Heretics.
Not gonna answer back if you're Ultra. There's a lot of plays here from Metals last time that really was trying to set them up. Break, though, starting to come through. Kills there for Heretics, but Kleenex and Insight trying to step up. Kleenex is able to get 2. Nobody in the point, though, 4 now. Insight just trying to find maybe an off angle, and he's hitting.
Yeah, he's able to watch middle alley and sort of this junk push. Now he's put some shots in, gives that comm to his teammate. Insight now up to 3 in a row. It's just sort of this back and forth battle, which you don't always get on a map like Karachi.
No, I feel
like these full holds.
Karachi for us, I swear, whenever we cast it, it's like, I don't know, it's kind of tight till it's not. It's like 150, 150, and someone just kind of gets a little bit of a flow and pulls away. So far, they're still throwing punches. No one able to find a ton of separation yet. Scraps just stepping on foreheads as he's wrapping around. The Renetti able to hit for him as he's now up to 27 and 15. Next hard point is up, and similar story, just white for now.
This is actually where Ultra, through the first set, found a ton of time, which it feels like maybe they've started to figure out this hill, right? Where usually it's a hill where you're just trading time back and forth. The spawns, it's constantly naded. You push through Fountain, but they found a way to spawn Miami all the way out through the top side of the map, but Miami do fight on back. Behind kills for Metals and Vickle. Kleenex on a 5, not going to find number 6, and on rotation, Lucky's going to have a one-on-one versus Insight, and Insight's going to win it.
Envoy taking him down as well, but it won't lead to much more. Just 10 seconds left to go here. Early rotation will be in sight. So, yeah, it was a really nice play from Metals to kind of set up this point for a lot of time for Heretics last time through. You have a chance to answer now if you are Ultra as the next hardpoint gets ready to go. We'll see how they deal with this first push, but 10 away from looking for a lead change and getting ready to go down to the wire. Envoy set up inside of the hard point. Here we go.
Yeah, this might just be the difference maker. Last time through, Red Ultra had early presence over towards Red. You just don't really have that. This is a much cleaner setup for Ultra. Right through the pinch is Lucky. He does get traded, and now it's just all about this 3-man hit through Ticket. Ultra trading so far. They're going to have the closer spawns and the numbers.
Yep. Still have plenty of people here.
Yeah, Trophy. There we go.
The trophy will certainly help out, but it's Envoy looking for the angles. Really just going to find Bickle. Bickle's had a few picks trying to take somebody out, but there's always somebody else up. Scrap gets 2, damage into a third, streak up to 4. Over 200 is Ultra in nearing victory and closing out this series after a tough map 1. Is now Scrap on 5 in a row and looking to earn another cruise. He was able to do that so well in the last map. Him and Kleenex really been putting on, but it's really Scrap. He's 34-17. Get the man to a hard point, Joe.
Hey, I mean, listen, since that P2, it has just been all Ultra on these rotations. Every single time they are first inside of the hill. They've just put Miami in such a tough spot. And it could just come down to the gunfights, as you said. The slang, very one-sided. Scrap still on that 5-3 double positive.
I'll tell you what makes the game easy for some of the plays like Scrap, right? Like he's going to be hard aim. Early rotations make the game very, very easy for him to find his 10 needed for the victory. Pressure to Scrap, but as everyone dies around him, not a lot you can do from the pit. So you're finally going to break in if you are Heretics. Still survive. Maybe another hard point.
You're not going to read this spawn. There's just no way. Scrap spawns up back alley, and yeah, now they're thinking they had the first player, and they did in Kleenex on the rotation over towards P2, but the back alley spawn is there for Ultra, which kind of gifts them this rotation. See all the purple arrows now in this spot, so Miami pressure over to them to break on through.
I mean, what? It was Ultra the first time through. They were able to break P2 nicely. This will be Heretics' turn to try and get the break.
I just don't know if they have enough time.
We'll see if they can do it. 10 points needed for Ultra, and they are
gotta
in.
Go.
They gotta go, and they gotta go now. Heretics starting to say that Real thinks he's a dolphin. He's a dead dolphin. He'll drop. Fickle with one opening kill. Contest is in with 2 seconds left to go. Did they have enough bodies here? Envoy's turn to try and go ahead and crack in. One more player falls. That'll do it. Ultra bring it back after a tough map 1. They win 3 straight. Really, it's a search and destroy. That's everything. That comeback was terrific. They get the series win. They can smile about it now, but Heretics still some work to do.
I mean, map 2 is sort of the big thing here. The control was not great. They played
not great. Not great's how you want to describe that.
Yeah, that's exactly how to describe it. This map, I think, yeah, a lot of back-and-forth battles, but the last 3 to 4 hills, the rotation all over towards Ultra. You had a chance there towards the P2, but
like saying I have a lack of hair.
Yeah, you do.
I do. But yeah, not great's one way to put it. They mollywopped. As we now look at the map 4, though, and Scrap was shooting 6,000 damage, 36 kills, 24 non-traded. Maybe not the success in the search and destroy, but my God, the guy will put on to the respawns. Some incredible individual performances from him and Kleenex as well in that map 3.
They just really turned it around. But again, just Heretics put up a battle there in that map 4. Nice sort of mental comeback for them. As you're seeing glimpses, I think, of this Miami team that we haven't seen since stage 1.
Yeah, I just don't know what to put in that map 1 because I don't know. It seemed kind of odd with the listening with Ultra. I don't know if they were having connection issues. I'm not really sure.
Well, look at map 2 and 4 then.
Yeah, that's true. You can. Map 1, I don't know. It was so weird. I feel like something was going on. But, you know, you're able to get the victory here. You bring it back. If you are Ultra, you have some sensational plays and performances. Scrap is a shooter, one of the best in the league. Heretics, though, I don't know. You said it's going to take some time. Like, you're excited to see the changes that they've done from Real to just a role change that you've had. We'll see how much they're going to improve. Time will tell, but that'll do it for Joe and I. They'll do it for the matches today to break it down. We get it back to Chris and Ant on the desk.
Thank you, Maven. Great stuff there from Merck as well, and fantastic finish there from Toronto after a little bit of a messy start. But name was, real quick, Alley Cat, we sent her home early. Wasn't feeling so good, but you were locked in backstage, especially during that map 1. You called Miami to pull off the upset. It was improbable, But midway through that game, too, it looked like a lock.
Man, I really thought they were going to get it done, right? They win that first Vista. They've looked great on that map. Some great plays all around the board. The slaying was there. And then we get to that search and destroy. And in the round 11, you live and die by it. You saw Vickle take the aggressive route, get pushed up into their base. Unfortunately, gets killed on the
A lot of people in the chat saying it should have never gone to that round 11. They were up huge and allowed Toronto back in search and destroy. And after that confidence was gone, Toronto takes the control with pretty dominant fashion before this fourth game, which at other points looked like it was going to go to a game 5 nameless.
Yeah, I mean, in this series, like, they knew what needed to be done. They either had to win both search and destroys or both HPs. The control has just been downright abysmal. Right. Got off to a very good start, right? And then you get to this Karachi HP. Hasn't been a map that Ultra's been particularly dominant on since stage 2. So I did think Miami had opportunity, and they did. It's just unfortunate, like, some of the Toronto's holds were just simply better. I mean, we saw Miami, they get, what, 60 seconds on P2, and then Toronto decides to rotate fully over towards P3. The setup is just too strong. Miami can't get in. And then the decision that Miami made to prioritize P2 so heavily and give up all that time on the middle hill, like, these are just small decisions in the game that you battle with, and unfortunately they pay the price for it, and largely in part due to this guy's scrap, man.
Yeah.
He is
Double
just
positive.
so tough. He's so tough to go against.
He's dropped nearly 40 kills, 6,000 damage, as well as 91 seconds in the hill. Scrap with an MVP-like performance there in a game 4. It's Toronto with another win. Your Scuff, play the game, though. It's record-breaking. Queen-X. You ready for this guy? Let's take a look at him one more time. 6.0 KD. Doesn't get better than that, Nameless. Yeah. He mostly did this by just keeping the desk out.
I mean, dude, this is one of the most, if not the most dominant control we've ever seen. The first round, the kill count ended, I think it was like 22 to 12. And they're on offense. Like, Ultra was just rolling them.
Streak, no big deal.
Literally rolling them. They picked up they played, what, 4 maps this series? They picked up so many cruise missiles throughout this one as a unified team. So I think for Ultra, the top 2 control team we have in the world, it's been absolutely fantastic. It's world class. A lot of people can learn from these guys.
Can you beat them on Highrise? Because I don't know if you're beating them on Invasion.
I mean, it's just tough to beat them on any map. But yeah, for Toronto Ultra Invasion, I probably am not going up against Scrap. I mean, the guy's just putting up crazy damage each time. You got Queen-X going on streaks. But yeah, if you do want to play control against them, it probably would be higher.
All right, just to revisit that was a 12 streak and a 7 streak, part of his 22-3 performance. Ridiculous stuff there from Tobias as Toronto gets the dub again. Right now, Tobias joins us live. It's our Monster Winner Spotlight, and the young guy who will be playing in front of the fans is live. Tobias, congrats on another win. True or false?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You were a little bit nervous during that game, too.
I would say nervous, but, you know, we end up clutching up. It's one of those games that's online. I think we're just, you know, going through the motions for the first 2, and then obviously we ended up clutching up. I think they threw a little bit on that Karachi, and I mean, Jamie and Dill just took over. So
Kleenex, I want to ask you, you know, Major 1 split, you guys were really good at search and destroy. Could get you guys through some series. Since then, it hasn't been so great. I mean, even in that one, you guys went round 11 and you lost the first blood battle 8-3. What have been some of the issues in search and destroy?
Obviously, Major 1, we were doing pretty well. I think after that Major, people were looking at what we're doing, and obviously we just struggled to adapt throughout like Major 2. I think we went like 2-10, maybe in S&Ds.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for this Major, it's just looking back at what we did and just revamp the whole thing. I mean, it's just how it is. COD's day to day. It just changes.
Yeah.
It happens.
Safe to say as well, you know, throughout Major 1, you were one of the best, if not the best, SMG in the world. You had a little bit of a drop-off in Stage 2, as happens, the ebbs and flows of Call of Duty. But it seems like you're back. Through these 2 matches, you have been lighting it up, taking over maps. What do you attribute that to?
I think it's just mostly the map pool, I'd say. Like, obviously, we're trying to widen it out. Vista wasn't the best map for us today, but we've definitely been working on it. And I feel like we're getting back into our flow from Major 1. Like, Major 2 was like everything was just going not our way. Obviously, we're losing a lot of S&Ds, so putting us like down 0-2 in a series, it's just never great. But yeah, just looking to be more consistent as a team. I think we're getting back at it. Yeah.
Toby, I never want to put too much stock in scrim bucks, But how are things looking amongst the top 4 squads right now? We saw NYSL slip up against the Royal Ravens. How do you see the rest of the competition leading into Toronto?
Like obviously we've been scrimming all the teams we play face this weekend, so we haven't obviously practiced against them, but practiced against OpTic quite a bit. New York, you can definitely feel a difference from like the low 4 compared to the top 4. Like the way the game is played, just way more structured, and obviously the top 4 teams make the kills mean a little more. I feel like playing the bottom teams, some things just don't make sense sometimes, but I'd say a team like Boston, they've actually been giving us a pretty close like practice in our scrims, so I'd say not too bad.
Like you said, and they're at the bottom of the power rankings right now officially with match count, but not the worst team in the league. Final question for you, Tobias. You are playing FaZe later this weekend. We're all in for a treat with our number 1 versus number 2 teams. Who are you more excited to face off against, Abizi or Simp?
Easy. He's always a quick player on the team. I always think it's a fun matchup in SNE because it's usually just me and him running at each other back and forth. So looking forward to playing against him, but also hopefully taking him down.
All right, looking forward to another 6.0 KD in that search game. Good luck.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
That's Tobias, a.k.a. Kleenex, as Toronto gets another W tonight. They are one of 3 teams moving on with a win on our opening day of week 2. Let's recap all the action, Nameless, because it started with an upset.
It did. An absolute banger. Carolina get a dub in the most Carolina fashion possible. They lose to Seattle, then they play the New York Subliners, the world champions, and of course they win that series, and it was Gwyn. I mean, this segment is Monster Energy Unleash the Beast, and he unleashed the beast today. A feel-good story. These guys all together in Carolina in a facility for the first time. Their energy was there. You could see these guys like on land. Everybody wondered why they performed so much better, and a lot of it is due to the fact that they have Gwyn, who's a young guy. He needs to be around the vets. They need to feed off that energy, right? So, and you definitely saw it today. He has some serious game.
Things are looking up there in Carolina. Congratulations to Gwyn. He now sets the record at 115 kills in a best of 5. Keep in mind, game 5 only was 7 rounds. The man dropped 12 in 7.
Yeah, I mean, the man was going off. And, you know, we talked about it. When you said that record, I looked at the spread. Even in the maps that they didn't win, he was going crazy. And if you really look at that series, they probably feel like they won 4 of those 5 maps. Because that control, they're up 2-0 in a position to win. Just well done across the board.
And, of course, talking to Gwyn in our Monster Winner Spotlight, he said it was Fellow, the loudest on the team today. This is just the beginning, as Carolina now has all 4 members in the same place for their online matches. When it came to the OpTic Surge Showdown, we looked at the numbers, and all the stats said it would be OpTic trouncing another bottom 4 team. Today, they absolutely came true on that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I will say though, like the first 2 maps.
Yep. If you're especially.
Yeah, if you're a fan of either of these teams, you're probably on the edge of your seat. Like in terms of Seattle, they were playing really good Call of Duty on that 6-star, Chris. I mean, they were up like 50 points. They had the spawn, just one little error from the squad over pushing, and then we get to that search and destroy. We go round 11. Unfortunately, they draw offense and get blooded, right? So. It's a good sign for OpTic with your back against the wall, able to clutch up. But for Seattle, I think it gets you excited about 0-4.
It does, absolutely. And you know, I think I totally phrased that wrong. As you pointed out, way closer than the 3-0 would show you. And you're 1-1 now as Seattle. You beat Carolina right now. Are things looking up for Surge?
Yeah, they're looking good. I mean, they were top 8 to start today. I think they're going to be tied with Carolina now for that 8th place spot, but well within striking distance, and you're improving.
Let's take a look here at our updated standings for just Stage 3. This is what we have on deck with Atlanta and Ultra facing off this weekend. We will have our first team at 3-0. A lot of teams split at 1-1, especially after the Subliners' unexpected loss today. We're going to make things interesting as we figure out our top 4 seeds.
Yeah, I'm honestly just like really curious if New York are stuck, right? Like if they're going to improve throughout this stage, because it does sort of seem like they've been stuck since mid-stage 2. But our standings, man, they're getting interesting.
It's getting fun, and of course, it all continues. Let's take a look at what we got next for you. It's the championship weekend announcement. That's right. We're going to Texas, and you can join us live at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center, July 18th to the 21st. It's going to be fantastic, man.
Yeah, we were in the green room. We were looking up the venue. We saw the setup. It looks sweet. I can't wait to get all the fans out there. And people are already scooping up them VIP passes.
Already gone, I heard.
Already
or
gone.
Close to it. Scan that QR code. Spend all your money tonight. It's a good idea. Tomorrow's schedule, we have more opportunities for you to win and lose cash as Miami Heretics take on the LA Thieves. OpTic Texas faces off against Attach and the Vegas Legion. And of course, we get a new look at ASIM on that lineup. We close it out with the subliners looking to bounce back against the Surge. And final thoughts here, day 1, week 2.
Listen, man, this is one of the better Fridays we've ever had. Honestly, some good competition. Can only get better on Saturday.
Things are heating up. We'll see you in ranked. Get your games in. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow, 2:45 Eastern for headquarters.
Wait. Going back and forth like it's east and west. Every day I'm going back to back, so ain't no neck to neck.
The Ravens are flying.
Pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been dotting on my eyes and crossing on my T's, right now I'm trying to curve the S. Young set apart,
why not? Of course it's on Quinn. One player left. Hudson fights it. Quinn seals the deal.
We was down bad, we was underdogs, now they clear the whole spot. Me running up the numbers, now the digits going up a whole lot. Wait. On the gas and I'm smashing it. I've been in my lane, I'm probably crashing it. Wait. Don't set apart and I'm cashing it. I've been in my lane and I'm passing. I'm truly from the bottom. I've been fighting for the light. But when you in the dark, man, all you get is flashes. My whole team know that it's do or die. Mountain top, I see newer highs. I'ma make a move when I make a move. Ain't no thinking, I let you decide. On the gas with the vision, I've been out to get it, here to do it different. Ripping through the tension, rallied in the streets. Now we in the big building and it's going wait. On the gas and I'm smashing it. I've been in my lane, I'm probably crashing it. Wait.